Chapter 32-31. Panjayan couldn't figure out what this barbarian brat wanted to do to her either. It felt good to be alive. Not good, so many champions are coming this way. Huofeng, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes, and a grave expression appeared on her face. Just as she finished speaking, a black mass of people appeared in the distance. They were all champions, and each of them had brought people with them. There were more than 10,000 of them. In the Divine Beast continent, there were too many elemental beasts, and every battle was a sea of people. Panjayan knew that this barbarian brat would not have a good ending for offending a royal disciple, but she didn't expect him to take revenge so quickly. There were at least 100,000 people outside. In fact, there were more than 30 champions, and each of them had brought a few thousand people. The number quickly exceeded 100,000, and they covered the sky. Previously, the auction had been organized by the giant race, and no one dared to offend them. They were one of the top 5 royal races. But it was different now. A barbarian brat dared to show off his wealth. Wasn't that saying that they were weak? Since that was the case, they would deal with him now. Aren't you very good at fighting? With more than 30 champions and 100,000 elemental beasts, killing a barbarian brat and even breaking into Senfu would be a piece of cake. Attack! After these champions arrived, they immediately attacked Senfu. Attacks rained down from the sky. With 100,000 elemental beasts working together, the scene was spectacular and shocking. This barbarian brat is really courting death. Yeah, right? He even dares to offend a royal disciple. He deserves to die. Hee, let's watch a good show. The divine tomb hadn't opened yet, so everyone was paying attention to the progress here. Should we inform Master? Huofeng actually wanted to inform him. 100,000 elemental beasts were too terrifying. Under such an attack, even Huofeng wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths, let alone this Senfu. But when she thought of her master's words, Huofeng didn't dare to go. This was the person who had severely injured his previous master with a single punch, nearly killing him. If he were to run over to warn him now, what if he were to get angry and beat him to death? This Senfu should be able to hold out for a while. Huofeng lowered her head. Panjayan closed her eyes. It might not be so bad to die like this. At least it wouldn't be so frustrating. Ever since Giant Fire wanted to auction her, Panjayan knew that her fate would be very miserable. She would really rather die than live. Now, she couldn't even control her life and death. This Senfu looked pretty good, but it might not be able to block the attack of 100,000 essence beasts. In the current situation, Senfu would be breached in less than a dozen breaths. Senfu's defense had always been weak. No one thought that Senfu could stop them. At this moment, the Senfu automatically activated its defense. A layer of light appeared in the sky above the Senfu and enveloped the Senfu like a huge egg. The raindrop-like attacks landed on the barrier and were all bounced off. Then, a black void appeared outside the barrier, isolating the Senfu. That black void was like a ribbon. All sorts of attacks landed on the black void and instantly disappeared. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. What a powerful Senfu! What kind of array formation is that? Did it divert the attack? That's the attack of 100,000 essence beasts. Unbelievable! This is truly unbelievable. The 30-odd generals who led the team also frowned. Continue attacking. For an immortal abode like this, no formation would be able to last long. Continue attacking until the Senfu's array formation is broken. The generals also made their moves. Powerful attacks were mixed in, and the level of power immediately increased as they attacked the Senfu array formation from afar. Inside the Senfu, Huofeng raised her head. After not sensing any changes in the Senfu, she also became excited. Master Senfu is too powerful. They can't break it, Huofeng was indeed worried, but it seemed that her worries were unfounded. Who could break the Senfu array formation? Not even 100,000 essence beasts could do it. Panjayan was initially prepared to die. When she looked up and saw that the attacks had been blocked, the black void swallowed the attacks of 100,000 essence beasts each time. This Senfu, the attacks of the generals continued. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until a month had passed. During this period, the attacks never stopped. After a month, the Senfu's defense was still the same. On the other hand, the 100,000 Essence Beasts' attacks had slowed down, and their eyes were filled with despair. After a month of continuous attacks, the array formation could still be maintained. There was nothing more unacceptable than this. The 30 or so battle generals were no longer indifferent. They themselves had taken action and attacked continuously for a month, but in the end, there was no progress at all. Instead, they were quite exhausted. Even a powerhouse would not be able to withstand a month of continuous attacks on the Senfu. This Senfu was really strange. The 30-odd generals discussed for a while. It was obvious that the Black Void had blocked their attacks. What about their main bodies? Their Essence Beasts were very powerful, and they did not believe that they could not break through the Senfu. Everyone agreed with this idea. That black ribbon-like void could absorb attacks, but it couldn't stop them from passing through. This was their chance. Everyone, return to your main bodies. The 100,000 Essence Beasts returned to their main bodies and once again covered the sky. The entire sky was blocked. This time, the Senfu is going to be broken through. Good idea. The onlookers were also shocked. The Senfu had persisted for a month, and there were no signs of it being broken through. The Senfu was so powerful that they wanted to build their own. A bunch of idiots. They are going to catch them all in one fell swoop. Lin Fei sat in the Senfu's control room, with a bunch of buttons in front of him. The Tomb of the Gods of Yuengu is about to start. Let's get rid of them first. Lin Fei had gained some prestige. Seeing that it was about time, it was time to counterattack. Super Infinite Cannon, activate. This was the Senfu's main attack skill. A cannon barrel appeared in the center of the Senfu without any warning. It was dozens of feet long. When the cannon was aimed at the Essence Beasts, the black cannon barrel drew a stream of light, and a black ball of light shot out. The ball of light exploded on the Essence Beasts' bodies, quickly turning into a stream of light that swept across. One ball of light instantly destroyed hundreds of Essence Beasts. They were truly dead. A second ball of light was shot out, followed by a third. Bang, bang, bang. Balls of light shot out from the Senfu and exploded above the 100,000 Essence Beasts, setting off streams of light. The Essence Beasts' lives were violently destroyed by these streams of light. The 100,000 Essence Beasts' lives continued to decrease, and the sky reappeared. Retreat. Chapter 32-32. More than 100,000 Meta Beast experts and more than 30 generals could easily kill a 6th-class Ultimate God or even besiege a 7th-class Ultimate God. It would not be difficult for them to seriously injure a high-level Ultimate God. However, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. Senfu's counterattack was too overbearing. Dense light spheres fell and the terrifying power of the light spheres instantly tore through the defenses of the Meta Beast experts who were known for their defense. They died without any chance to struggle. In a short period of time, more than 100,000 Meta Beast experts were annihilated except for a few who survived. The battle situation was beyond everyone's expectations as it was exactly the same as what they had imagined. What a terrifying Senfu! Who can tell me what kind of attack that was? It was a clean sweep. That barbarian kid is so domineering. What a cunning move. He deliberately resisted for a year before wiping them all out. We have underestimated this barbarian kid. Who knows where this barbarian kid came from? The royal disciples are about to vomit blood. They didn't manage to take down Senfu but instead lost thousands of Meta Beast experts. This feud has been set in stone. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to kill the barbarian kid. From the moment the royal disciples made their move, everyone was generally not optimistic about the barbarian kid as no one had ever been able to compete with the royal disciples and gain the upper hand. But this time, they had all misjudged, and their faces had been slapped with a resounding slap. Those Meta Beast experts who did not take advantage of the situation were all wiping their sweat. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. If a Senfu could easily kill Meta Beast experts, what would happen if there were 1,100,000,000 of them? Perhaps they would all be the same. For a moment, no one dared to approach Senfu anymore. The royal disciples were speechless and did not dare to make a move for the time being. Although it was not a big deal to lose thousands of experts before figuring out what was going on, they felt uncomfortable as though they had been slapped in the face. Very straightforwardly, the royal clan disciples all fell silent. Make another move? It was meaningless. No one could guarantee that they could not break through. More than 30 generals with the strength of intermediate ultimate gods could not withstand the aftermath of the attack. One could imagine how terrifying that power was. In Senfu, both Huofeng and Panjian were stunned. The former was easy to deal with, as Huofeng more or less knew the ins and outs of the situation. This was a powerful master, but who would have thought that the Senfu he was residing in was also ridiculously powerful? With a single wave of attacks, he had killed more than 100,000 soul beasts. Huofeng was glad that she had made the right choice. Perhaps following master would increase his status by quite a bit. Even the royal family's disciples couldn't break through a Senfu castle. Panjian was even more shocked. This barbarian disciple was even more mysterious than she had imagined. A veil of mystery had been draped over his body, and she had unwittingly become curious about him. Could it be that this brat from the barbarian race really wanted to go against the royal disciples to the end? After killing more than 100,000 essence beasts, Yang Kai's eyes widened. Many battle generals came up to curry favor with him, and among them, there was no lack of battle generals arranged by the royal family. As the gatekeeper, Huofeng was domineering for the first time. Anyway, they couldn't break in, so there was nothing to worry about. My master is in seclusion. He won't see any guests. No matter who it was, they all gave the same answer. It was the same even for the battle generals of the royal family. There were also some who wanted to threaten Huofeng with their royal family status. In the end, Huofeng roared, "Come on, come on. Come in and kill me if you can. If you don't kill me, you're useless." Huofeng was using her connections to intimidate others. Those people had figured out Senfu. As long as they did not attack, they would be fine. They could not do anything to Huofeng. Break in? Stop joking. Unless it was a level 7 or 8 ultimate god. However, would those high-level ultimate gods make a move? At least, it was impossible for now. With their status and qualifications, who would dare to make a move? For the first time, Panjian wondered if she had encountered a fake barbarian disciple. It had been almost 3 years since she arrived in Senfu. Panjian had almost nothing to do. The suffering that she had imagined did not appear. It was as if she had been abandoned. Every day, she would reverberate in the immortal abode. Thinking back to the days of hiding in the Divine Beast continent, for the first time, the word safety came to mind for no reason. In this immortal abode, Saintess Feng Yen felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even if the royal family, the 3 divine clans, and countless battle generals were outside, no one dared to cause trouble in Senfu. It was also quiet outside as if she had been abandoned. This feeling was strange to Panjian. "Xiaohua, what's the background of your master?" After her life was no longer in danger, Panjian began to study the barbarian disciple. Everything seemed too mysterious. In 3 years, she was considered to be familiar with Huofeng. "I don't know." Huofeng was in a good mood after using her connections to intimidate others. "Anyway, he's very powerful." This was not the first time Panjian heard such words. "Then what do you think I should do?" Panjian could not cultivate now. She could only live one day at a time, but this was not something she was willing to do. "Foolish human, I think you should listen to Master." Huofeng had already decided on Lin Fei. "I haven't followed Master for a long time, but I know that Master is a very powerful existence. Don't you wish for the human race to have a safe haven? Perhaps Master can do it here." Panjian would never have imagined that Huofeng would say such a thing. A safe haven for the human race? Can I? Panjian asked herself. Now that the 2 continents had merged, the human race did not have any advantage. The situation was the same as before. The essence beasts were powerful, and they would continue to have an advantage for a long time. Boom, boom, boom. In the 5th year, loud rumbling sounds could be heard from the divine tomb. The loud sound reverberated above the divine beast continent and saintly spirit continent, and everyone could hear it. In a swamp, a few people rushed into the sky. The divine tomb is open. Ah, I'm here. Further away, in an underground cave abode, a seated hierarch opened his eyes. It's finally open. I can't get what I couldn't get the last time. The hierarch stood up, took a step, and disappeared without a trace. In the You and Me world, huge warships passed through the You and Me power and rushed into the Divine Beast continent. This time, our target is the 7th level of the Divine Tomb. Whoever dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. When these warships entered the Divine Beast continent, the Essence Beasts did not dare to stop them. This was because the insignia on the warships indicated that they came from the You and Me world. The Divine Tomb is finally open. In Senfu, Lin Fei also walked out. After waiting for 5 years, it was finally open. Go and control the Senfu to enter the Divine Tomb. Lin Fei's voice landed in Panjian's ears. Then, a jingguang entered her forehead. Xiaohua, support from the side. Before Panjian and Huofeng could react, their surroundings changed. They arrived at a central control hub, and the scene in front of them was an eye-opener. Chapter 32-33. The tomb of the original God of God had opened. The eye-catching and domineering tomb of the original God of God had opened a huge portal. There were a total of 9 such portals scattered in all directions. Everyone could enter the first floor of the tomb of the original God of God from each portal. The only difference was that the interior of the tomb of the original God of God was filled with dangers. Each portal had a different entry point and a different risk factor. Even those who had been to the tomb of the original God of God could not guarantee their safety every time they entered. If it was really that safe, the tomb of the original God of God left behind by a peak ultimate God would not be that simple. Every time the tomb of the original God of God was opened, risks and opportunities coexisted. The first to rush in were the 3 great divine clans. The 3 great divine clans were the most powerful existences. Each clan chose a portal to enter, and the 10 great royal clans followed closely after them. No one dared to enter before them, unless they did not want to stay in the Beast Divine Continent. The 10 great royal clans led their generals and entered through the portal. Compared to the royal clans outside, 9 portals could not be entered so quickly. The major castellans from the You and Me world arrived at the scene. The royal clans were not surprised to see the castellans from the You and Me world. Although they were humans, they were different from the Beast Divine Continent's humans and could not be easily dealt with. Those castellans had peak ultimate gods behind them. The Beast Divine Continent's royal clans dared not offend them, but they would not try to please them either. They were in a position of peace with each other. It was different in the tomb of the original God of God. Even if there were peak ultimate gods behind them, it was normal for something to happen in the tomb of the original God of God. Generally, there would not be a life and death situation. The peak ultimate god's reputation was still important. Of course, why not? Lin Fei had been preparing since the movement in the tomb of the original God of God. Lin Fei did not care at all about killing 100,000 meta beasts. He was not worried that the royal clans would take action again. Anyone with a brain would continue to be entangled in this matter. There was no need. Over the past few years, Lin Fei had gained a lot of prestige, which made him feel refreshed. For example, the Senfu castle that was bought with tens of billions of prestige had recovered 1/3 of its prestige after killing 100,000 meta beasts. And now, it was time to reap some prestige. But I heard that in the tomb of the gods of Yuangu, nothing can be brought into it except the person, such as our Senfu. Huofeng said cautiously. Those were the rules set by the original divinity, and no one was allowed to break them. If I say it's possible, it's possible. Lin Fei snorted. Charge. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to Panjian. At this time, Panjian had already mastered Senfu's manipulation methods. He couldn't figure out why that brat from the barbarian tribe would let him control the Senfu. Only after mastering the knowledge in her mind did she realize how powerful Senfu was. Panjian also knew that the attack that easily killed 100,000 meta beasts was called the Super Infinite Cannon. That black ribbon-like thing was actually a special existence that could absorb all attacks and convert them into energy. Panjian had seen Senfu before. Back then, the human race also had Senfu, but compared to the one in front of her, It was completely weak. If the human race had such a Senfu back then, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament, and she wouldn't have been captured. This Senfu was too powerful. The Senfu moved. It soared into the sky. It rushed toward one of the portals. The moment this immortal abode moved, the Essence Beast powerhouses all noticed it. The battle generals also noticed it. People in front, listen up. Those who don't seem to be dead, scram to the side. Don't blame me for not reminding everyone. This was Lin Fei's voice. It was transmitted through the immortal abode, so everyone could hear it clearly. What is that brat trying to do? Doesn't he know that the tomb of the gods of Yuangu doesn't allow any spatial treasures to enter? He's really crazy. The Senfu charged through the air at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Some meta beasts who couldn't dodge in time were smashed into a bloody mist by the Senfu. Among them, several warlords were also smashed into a bloody mist. Those who didn't want to give way were all scared out of their wits. Crazy, crazy. Was this brat planning to fight the royal family to the end? After all, some of the meta beasts just now belonged to the royal family. The immortal abode crashed all the way over, and those essence beast powerhouses suffered a calamity. None of them could withstand the Senfu's charge. As the controller, Panjian felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Ever since she was captured, she never thought that she would have a chance to kill the meta beasts again. Now she did it, and it was a complete and absolute suppression. For a moment, Panjian couldn't figure out what this brat was trying to do. Fortunately, Panjian knew what she had to do now. She had to smash them to death. Only then would she be able to vent the anger in her heart. At the start, Panjian only dared to charge straight ahead. Later on, she started to control the direction and charge along a certain range. She was very careful. Until that person didn't say anything, Panjian didn't listen and attacked. Corpses were everywhere outside. This brat deserves to die. He doesn't put the royal family in his eyes at all. He killed over 10 warlords just now. He's too crazy. The meta beasts in the distance didn't dare to go forward. That brat was a lunatic. He controlled the Senfu to kill people. To think that he would do such a thing. Didn't he know that this was the beast god continent? How could a mere brat withstand the royal family's rage? Alright, stop playing around. Lin Fei's calm voice fell into Panjian's ears. Panjian hurriedly corrected her position and moved closer to the door. She didn't know why, but she felt grateful to this brat disciple. Pay 5 billion prestige points for ignoring the rules. Using the ignoring rules. When it got close to the door, an invisible force pressed down. A thin special barrier appeared on the Senfu's body. In front of everyone's eyes, the immortal's abode swayed and actually rushed into the tomb of the original god of sin, blinding everyone outside. The city lords who rushed over were also dumbfounded. It was as if they were seeing things. How is this possible? The Senfu actually charged in. Did the rules change? The original god's tomb was filled with danger. If they had a warship with strong defenses, they could avoid a lot of trouble. It wasn't that no one had ever successfully entered. Charge in. A city lord was overjoyed. He controlled the warship and charged over. If the rules were wrong or invalid, wouldn't they be in luck? The warship slammed into the door, and a huge force came crashing down. The huge warship was instantly destroyed by an invisible force, and the experts on the warship were also out of luck. What the hell? Those who didn't believe it tried, but the result was the same. The invisible force blocked their warship. Chapter 32-34. Just as everyone was cursing in unison, Panjian controlled Senfu to rush into the tomb of the original god of God. The repulsive force was completely resolved. Senfu passed through the barrier and landed on the first level of the tomb of the original god of God. Boom! This was a space filled with a dark aura. After Senfu entered the tomb of the original god of God, it encountered a terrifying gravitational force. The huge Senfu directly smashed down, and some of the moving meta beasts were smashed into pieces on the spot. This is the tomb of the original god of God. Lin Fei inspected the tomb of the original god of God. The huge space was filled with a dark aura. The sun couldn't be seen. It wasn't completely dark, just gloomy and oppressive. The location of the immortal mansion was temporarily a swamp. Now that half of Senfu was submerged in the mud, Lin Fei, who was in Senfu, could clearly feel the strong gravitational force on Senfu. Hua hua hua! There was movement in the swamp. Large groups of meta-beasts gathered. But compared to the meta-beasts of the beast god continent, these meta-beasts that moved over were more rigid, as if they had lost their spirituality. These are mechanical meta-beasts. This wasn't said by Lin Fei, but by Panjian. Lin Fei came to the control center. You said these are mechanical meta-beasts? Panjian hurriedly lowered her head. Yes, mechanical meta-beasts. Rumor has it that Divinity Yuanzhu brought them back from another continent. It is said that Divinity Yuanzhu placed the refining method of mechanical meta-beasts on the highest level. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the tomb of the original god of God. But now, the appearance of mechanical meta-beasts made him interested in another continent. These weren't things that ordinary people could refine. Could it be that technology is popular in the third continent? Lin Fei pondered. With a cursory glance, he knew that the mechanical meta-beasts weren't made crudely. The method was very clever. The mechanical meta-beasts were engraved with formation patterns, which weren't simple at all. Let's go to the second floor. Lin Fei sat down beside him. Master, I heard that mechanical elemental beasts are quite valuable. Do you want to catch some? Woofing asked. We can't even withstand a single blow. I'll pay 10 billion prestige points for the anti-gravity barrier. Gravity defense shield successfully exchanged, in use. The surface of Senfu's shield changed. The crushing gravitational force from before had completely disappeared. Panjian originally wanted to say that the tomb of the god of sin had gravity, so she couldn't control the Senfu at all. However, in the next second, the Senfu was successfully controlled. It rose into the air and crashed into a large group of mechanical elemental beasts. Wherever the Senfu went, the mechanical elemental beasts were all turned into a pile of scrap metal. The swamp was huge. Without the suppression of gravity, the Senfu charged forward, crashing into everything it saw. After leaving the swamp, Lin Fei could see the high mountains and flowing water. What is that? Apart from this, the most obvious thing was that there was actually a stairway that appeared between heaven and earth. It didn't seem far, but Lin Fei knew that it was very far away. It felt like the Great Hope Mountain was a dead horse. That is the entrance to the second floor of the tomb of the god of sin. It is said that there are a large number of mechanical elemental beasts guarding the stairway. They are very powerful, and there are even guardians. Every time the tomb of the god of sin opens, everyone will work together to attack the guardians. Apart from this method, it is said that we can also hunt mechanical elemental beasts. They have the stairway keys on them. As long as we have the stairway keys, we can easily go up. Panjian said. Lin Fei didn't know much about the tomb of the god of sin. He was only here to raise his prestige. The royal races of the divine beast continent were all gathered here. If Lin Fei didn't come here to raise his prestige, he would be a big fool. This was the fastest place to get exposed. Since we can see the first floor of the stairway, let's just go straight there. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and instructed, "Oh right, bring more mechanical elemental beasts over." Panjian and Feng Huo were both shocked. What was going on? It was a huge bug for a Senfu to appear in the tomb of the god of sin. Now, the tomb of the god of sin could not repel Senfu at all. Lin Fei's use of reputation to exchange for skills wasn't just for show. He could use it anywhere he went. It was safe and foolproof. Senfu turned into a giant and pushed forward. A loud rumbling sound spread out. The huge commotion attracted a large number of mechanical elemental beasts. It was unknown what method the tomb of the god of sin used to create such a large number of mechanical elemental beasts. Lin Fei deliberately let Senfu make a commotion to attract countless mechanical elemental beasts. Behind the Senfu, there was a black mass of mechanical elemental beasts. Lin Fei allowed the mechanical elemental beasts to attack as he was accumulating energy. After all, the super infinity cannon required energy, and the attacks of a large number of mechanical elemental beasts could be converted into a large amount of energy. It could be said that as long as the mechanical elemental beasts were behind him, Lin Fei's Senfu would not have to worry about not having enough energy to attack the enemy. The immortal mansion flew leisurely and soon became the leader of the group. On a mountain far away, dozens of soul beasts killed hundreds of mechanical elemental beasts and captured dozens of them alive. Our luck is not bad. We obtained a few mechanical elemental beasts, and their quality is not bad. Everyone keep it up. The dozens of soul beasts were in a good mood and killed hundreds of mechanical elemental beasts without any casualties. It could be considered a good start. What's that? Wait, it looks like a Senfu. Why does it look so familiar? One of the soul beasts suddenly saw the scene in the distance, and his eyes widened. He couldn't even speak properly. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, but the scene still appeared in front of him. The other soul beasts also turned around. After seeing this scene, they also widened their eyes and were momentarily speechless. Damn, isn't that the barbarian brat Senfu? Yes, I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Didn't they say that Senfu couldn't enter? How did his Senfu enter? What the hell? This is unbelievable. This Senfu was still fresh in everyone's memory. But at this moment, they could no longer remain calm. A Senfu had entered the tomb of the gods. Wait, look behind you. Another One Origin beast expert pointed behind him, his entire body trembling. Previously, they were only paying attention to the Senfu and didn't pay attention to the situation behind them. But now, the scene behind them was truly too frightening. How many mechanical elemental beasts are there? It seems like we can't break through the Senfu. Something big is going to happen. The 10 royal clans and the 3 god clans are going to have a headache. The barbarians might be rising. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. Chapter 32-35. The Senfu continued on its way. The meta-beast powerhouses, royal disciples, and generals on the first level of the tomb of the god of sin saw this scene and looked as if they had seen a ghost. No one dared to approach it. The countless mechanical elemental beasts formed a black mass, and anyone who saw it would lose their confidence. However, under the attack of so many mechanical beasts, the Senfu was unscathed and flew forward smoothly. Even if the mechanical beasts tried to stop it, they could not stop the Senfu from crushing it. Who can tell me what's going on? How did the barbarian fairy's Senfu get in? Did he break the setup left by the divine Lord Yuanju? This is unbelievable. Did anyone notice? This brat from the barbarian tribe is too evil. He brought a large number of mechanical beasts over. When we reach the first level of the stairway to heaven, I reckon everyone will have a headache. Shameless. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the Senfu, looked at the contribution value with a bright smile on his face. I don't believe that the meta-beast powerhouses will not pay attention to such a scene. He had gained a lot along the way. The impact of the Senfu was greater than Lin Fei had imagined. The mechanical beasts behind him exerted a terrifying influence. Anyone who saw them would be afraid. As they approached the first level of the stairway to heaven, the number of mechanical beasts began to increase, and the front became densely packed. The tomb of the god of sin was not a joke. Fire the cannons and blast them. The number of mechanical beasts ahead increased. Lin Fei did not care about this. With the energy provided by the mechanical beasts behind him, there was nothing that could not be destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light landed on the mechanical beasts in front of them. Clatter, clatter. The mechanical beasts were destroyed along the way. The Senfu also advanced bit by bit on the stairway to heaven. When the powerful beings of the meta-beasts in the distance saw this scene, all of their eyes turned red with jealousy and envy. Who could possibly pass through the first level so easily? There was no one like that. This was the reason why the tomb of the god of sin had always been difficult. Damn it, he actually relied on the Senfu to enter. On a distant mountain, Celestial Tiger cursed as he watched Senfu get closer and closer to the entrance of the stairway. As a disciple of the royal family, he had threatened the brat of the barbarian tribe, saying that he would kill him in the tomb of the god of sin. But now, it turned out to be empty talk. Apart from that, there was also a deep sense of fear. The Senfu became very dazzling. If even the mechanical elemental beasts couldn't break through, Wouldn't it be very easy for them to reach the 6th floor, or even the 7th floor? Even if you go up, the high-level ultimate gods from the 10 royal clans won't let you do as you wish. Hu Tianren sneered. Let's take this opportunity to find a way up. Anger was anger. Heavenly Tiger also realized that this was an opportunity. Senfu attracted the firepower. If he were to ascend the stairway now, it would be much easier than usual. Hu Tianren wasn't the only one with this idea. Almost all the royal family disciples had the same thought, and so did the generals. It would be a pity not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. Guardian. Lin Fei saw the Guardian. It was a mechanical elemental beast a few hundred meters tall. Its entire body was made up of mechanical devices and was extremely huge. Anyone could feel the pressure and danger just by standing there. It was the guardian of the tomb of the god of Sin's 1st floor. It's really huge, but it's a pity that its strength is only SOSO. Lin Fei took a glance and judged its strength. It was a mid-level ultimate god. As for why it became a guardian, it probably had some secret killer move. This did not affect Lin Fei at all. Continue to attack. The Senfu kept using the super infinity cannon. The mechanical elemental beasts were constantly being torn into pieces. The guardian also moved and looked like a human. It grabbed with one hand and was instantly attacked by the super infinity cannon. The hand was shaken off. This defense is not bad. No wonder it can become a guardian. With a probing attack, Lin Fei knew the guardian's ability. It was actually immune to a part of the damage. In addition to its special metal structure, the guardian was indeed qualified to guard. Don't stop. The guardian's ability was not bad, but it was still a far cry from the Senfu's super infinity cannon. With countless mechanical elemental beasts attacking with sufficient energy, the guardian's continuous attacks could not stop the Senfu's advance. The super infinity cannon's continuous attacks had pushed the guardian's huge body back. How could it stop the Senfu? The people at the back finally saw how powerful the Senfu was. The 100,000 elemental beasts did not die in vain. Even if there were 1 million or 10 million elemental beasts, the result would still be the same. Didn't they see the guardian being tortured? That barbarian kid is really lucky. It would be great if I had a Senfu like this. That was what most people thought. In the end, the guardian could not stop Lin Fei's Senfu from entering the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor. It was also Panjian's first time coming to the divine tomb. She had never thought it would be so easy. The countless mechanical elemental beasts and the guardian that could hardly cause any damage were not easy to break through. However, they passed through easily and at the same time, saw the 2nd floor of the divine tomb. It was almost the same as the previous floor. The mechanical elemental beasts were also much stronger and more dangerous. However, it did not affect Lin Fei at all. Charge all the way down. Lin Fei asked the little devil to scan the floor. There was nothing good. Mechanical elemental beasts? Lin Fei really did not like them. The 2nd floor of the divine tomb. The 3rd floor of the divine tomb. The 4th floor of the divine tomb. The Senfu displayed a terrifying power. They went down one floor at a time. In the blink of an eye, they reached the 6th floor. Lin Fei did not stop for the first 5 floors, but it still took him more than 10 years. It was an extremely fast speed. The 6th floor was obviously different. It was like a different world. They are from the royal clan and the divine clan. Panjian's eyes were murderous. The 6th floor was different from the previous floors. It was filled with floating platforms surrounded by darkness with ultimate gods standing on each platform. At that moment, their eyes swept over and their faces were filled with horror. They were all high-level ultimate gods. The most powerful forces in the Beast Divine continent were all here. In addition, there were also city lords from the You and Me world. They all had a look of disbelief on their faces. Hello everyone, I hope I'm not late. Lin Fei's voice was heard. It's that barbarian kid. How did Senfu come in? It's impossible. Did he crack the secret of the divine tomb? Chapter 32-36. On the 6th floor of the tomb of the gods of Yuanfu. Gathered here were the leaders of the 10 royal clans, the 3 celestial clans, and the various city lords of the You and Me world. But now, A Senfu had appeared on the 6th floor without any warning. It was absolutely unbelievable, and no one could accept this scene. Who had entered the tomb of the gods of Yuanfu with the help of a Senfu? They had worked themselves to death to come up here and risked all kinds of dangers. It was not as easy as coming up with a Senfu. The appearance of the Senfu was a huge blow to them. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Since when could a barbarian race boy be on par with them? What the hell? Lin Fei also appeared in the sky above the Senfu and waved to everyone with a smile. This scene was very awkward in everyone's eyes. Who would dare to say that a mysterious barbarian race boy had appeared out of nowhere? At the beginning, they knew about the barbarian race boy and didn't pay much attention to him. In the Divine Beast continent, the barbarian race was always at the bottom of the hierarchy. Soon, they would be able to enter the Divine Beast continent. But at this moment, they couldn't be too indifferent. The barbarian race boy had brought them a huge shock. Since when could a Senfu come up here? Had the rules of the tomb of the gods of Yuanfu been broken? Boom! Just as everyone was pondering how to deal with the barbarian race boy, the Senfu had opened fire. Yes, it had opened fire. The cannon first expanded a few times, and then hundreds of light balls flew out and instantly landed on one of the floating platforms. The elemental beasts on the platform were caught off guard. The energy of the light balls exploded on their bodies and tore them into pieces. One after another, the elemental beasts on the platform were torn apart and killed one by one. The power of the hundreds of light balls was like a rapid flood that killed 2/3 of the elemental beasts on the platform. It wasn't until a shield appeared on the platform that the remaining elemental beasts escaped death. This scene shocked all the elemental beasts on the platform. F***CK, the barbarian race boy is crazy. That's the Beiming royal race, one of the top 5 royal races. How dare that boy open fire? Bastard, this is provoking us, the 10 king clans. Quick, activate the barrier. It'll be bad if it happens again. This brat from the barbarian tribe is crazy. Hurry up and use your enchantment treasures. He even dares to attack a member of the royal tribe. He must be exterminated immediately. Senfu's attack was unexpected. Everyone was shocked, and one by one, they entered a state of alert. In their eyes, that brat from the Senfu was a complete lunatic. He had actually dared to attack the Beeman royal clan under such circumstances. Moreover, he had attacked the Beeman royal clan, which was ranked in the top 5. This was the Beeman royal clan that specialized in strength. But now, 2/3 of their experts were killed by a brat from the barbarian tribe on the 6th level of the Tomb of the God of Sin. The experts of the Beeming royal family were all staring at each other. Were we bombarded just now? As one of the 10 great royal clans, the Beeman royal clan had never suffered such a huge loss. They were directly beaten into a stupefied state. Brat of the barbarian tribe, you're courting death. The leader of the Beeman royal clan this time was a high-level elder, who was an 8th stage ultimate god expert. His body suddenly expanded, and his fists were like hammers that slammed across the sky. At this moment, the Beeman royal clan was completely enraged. In the central control center of Senfu, I really couldn't control myself. In the control center, Panjian lowered her head. Even so, it was difficult for her to conceal the cold killing intent on her face. At this moment, she did not dare to face Lin Fei. Huofeng hurriedly dissociated herself. Master, I didn't do it. It was this little girl. She definitely did it on purpose. Let me eat her. Look at her. She just attacked the top 5 Beeman royal clan. She has provoked a strong enemy for Master. Lin Fei kicked Huofeng. All you know is to eat. If you say something like this again, I will kick you to death and barbecue you. I heard that it tastes good when cuffed. Huofeng shrank her nose and laughed dryly. Master, don't misunderstand. I was just joking. I hate eating people the most. Tell me what happened. Lin Fei really did not care about the Beeman royal clan. Panjian knew that she had caused a huge disaster. Just now, she really couldn't control her desire to kill them all. In the end, she really killed 2/3 of the Beeman royal clan experts. The feeling of destroying the past with violence was too good. Senfu's attack power was stronger than she had imagined. The Beeman royal clan's physical body could not withstand such an attack. Panjayan let out a long sigh of resentment. They killed my relatives. Panjayan was prepared. Hand me over. Lin Fei could see the killing intent on Panjayan. It was the killing intent of a blood feud. At this moment, the Beeman royal family member also made his move. His body, which wasn't very tall at first, shook his body and became 300 feet tall, just like a small giant. His hands were like hammers, smashing onto Senfu. The huge Senfu only shook a little under the attack of the Beeman royal family. Motherf **Ker, how dare you smash my Senfu? Blast it! Lin Fei was furious. With one strike, the Senfu suffered some casualties. What are you standing there for? Panjayan was stunned. She turned around, but Huofeng, who was beside her, was quick-witted. Master told you to attack. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Ugh. Panjayan was delighted and immediately controlled the super infinity cannon. Boom boom boom. The muzzle of the cannon turned, and a ball of light burst out. The Beeman royal family's high-level ultimate god was shocked when he failed to smash the Senfu with his hands. The Senfu's defense was so strong that it could withstand his attack. When he wanted to attack again, the super infinity cannon came. One shot after another, all of them locked onto the Beeman royal family's high-level ultimate god. The Beeman royal family's high-level ultimate god was also domineering. With the Beeman royal family's strong defense and power, he did not care about a mere Senfu's attack. The high-level ultimate god experts kept throwing punches. He increased his speed to the limit. Only a series of fist shadows were left attacking the ball of light. Each ball of light exploded and turned into a stream of light that hit the Beeman royal family's body. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30, 50. The Beeman royal family's high-level ultimate god's huge body began to shake and began to retreat. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His speed was getting faster and faster. Soon, he was able to put some distance between himself and the Beeman royal family. No matter how the Beeman royal family's high-level ultimate god changed his position, he could not get close to the Senfu. Instead, his body was burning with pain. Why is the Senfu so powerful? The Beeman royal family's elder Meng can't take it anymore. That brat from the barbarian clan has obtained a powerful treasure. I really don't know what kind of luck he has. Those meta-beast experts on the platform secretly felt their hearts sink. The situation was not looking good. As for helping, they did not have the guts to do so. It was not a good thing to offend the Beeman royal family. Chapter 32-37. As soon as Lin Fei said that, everyone from the Beeman royal family was greatly agitated. Was this an accident? Who would believe that? It was intentional. It was definitely intentional. How dare this barbarian brat say that? Did he really think everyone was a 3-year-old child? How could he not see what was going on? Shameless, too shameless. Everyone immediately labeled the barbarian brat as shameless. They did not know why he dared to say such a thing. Ultimate God Meng Qi was one of the high-level ultimate gods from the Beeman royal clan who was leading the team. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Blue veins were bulging on his body, making him look extremely ferocious and terrifying with boundless hostility surging. It was a direct provocation. Barbarian brat, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Our Beeman royal family will definitely destroy all the barbarians behind you. Ultimate God Meng Qi was furious as he had never seen such a shameless brat who dared to say such words. Lin Fei laughed. Anyway, that's my explanation. As for whether you believe it or not, that's your own business. As for whether you want to continue attacking the Immortals' mansion, I don't care, as long as you can break it. It was Ultimate God Meng Qi's first time seeing such a shameless brat. Was that an explanation? It was obvious that he did not take the Beeman royal family seriously. Barbarian brat, are you trying to go against our royal family? A high-level ultimate god from the Lion Man tribe said in a hostile tone. The Lion Man tribe and the Beeman royal family had a good relationship. It was normal for them to speak up for them. Attack the Lion Man tribe. Lin Fei said to Panjayan. Panjayan could not figure out what the barbarian brat wanted to do, but she was more than willing to kill the 10 great royal clans experts with the help of Senfu. Boom, boom, boom. The super infinite cannon changed its direction and blasted on the Lion Man tribe's platform. The Lion Man tribe experts were immediately attacked. Even though they were prepared, the light sphere's attack still made them feel great pressure and threat. Bastard, stop. The ultimate god expert from the Lion Man tribe was also a level 7 ultimate god. His name was Shirhuosheng. At that moment he was controlling his treasure and withstanding the light ball's attack. However, he could still see the experts on the platform falling to the ground. Heh, didn't you say that I'm an enemy of the royal family? Since you've said so, wouldn't I disappoint you if I don't satisfy you? Lin Fei laughed. I'm a person who treats everyone equally. I won't discriminate. Enjoy. Lion Husheng coughed up blood. How could you believe what I said? I really wanted to give myself a tight slap. Brother Meng, you attack the Senfu, and I will distract them. Today, we must capture this brat and teach him a lesson he will never forget. Don't forget about the barbarians behind him. Hierarch Lionfire transmitted his voice to Hierarch Monkey. Alright. The Beeman royal family's supreme divinity Meng Qi, who had transformed into a giant, was actually quite afraid of the Qi's attack just now. Now that the cannons were gone, he had absolute confidence that he could tear apart the Immortal Mansion's defense and capture the brat from the Immortal Mansion. Master, be careful. The Beeman royal family is too powerful. Our Senfu, Hofeng said worriedly. That was because the high-level ultimate god from the Beeman royal family had attacked again. It doesn't matter. He can't break through the Senfu. What a joke. It would be a failure if the tens of billions of Senfu's prestige could be easily broken through. This time, Hierarch Meng Qi used 100% of his strength. His height increased by another 10 feet as he punched the Holy Realm abode heavily. However, the difference between this time and the last time was completely different. Hierarch Monkey's punch seemed to have landed on cotton. It was soft and the huge force could not land on the Senfu as it disappeared into thin air. Again! A strange look flashed across Hierarch Monkey's face. He punched again. He crazily attacked the Senfu. Those observing leaders finally had to face the reality that the barbarian kid had manipulated the Senfu and became the big dark horse in the tomb of the gods of Yuangu. Yes, the big dark horse. My Senfu is very strong. Attack slowly and don't stop. Anyway, the Beeman royal family's greatest strength is power. Lin Fei looked at Hierarch Monkey with a smile. Strong? Hierarch Monkey did not believe his opponent's words. Was he trying to fool him? Don't even think about it. In front of the Beeman royal family, the Senfu and its buildings would all turn into ruins. He did not know where the barbarian kid got the Senfu in front of him. How dare he pretend to be mysterious and say it was strong in front of him? Didn't that mean the Beeman royal family was too weak? Hierarch Monkey's attacks were getting faster and faster. Everyone on the platform could feel the terrifying power of the Beeman royal family with every punch. That kind of power was frightening. In the Beast Divine continent, the Beeman royal family, the Golden War God clan, and the Giant clan were the strongest. In terms of strength, no one could beat them. While Hierarch Monkey was attacking the Senfu, Lion Husheng, who was on the other side, felt great pressure. Balls of attacks exploded one after another, and the power that was stirred up made him feel great fear. It was fine at first, but as time passed, he gradually could not bear it anymore. That kind of power could actually penetrate. Even the defense of the treasures could not withstand the penetration of the balls of light. Wave after wave fell on their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. The experts of the Lion Man clan in the treasures were constantly exploding and screaming. In the face of the penetrating power, even the experts of the Beeman royal family could not withstand it, let alone the Lion Man clan, whose defense and power were slightly inferior. It was a completely one-sided situation. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lion Husheng could not hold on any longer. 1/3 of the experts had died, and the rest were not any better. All of them had injuries on their bodies. The thunderstorm is coming. Suddenly, a dark cloud floated in front of them. This dark cloud was boundless, and the sky and earth instantly darkened. At the same time, a dangerous aura swept out, making one's heart palpitate. When Hierarch Monkey, who was originally attacking, saw the floating dark cloud, his expression immediately changed. He immediately retreated and returned to the platform with a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. The thunderstorm is coming. Let's see how you block it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the platform, layers of defense appeared one after another. That dark cloud then brought down storms one after another. These storms set off a huge black vortex with thunder roaring in the vortex. Anyone who saw it would feel fear. That thing had yet to descend, but everyone's expression changed. Master, it seems that the original tomb of the god of sin test is coming. Bufeng said loudly. What should we do now? I seem to smell the scent of death. The thunderstorm came very quickly. Lin Fei glanced at it. The number of thunderstorms that spread out was more than 100. Each of them formed a black vortex that came in a mighty manner. Good timing. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 32-38. Thunderstorm. It was one of the tests on the 6th floor of the tomb of the god of sin. It was also a special kind of test. The tomb of the god of sin left by a top-level ultimate god was not easy to break through. After so many years, the experts from the Beast Divine continent could only reach the 6th floor. It showed how difficult the tomb of the god of sin was. A large black whirlpool swept over. Thunderbolts also fell. The forces on the platform activated their treasures to resist the attack of the thunderstorm. It was not the first time for the big forces to come here. They knew very well how to resist the thunderstorm. As long as nothing went wrong, there would not be much danger. The thunderstorm came very fast. The world suddenly darkened. Thunderbolts whizzed and landed in the area. The treasures played a great role. Shields of different colors opened up and withstood the waves of attacks. While everyone was resisting the thunderstorm, they did not forget to pay attention to the barbarian boys Senfu. No one knew better than them that on the 6th floor of the tomb of the god of sin, one would be immediately eliminated if one was not on the platform. The thunderstorm in the sky seemed to have sensed the existence of the immortal abode. Lightning bolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came crashing down on the immortal abode. In an instant, the immortal abode was submerged in lightning. Haha, how dare the barbarian boy act so presumptuously here? The rules left by the ultimate god of sin are not to be trifled with. Divine Master Meng Shin sneered with cold eyes. What a pity for the Senfu. This immortal manner was something that even Hierarch Meng Qi would covet. For it to be able to withstand his power, this immortal manner was definitely different from the rest. Under the cloud storm, nothing could withstand the attack. On the platform on the Lion Man tribe's side, Lion Husheng was overjoyed to see the thunderstorm coming. The difficult situation was finally over. It was worth it to help the beaming royal family to contain the barbarian boy's Senfu. The only pity was that the Senfu was about to be destroyed and he could not deal with the barbarian boy himself. When the thunderstorm covered the area, Lion Husheng, who thought the pressure would be relieved, had to face a cruel reality. Damn stuff. The Senfu's attack continued. His power had increased. Lion Husheng was coughing out blood. Coupled with the endless attacks from the thundercloud storm, the Lion Man race experts around him were falling one after another. Even the treasures that he had activated were on the verge of breaking down. It's impossible for his Senfu to last that long. Lion Husheng told everyone that they just needed to hold on a little longer. Once Senfu was defeated, their threat would disappear. 5 breaths, 10 breaths, 20 breaths. The experts on Lion Husheng's side had all fallen. Senfu's attacks did not stop. Expert of the Lion Man tribe, do you feel good? You asked for it, huh? Just when everyone thought that the barbarian brat Senfu was doomed, a loud and clear voice rang out once again. A huge ball of light shot out from the cannon of the Senfu. The area enveloped by the black vortex was mercilessly torn apart by the huge ball of light. It left a long trail behind as it charged towards Xing Shizeng's position. Seeing this, Lion Husheng's brows twitched. A terrifying threat loomed over him. Why didn't Senfu break? Facing this attack, Xing Shizeng completely lost his confidence. How could he block it? Barbarian brat, wait for the revenge of our Lion Man tribe. Xing Shizeng took out a scroll and tore it open. A ball of energy enveloped the remaining experts and tore the void apart. With a swoosh, they disappeared without a trace. The Lion Man tribe, one of the top 10 royal tribes, had left the 6th level of the tomb of the god of sin just like that. This situation greatly shocked the remaining 9 royal tribes. Being eliminated under such circumstances was really beyond everyone's expectations. That barbarian brat was too crazy. He even dared to attack the royal tribes. Was he really going to fight with them and be irreconcilable enemies? Beaming royal tribe, it's your turn. Boom, boom. As the voice rang out, the ball of light followed closely and smashed into the sky above the platform of the beaming royal tribe. The experts of the beaming royal tribe, who had just rejoiced for a while, were all dumbfounded. How could the Senfu withstand it? In the Senfu, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. This kind of attack came at the right time. Lin Fei's heart was filled with joy. He was 100% confident in the defense of the Senfu. The thunderstorm also came in time, providing a steady stream of attack energy for Lin Fei's Senfu. The energy attack that the Senfu could use became very abundant. Its power also increased. The Lion Man tribe really ran away fast. The attack speed of the super infinite cannon was not very fast. Although it could lock onto people, under the influence of the thunderstorm, it was normal for there to be a certain speed delay. Lin Fei was not surprised that the experts of the Lion Man tribe ran away. Lin Fei did not feel much about driving away a member of the royal tribe, but for Panjian, it was a very different feeling. She had personally driven the Lion Man tribe out of the tomb of the god of sin. What could be more exciting than this? It was no longer possible to come back after leaving the tomb of the god of sin. The Lion Man tribe had suffered a great loss this time. They had missed an opportunity to grow stronger. The Beast Divine continent had many meta-beast forces, especially those who were infinitely close to the royal tribe. Once they obtained treasures this time, their strength would improve greatly, and they might even be able to oust the royal tribe. Panjian secretly glanced at this barbarian guy and silently said in her heart, "Thank you." If it weren't for this barbarian, Panjian would never have believed that there would be a day when she would be able to attack. Although it was not by force, the feeling of killing them was too good. What is he trying to do? Uncontrollably, Panjian could not help but have a doubt. This was the most unfathomable person. That was the royal tribe. Did he not care about the revenge of the royal tribe? Hierarch Meng Qi led the behemoth experts to resist the attack. Originally, the thunderstorm made them not dare to be distracted, but now with the attack of the Senfu, its power had increased a lot. Hierarch Meng Qi's face turned bitter. "Brat, are you planning to shed all pretense of cordiality with our behemoth royal tribe?" Hierarch Meng Qi roared. "I can't hold on any longer." Under the intensive bombardment of the cannons, even the physical defense of the behemoth royal tribe seemed to be very strenuous and on the verge of collapse. Lin Fei laughed and said, "Who said that he wanted to destroy me just now? But you can't hold on anymore? Hey, you are the behemoth royal tribe. Why can't you hold on anymore?" The experts on the platform rolled their eyes when they heard this. Who could resist such an attack? Hierarch Meng Qi knew that he was in big trouble. Chapter 32-39. The elimination of the Lion Man tribe was really beyond everyone's expectations. The competition between the 10 great royal tribes was very intense. But this time, besides anger, there was even a trace of schadenfreude. They were naturally angry about the barbarian tribe's unruly behavior. This was a challenge to the royal tribe's hierarchy. They had to suppress the barbarian tribe's situation and let him know how powerful the royal tribe's influence was. But now they were hesitating. The Lion Man tribe was eliminated just like that. It seemed that it would be the Beeman royal tribe's turn soon. That was one of the top 5 royal tribes. If the Beeman royal tribe was eliminated, it meant that they were disqualified. So if they interfered, would they face the barbarian tribe's revenge? In their opinion, the Lion Man tribe and the Beeman royal tribe were both taken revenge by the barbarian tribe. Especially the Lion Man tribe, because they were close to the Beeman royal tribe. In the end, they were the first to be disqualified. Should they speak up to defend the Beeman royal tribe? This was something that they had to consider. Should they let the barbarian tribe continue to behave atrociously, or should they work together to suppress the barbarian tribe? There were both advantages and disadvantages. In the center of the platform, the experts on the platform were completely different from the 10 great royal tribes. The aura they emitted was different, and there was only one person activating the treasure. The rest of the people all stood within different expressions on their faces, completely different from the royal family's expression. What a barbarian tribe kid. He really gave us a wonderful performance. He was not afraid of the thunderstorm. What an eye-opener. The one who spoke was a middle-aged meta-beast expert. He had a faint smile on his face, as if the scene in front of him was insignificant. He is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that the supreme divinity would never have thought that one day the rules would be broken by a barbarian tribe kid. Do you think we should rope in the barbarian tribe kid? The two people who spoke looked at an old man not far away. Let's see. On the platform was the undying celestial tribe of the 3 great celestial tribes. In the divine beast continent, the 3 great celestial tribes were the undying celestial tribe, the ancient ape celestial tribe, and the breaking sun celestial tribe. These 3 great celestial tribes were all special races. The 10 great royal tribes were weak in front of them. In the divine beast continent, the 10 great royal tribes never dared to say anything. Every change in the royal family required the consent of the 3 great god clans. The strength of the 3 god clans was equal. There was no so-called number 1 god clan. Everyone's strength was at the same level, so it was almost impossible to distinguish who was the strongest. The other 2 Protoss were also staring at Senfu in the thunderstorm. Under the endless attacks, the Senfu wasn't damaged in the slightest. It withstood the attacks of the cloud storm and continued to release attacks, unceasingly attacking the Beaming royal clan. According to this situation, the Beaming royal family would soon be unable to hold on. The consumption was too great. Senfu's attacks did not stop for even a moment. That was the worst-case scenario. When Hierarch Meng Qi heard the barbarian kid's words, he felt terrible. Beg for mercy? A dignified member of the royal family had to beg for mercy from a lowly brat from the barbarian tribe? Wasn't this a slap to his face? We can't hold on any longer. The Immortal Mansion's attack has penetrated too deeply. Hierarch Meng Qi's voice reverberated in his ears. The beaming powerhouses on the platform were now in a state of exhaustion. Facing the double attack, they really couldn't bear it. Hierarch Meng Qi was really unwilling to leave the Tomb of the Gods in such a sorry state. It would take too long to wait for the Tomb of the Gods to open again. Are we really going to beg for mercy? Hierarch Meng Qi really couldn't think of any other way. As for asking for reinforcements, he believed that no one would help. The royal family couldn't wait for the beaming royal family to lose their qualification. The current situation was really terrible. Lin Fei wanted to build up his reputation in the Tomb of the Gods, so he naturally wasn't afraid of offending the 10 great royal families. As for the Protoss clan, they could temporarily wait. The first Lion Man had been chased out, and the first show of strength was successful. However, this wasn't enough for Lin Fei. He had to find another powerful one. The beaming royal family had won the prize. It would really be a pity if he didn't get rid of this top 5 royal family. Beaming royal family, have you thought it through? Lin Fei smiled and said, I'm giving you a chance. If you answer and beg for mercy, you might still be able to stand here. There was no need to mention how sullen Hierarch Meng Qi was. If he could, he really wanted to go up and smash the Senfu, drag out the barbarian kid in the Senfu, and beat him up. However, Hierarch Meng Qi couldn't do it now. Barbarian kid, you win. In this Tomb of the Gods of the Gods of the Gods, we, the beaming royal family, won't find trouble with you anymore. Wherever you appear, we will retreat. Is that good enough? Hierarch Meng Qi gritted his teeth and told himself that once he found an opportunity, he would definitely tear the barbarian kid into pieces. This kind of humiliation had to be washed away with the blood of the barbarian kid. Boom, boom. The Senfu was still attacking. It was only a matter of time before it collapsed. Lin Fei smiled and said, seeing that you've bowed down, I'll let this matter rest. Who asked the barbarians to be good people? Hierarch Meng Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the threat of the Senfu was gone, they could still withstand the attack of the thunderstorm. Hurry up and stop it. While Lin Fei was speaking, the Senfu's attacks were still falling on the protective shield on the platform. One wave after another, it didn't seem like it would stop. Barbarian kid, do you want to stop? Hierarch Meng Qi's expression was constantly changing as he roared at the barbarian kid from the Senfu. He was about to collapse. Oh, I'm really sorry about that. It's malfunctioning. I can't control it anymore. Panjian, who had been controlling it, really thought that it would stop. She didn't expect that it was just to fool the beaming royal family. She almost couldn't help but laugh. The beaming royal family will not rest until you die. The defense on the platform was instantly torn apart. The thunderstorm and the attack fell on the experts of the beaming royal family. In the blink of an eye, not a single expert of the beaming royal family was left, including Hierarch Meng Qi. I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean it. Lin Fei's voice echoed. Everyone rolled their eyes again. This was definitely intentional. First, he made the beaming royal family bow down, giving them hope, and then he destroyed them. This method was too vicious. I'm from the barbarian race, but I don't want to be enemies with everyone. However, if anyone really thinks that I'm easy to bully, I don't mind destroying both Jade and Stone together with you. It's not easy for the tomb of the god of sin to open. I hope everyone won't miss this opportunity. As for the beaming royal family and the Lion Man tribe, they asked for it. Lin Fei's voice fell in everyone's ears again. This time, everyone's expression was different. They really paid attention to this barbarian kid from the Senfu. Chapter 3240. At this time, no matter which royal family, they all understood one thing. This barbarian brat that appeared out of nowhere had strength that they couldn't ignore. Even if it was the might of Senfu, no one dared to ignore it. No one dared to ignore the brat. Even if they looked down on the brat's identity and strength, the brat who controlled Senfu couldn't help but take him seriously. With the Night Demon race being the first to express goodwill, the remaining royal families, after careful consideration, decided that at least before leaving the god tomb, they couldn't offend the brat. Joining hands and pressuring him was better. The Beeman royal family and the Lion Man race were examples. Some royal families didn't take the initiative to greet the Night Demon race, treating them indifferently. As for the Night Demon race, they couldn't do it. A brat didn't make them take the initiative to express goodwill. Among the 8 royal clans, only the Night Demon clan and the Demon Eye clan acknowledged the existence of the brute race. The 3 god races didn't do anything and didn't say anything. They all saw the power of Senfu. Who knew what other trump card Senfu had? It wasn't worth it to act rashly. Once that happened, it would be very disadvantageous to their current situation. They were sure that the brat wouldn't dare to act again. Driving away 2 royal family members in a row was already the limit. If he continued to attack, the royal family members would give up the opportunity to make the brat of the barbarian race suffer the consequences. At that time, the 3 god races would all act. The 3 god clans had never cared about the battles between the royal clans. They could do whatever they wanted. Even if 2 royal clans were kicked out, the 3 god clans wouldn't say anything. After all, the barbarian race was a part of the divine beast continent. This was something that couldn't be erased. Master, you're so amazing. Even the royal families lowered their heads. Fire Phoenix was worshipping him 10,000 times. Those were all royal families. Even the god races didn't say anything. Wolfgang didn't even dare to think about this before, afraid that the royal families would attack. This is nothing. If they really attack, I will let them know what regret is. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Prestige contributed a lot of prestige. Almost all of it was anger and unwillingness, killing intent filling the sky. This Titan tribe is interesting. Among the royal clans, the giants had the fewest contributions. They were even somewhat happy. This was completely different from the other royal clans. Haha, it seems like I've done a good deed indirectly. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he realized that apart from collecting prestige, Lin Fei could also distinguish between friend and foe. At least, in the current situation, the giant tribe didn't seem to hate him too much. As for the other 7 royal families, even the Night Demon race and Demon Eye race who took the initiative to express goodwill, they more or less hated him. And the 3 great celestial tribes? This one seems to be from the ancient ape celestial tribe. Why do they want to kill me so badly? I didn't even dig up their ancestral graves. When Lin Fei saw the string of numbers, he was secretly shocked. He could not understand it. It was normal for the royal families to hate him. But the ancient ape celestial tribe actually had higher numbers than the royal families. This was not normal no matter how he looked at it. Wait, I remember that the 3 great celestial tribes said that the ancient ape celestial tribe was the oldest among the 3 great celestial tribes. They valued hierarchy the most. They seemed to have a very high bloodline. This explains why. They are an old-fashioned tribe that looks down on the lowly bloodline of the barbarians. This time, Lin Fei finally understood. I have to be careful of the ancient ape celestial tribe in the future. They will definitely cause trouble. Lin Fei remembered the ancient ape celestial tribe. Yes, they were a large producer of grain. It's out. Hurry up. Don't miss the opportunity. The thunderstorm ended very quickly. After the thunderclouds in the sky disappeared, colorful balls of light appeared. There were about 12 of them, and they instantly scattered in all directions. The royal family meta beasts on the platform all tried to snatch them. Master, I know what this is. I heard that after the 6th level, once you pass the test, you will be rewarded by the original ultimate god. This must be it. Huofeng was excited. Panjian also remembered. As a human, she had no fate with the original god's tomb. She did not know much about the scene in front of her. I also heard that the reward is different every time. The 10 great royal clans and 3 great celestial tribes are so strong. It has a lot to do with the original god's tomb. Panjian was telling the truth. Many of the 10 great royal clans' powerful treasures came from the original god's tomb. The treasures left behind by a top ultimate god were not as simple as they seemed. Each of them had terrifying power. The human clan had suffered a lot because of these treasures. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, Panjian could feel the powerful aura emitted by these treasures. Treasures? Lin Fei smiled. I have to participate in such a good thing. Since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. Go all the way and grab them. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Lin Fei let Panjian control the Senfu and chased them all the way. The huge Senfu was on a rampage and its speed was no slower than those meta-beast ultimate gods. The royal family soon showed a helpless and unwilling expression. The Senfu was straightforward and left the royal family in an awkward position. Block in front of them? They directly collided. I'm sorry, Senfu doesn't know how to turn. Fly further next time. Hearing such words, the royal family could do nothing but be angry. Go up and fight? Whether they could break the defense of Senfu was one thing. If the next thunderstorm came, they might end up like the Beeman royal family. On the 6th floor of the god's tomb, there were a total of 10 waves of thunderstorm and each wave's power was different. They were really afraid that the barbarian brat would act recklessly. If that happened, their losses would be huge. For example, the Beeman royal family and the Lionman tribe had suffered huge losses this time. Their overall strength would be affected to a certain extent. The 10 great royal families knew that the god's tomb had good things. If they missed it once, the strength of the royal families would change greatly. In the face of the barbarian brat's unruly behavior, they could do nothing but be angry. They could only change their target and not compete with the barbarian brat. There was really no need to do that. Master, I got one. The Senfu could not only attack but also chase after treasures. It directly locked the position and shot the super infinite cannon, then took the opportunity to get the treasure. The Flame Phoenix grabbed onto the treasure happily. This seems to be a defensive treasure. Huofeng played with a small shield-like thing. Let's go grab another one. Lin Fei said with a smile. With 2 treasures, the rest of the royal family would not say anything. Chapter 3241. The 6th floor of the original tomb of the God of God was supposed to produce treasures. With Lin Fei riding on Senfu, the situation became completely different. Lin Fei, who had Senfu, was always successful in the 6th floor of the original tomb of the God of God. He would get 1 or 2 treasures after every thunderstorm. Even if he was unlucky, he would still get one. Lin Fei proved to everyone that the barbarian disciples were hot-tempered. However, Lin Fei had yet to touch their bottom line, so they could only turn a blind eye. On the other hand, they were very envious. They were able to snatch treasures every time. In the past, not every royal family could guarantee this. After the thunderstorm, the number of treasures was uncertain. Lin Fei had a harvest every time and was no less than the 3 great clans. The 3 great clans were above the 10 great royal clans. They dared not touch the treasures that the divine clans had their eyes on. Lin Fei's case was even simpler as they did not have the ability to break through the senfu. Although they disdained Lin Fei's behavior, there was nothing they could do. In senfu, Panjian and Hufeng were very good at snatching treasures. Every time a treasure appeared, they could identify the power of the treasure in a short period of time. The treasures they obtained were all very good. Master, the last wave is coming. Hufeng was full of excitement as he obtained a treasure to protect himself. It was a mid-level ultimate god treasure that could even withstand a few attacks from a high-level ultimate god. The treasures produced in the original tomb of the God of God were so powerful. The last wave was coming. The thunderstorm attacked. That was not a problem for the senfu. Instead, it increased a lot of attack energy. It was a pity that there was no target to attack for the time being. Lin Fei was not in a hurry as there would be a target sooner or later. It would be strange if the royal clan could bear with it. He represented the barbarians, a lowly existence. It was no less than snatching food from the tiger's mouth. The 10th thunderstorm passed. 3 streams of light appeared. Each stream of light represented a treasure. Compared to the last time, there were a few fewer treasures and only 3 appeared. The 3 god clans took the initiative to snatch the treasures in the flowing light. At the same time, they were very wary of the brute race kid in the immortal mansion. Until now, the brute race kid was like a mystery. The senfu kid did not make a move against those 3 treasures. Surprisingly, the senfu kid did not make a move against those 3 treasures. Out of everyone present, the only one who had the qualifications and strength to fight against the 3 god races was that brat from the barbarian race. With a tortoise shell and a domineering immortal abode, who would dare to underestimate him? The 3 god clans quickly snatched the 3 flowing light treasures. Their faces were filled with joy. Clearly, they were good items. At that moment, they looked at the senfu kid with a lot of good things. The barbarian kid knew his limits. Inside the immortal abode, Lin Fei smiled. Hee, if I don't make a move, they'll really think that I'm afraid. When I make a move at the crucial moment, I'll definitely be able to reap another harvest. After checking some contributions, Lin Fei's smile became even brighter. It's out. Panjian's mood had never been good. She would be very happy about anything that could make the 3 great clans and the 10 great royal clans unhappy. It was a pity that she could not make a move, otherwise, she would definitely let the 3 great clans experience what a crazy attack was like. Lin Fei looked out. A gigantic creature that was 3,000 meters tall appeared in the sky. If one were to calculate it, it would be 3,000 meters tall. It truly blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It was a bird-like existence. The ferocious aura swept over. Lin Fei stood in senfu. The senfu was also affected by the impact and actually shook a little. The essence beasts outside the senfu were actually trembling under the ferocious aura. What kind of guardian is this? Lin Fei felt the dangerous aura coming from the guardian. Hufeng was so scared that she was lying down and shivering. It's so scary. Panjian was also trembling slightly. The ferocious aura turned into a black wind and whistled over. At that moment, it could make people feel suffocated. It was definitely a terrifying scene. Regardless of whether it was the celestial race or the royal race, they all took out their treasures at this moment. Layers of protective shields were activated, blocking in front of them. Even the 3 celestial races, who had previously looked relaxed, became exceptionally serious at this moment. As soon as the guardian appeared, the overwhelming ferocious aura swept over, showing its terrifying and ferocious strength. Master, this is a ferocious bird. Rumor has it that it feeds on essence beasts. Huofeng was so scared that she dared not raise her head and said in a trembling voice. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. No wonder the 3 great clans and the 10 great royal clans have been stuck on this level. This guardian is really strong. Lin Fei judged the strength of the guardian. It was a high-level ultimate god guardian. It was at least a level 7 or level 8 ultimate god. If that was the case, the 3 great divine clans experts would have dealt with it long ago. Lin Fei believed there were other special aspects. Ferocious bird? That's its name? Lin Fei really could not figure out why the pitch-black guardian had such an ordinary name. Huofeng nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes, that's the name. However, this guy has a strong background. It's said that ultimate god Yuan Ju brought it from another continent. It can unleash the strength of a peak level 9 ultimate god. Don't you think it's strong? Peak level 9 ultimate god. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. As a peak ultimate god Yuan Ju's strength was a little too strong. They were only on the 6th level. Do you want to go to the next level? The ferocious bird began to move. The ferocious bird moved extremely fast and rushed out with a whoosh. In an instant, everyone in the area that they were in was thrown off their feet. The protective shields of the 3 great divine clans and royal clans could not withstand the ferocious bird's wave of attack and suddenly fell into chaos. The sky was covered by the ferocious bird's attack. Lin Fei's Senfu also experienced the feeling of being knocked over. Yes, it was knocked over. The ferocious bird's strength was unbelievably strong. Just a single attack was enough to make people feel despair. I heard they were almost there last time. I don't know how they dealt with the ferocious bird. Lin Fei squinted and asked Panjian to control the Senfu to stay away from the ferocious bird. Ferocious bird, you defeated it last time. This time, we will definitely kill it. The ancient ape divine clan's expert opened a protective shield. Don't waste time. Let's kill the ferocious bird first. The immortal divine clan's expert also stood up. The 3 great divine clan's experts looked at each other and immediately took out their treasures. The ancient ape divine clan's expert took out a scepter with an ancient ape standing on top of it. After a while, a huge blue light ball appeared. The huge blue light ball instantly fell on the ferocious bird. The ferocious aura of the ferocious bird plummeted. Suppress. Chapter 3242. On the 6th floor of the god's tomb, a dangerous scene appeared. The 3 god clans took out 3 powerful treasures and immediately suppressed the strength of the raptor. The 10 royal clans and the 8 royal clans immediately besieged the raptor. The 8 royal clans and the 3 god clans gathered together to besiege the raptor. The raptor was also filled with hostility. Even if its strength was temporarily suppressed, it could still shake the 3 treasures and unleash powerful and terrifying attacks again and again. The shields shook incessantly. The 3 god clans are indeed the 3 god clans. They actually have such good things. Lin Fei did not make a move for the time being. He watched quietly and let the little devil collect information about the treasures so that he could be prepared. There had always been a lot of rumors about the 3 god clans. It was difficult to tell who was the real one without seeing it with his own eyes. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could Lin Fei be willing to miss it? The scepter of the ancient ape clan is not bad. It can seal half of my strength. I wonder if it has any effect on my physical body. Lin Fei could feel that the power of the raptor had been sealed. Now that the raptor had half of its strength left, it was still not easy to deal with. The attacks of the 10 royal clans fell on the raptor, and some of them were reflected. This was amazing. The rest of the attacks only made the raptor bleed. Looking at the situation, it would take a long time to kill and defeat the raptor. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. The raptor was strong. Even after being sealed, its strength could not be underestimated. Its body had a special skin that could reflect damage. 80% of the attacks were reflected. The 3 god clans and the 8 royal clans besieged the raptor for a full 30 years. For 30 years, they repeated every action. This was a huge test for any essence beast powerhouse. It's really a super boss. It's been 30 years, but it's still as stable as Mount Tai. Lin Fei had a good life in the past 30 years. From time to time, he would beat the raptor, but it did not make the three god clans dissatisfied. Master, the raptor is about to die. A wave of killing moves is coming. Huofeng was still trembling in front of the ferocious bird. She was much better than before, at least she could speak more fluently. After fighting for such a long time, everyone knew Vicious Bird's killer move like the back of their hands. They had to admit that this guy's life was really tough. Under such a siege, he was still alive and kicking. If it was just a single ultimate god, they would be annihilated no matter how many came. Barbarian boy, the savage bird is about to enter berserk mode. I hope you can use Senfu to block the savage bird. An expert of the ancient ape gods asked. That's right, your Senfu's defense is strong. If you can help us resist the raptor's attack, you will be our hero this time. These were the words of the immortal divine race. The last mad mode of the bird lasts for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. During that time, the bird is almost invincible. It doesn't fear any attacks. Every time we fail, I hope you can stop the bird. That was Breaking Sun God Race's voice. The three god clans only had one intention, and that was that they hoped that Lin Fei would use the immortal abode to resist the attack of the raptors. After seeing the savage bird, Lin Fei knew that they could not pass the 6th level because of the savage bird. Every time, they would be annihilated. The 6th level of the Tomb of the God of Sin was already like this. Lin Fei was even more interested in the 7th level. Master, if you want something, you can have the savage bird's body. Little Devil suddenly said. Body? You can modify it. Lin Fei could see that if the savage bird's body did not disappear after it died, it would definitely be a top-notch item. This is a good material for modification. This is a rare opportunity for Master. Little Devil said. Master, if you want to gain prestige, you must fight against stronger enemies. The more things like this, the better. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. Although he was very strong now and did not care about the experts of the Divine Beast continent, he might not lose if they fought, but the world had changed. If the Divine Beast continent was like this, what about the other 3 continents? According to the news, the 3rd continent would open in at most 10,000 years. Perhaps it would be a more powerful continent. Lin Fei needed to accumulate a large amount of prestige and increase his strength within this period of time. I can help you, but the savage bird's body must belong to me. Lin Fei said loudly. This is my only request. You can think about it. The 3 god clans were all cursing. They were not fools. The savage bird had blocked their path time and time again. Even after its death, it was still priceless. Now, this brat from the barbarian race was asking for an exorbitant price and swallowing the corpse of the savage bird. He did not take them seriously. Lin Fei said the second sentence. I don't care, but it's different for you guys. This sentence was very lethal. In order to enter the 7th level, the celestial race had failed countless times. Even if they developed special treasures, they would fail every time. But this time they saw hope. They didn't know where the barbarian kid got the Senfu from. It was an exaggerated mess, but it gave them hope. With the Senfu supporting them, it was not unrealistic to bear the savage bird's final madness. Barbarian kid, say that again. Believe it or not, I will destroy the barbarians and enslave them all. The ancient ape divine race's high-level god Gu Shi said fiercely. Everyone could feel the boundless killing intent. The divine race's prestige was nothing more than this. I don't care if you kill the barbarians. Lin Fei laughed and said, I'll kill as many of you as you kill them. I wonder if you're afraid. How dare you? Ancient Stone Divine Lord roared. A faint shadow appeared behind him, pounding its chest and roaring. Lin Fei could not help but give Ancient Stone Divine Lord a thumbs up when he saw the prestige. He was a big producer. In just a few words, the savage bird's expression changed. It was about to enter a crazy and invincible state. A violent aura surged. I'm so scared. Come and kill me. If you don't, you're an idiot. Lin Fei stood on the Senfu and gave Ancient Stone Divine Lord the middle finger. Stop arguing. Immortal Divine Lord stood up. Brother Gu, calm down. It's just a corpse. What's the big deal? We've been stuck on the 6th floor for a long time. If we can make it, we'll get more benefits. Let's give the savage bird's corpse to the barbarian kid. I believe no one has anything to say. The Breaking Sun Divine Lord agreed. The leaders of the cities had no objections either. The savage bird is in a crazy and invincible state. The savage bird's body exploded with an invincible aura. All the treasures on its body were shaken away. Chapter 3243. The vicious bird swooped down like a stream of light with its entire body shrouded in black light. It was formed by the convergence of boundless hostility, and all kinds of negative emotions were struggling and roaring in the black light. Before it arrived, the dark emotions in the black light attacked head-on, making people feel depressed and uncomfortable. A huge storm rolled over and the protective shield was instantly torn apart. The storm was like a knife, cutting bodies into pieces. The flaunting soul beast powerhouses were torn to pieces in the blink of an eye in front of the berserk and invincible birds. They couldn't even struggle. Crash! The pair of wings swept across and the protective shield was also broken. All the meta beast experts were cut in half at the waist. The vicious bird, which had fallen into a frenzied and invincible mode, was rampaging. No force could withstand such an impact as the vicious bird exerted its power to the fullest. Brat, we don't want the corpse. Hurry up and attack. As long as you can restrain the vicious bird, we have no objections. Hurry up, we can't hold on any longer. In just a few moments, many forces were defeated and their powerhouses were killed. In front of the vicious bird, no one could withstand a single blow. Even the royal clans were the same at this time. Their faces were full of helplessness and unwillingness. The 3 major clans could only change their words and solve the crisis of the vicious bird. The royal clans had nothing to say, and so did the city lords and leaders. In the territory of the Divine Beast continent, the city lords and leaders really didn't dare to interrupt too much. After all, this was the territory of the Divine Beast continent. If it wasn't for the backing behind them, they wouldn't have a good ending if they dared to step into the Divine Beast continent. Damn, the 3 major clans have developed killing intent towards me. They changed their words, but the emotional changes in their hearts were clearly seen by Lin Fei. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Looks like we're going to have a big fight later. Among the 3 major clans, the one with the least killing intent was the Immortal Divine Clan. This is what you said. The vicious bird's corpse belongs to me. Everyone heard it. If you dare to be lazy, I guarantee you will regret it. The 3 major clans and the royal clans didn't take Lin Fei's words seriously. Revenge on the Divine Clan? You'd better save it. The 3 divine clans were led by peak ultimate gods. One was a god while the other was a king. That was the biggest difference. Our celestial race means what we say. Ancient stone divinity Venerable said, now we can stop the raptors. All right. Lin Fei agreed in front of everyone. Ram them. It was time to show off. The immortal palace turned into a blur, and with a whoosh, it smashed into the ferocious bird, blocking its rampage. The huge body of the immortal palace was sent flying 100,000 meters away. Keep hitting. Lin Fei checked Senfu and was relieved to see that there were no problems. Let me. Huofeng insisted on fighting a vicious bird by herself, which was something she would never dare to do even in her dreams. No problem. The Senfu's speed reached its peak and slammed into the raptor once again. After the raptor entered into its mad invincible mode, it actually clashed with the Senfu. Its wings slashed and its huge body slammed. The space continued to collapse and then restored to its original state. The cycle repeated itself. Again and again, powerful collisions occurred. The royal clans and the leaders of the cities were all beaming with joy. Finally resisted. What a powerful Senfu! The barbarian kid has made a great contribution. They watched as the barbarian kid's Senfu resisted the raptor's attack and even clashed head-on with the terrifying power of each collision. The Senfu was too invincible and terrifying. A strange expression flashed across the faces of the experts from the 3 major clans. The strength of the Senfu was beyond their expectations. In the eyes of the 3 major clans, They hoped that the barbarian kid and the raptor would both suffer. That would be the best outcome, but the current situation was far from ideal. The collision between the senfu and the raptor lasted for an hour. After another loud bang, the raptor's huge body was sent flying. This time, it flew hundreds of millions of miles. The raptor's huge body in midair made a sharp sound, and more than half of its body was shattered, becoming a bloody mess. It's dead. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the raptor. This scene came without warning. The senfu's attack actually killed the raptor. What a joke. The raptor that flew out lost its fierce aura. Come in. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the raptor's body. The black power formed a wave of impact, but it couldn't do anything to the current Lin Fei. It's still powerful even after death. Lin Fei grabbed the raptor and dragged it towards the senfu. Without warning, a cold light flashed in the void and slashed at Lin Fei's arm. There was more than one such cold light. A total of 6 appeared, and they were extremely powerful. One of the cold light followed the arm and went straight to Lin Fei in the senfu. The 3 major clans made their move at this moment. Even if the raptor was dead, it was still a precious treasure. How could they be willing to give it to a barbarian kid? That would be a slap in the face. First, they would cut off the barbarian kid's arm. Lin Fei's arm was extremely strong. Several attacks landed on it, but they were all bounced off in the next second and blasted into the void. Lin Fei's perfect body was at the peak, and his defense was top-notch. Sneak attack? Then you're doomed to be disappointed. As for the power that secretly infiltrated, it quickly disappeared. The 3 major clans also made their moves secretly. After all, they still wanted to save face. It would be too embarrassing if they did it in front of so many people. No one would say anything if they did it secretly. However, when the killer move bounced off the barbarian kid's arm, the experts from the 3 major clans felt uneasy. That was an attack from a high-level ultimate god. By the time they realized it, the raptor's huge body had already entered the senfu. They could only grit their teeth. As soon as the raptor entered the senfu, a boundless murderous aura pressed down on them. Panjian and Hofeng could not bear it on the spot. The suffocating feeling made them feel like they were going to die in the next second. Lin Fei waved his hand and suppressed the raptor's boundless murderous aura. Alright, it's fine now. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the corpse as it was definitely a good thing. The Divine Clan is really loyal. I'll gladly accept this raptor's corpse. Lin Fei laughed. Those words were unpleasant to the Divine Clan's ears as if they had eaten a fly. To the 7th floor. Ancient Stone Divine Venerable led the Ancient Ape Divine Clan into the 7th floor of the Tomb of the Gods of Yuanju. The Immortal Divine Clan and Breaking Sun Divine Clan entered the 7th floor one after another. Let's go in and see what's in the 7th floor left behind by a top-level ultimate god. Lin Fei let Hofeng control the senfu and chased after them. Those from the royal clan could only let the senfu pass first. Unknowingly, the senfu controlled by the barbarian kid had an influence no less than the Divine Clan. Chapter 3244. P.S. There was an accident yesterday. Sorry. The 7th floor of the tomb of the original sentence god was open. Everyone wanted to know what the 7th floor was like. For the sake of the 7th floor, many experts had died here. Now they could finally explore it, although this time with the help of the barbarian boy. Everyone was more or less grateful to the barbarian boy. If it weren't for him, they would have to wait until the next floor. But everyone understood one thing. Once the barbarian boy left the tomb of the original sentence god, he would not have a good ending. The 3 divine clans would definitely deal with the barbarian boy. He stole everyone's limelight. Now the barbarian boy only had one last chance to live. Master, it's the 7th floor of the tomb of the original sentence god. I never thought I could come here in my life. Hofeng said excitedly. She worshipped the master who robbed her halfway. I wonder what the 7th floor is like. Panjian's mood was also very complicated. She thought that the barbarian boy would suffer all kinds of torture. In fact, she was prepared to die. But the result was different from what she imagined. With the help of the barbarian boy, she killed many experts of the royal family. Even the 3 divine clans could only turn a blind eye to it. Panjayan really didn't dare to imagine that this kind of thing would happen to a barbarian boy. Until now, she still didn't know who this barbarian boy was. She just felt that it was too strange. Do you know what's on the 7th floor of the tomb of the original sentence god? Lin Fei asked. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The Senfu where Lin Fei was attacked by a wave of attacks. The whole Senfu shook. Panjayan and Hofeng were sent flying on the spot. Lin Fei didn't move and looked outside. At this time, the scene outside the Senfu also changed. The 3 divine clans who came in first were now nowhere to be found. But one thing was certain, they were also in a bad situation. Several waves of people seemed to have chased out. Outside the Senfu, dense beam attacks fell on the Senfu like raindrops. In the distance, fortress-like cities built on mountains were continuously making their way towards this place. The beam of light illuminated the area. Outsiders, kill without mercy. The sharp voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Attacks rained down on the immortal mansion, as well as this region. The royal family, city lords, and leaders who came out later didn't have such a good ending. They were all killed on the spot. In front of this violent attack, they were so weak that they couldn't take a single blow. Let's go. I can't block it. These attacks all have the penetrative attribute. Damn it. Apart from the high-level ultimate gods who were able to withstand the attack, the rest of the ultimate gods were quickly killed. The royal city leaders suffered heavy casualties. Everyone was looking forward to finding something good on the 7th floor of the divine tomb of the gods, but in the end, they encountered such a violent attack, beating them to a pulp. The leaders of the royal city lords were all battered and exhausted. Their bodies were full of wounds and blood was flowing out. Looking at the Senfu who was resisting the fierce attacks, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Brat from the barbarian tribe, please allow us to enter the Senfu. Even though the high-level ultimate gods had taken out their treasures, it was still very difficult for them to withstand the attacks. These attacks were very strange. It was as if they could innately penetrate the defenses of meta beasts. The penetrative attribute was also very strange. Seeing the experts they brought being killed one by one, they kept cursing. Who knew that there would be life on the 7th floor of the divine tomb of the gods and that it could control special attacks? Who would be able to stop such a situation? As for escaping, they didn't have a chance at all. Perhaps there was some kind of restriction in that area, but high-level ultimate gods could not move at all. It was as if they were stuck in a pool of mud. That was the most ridiculous thing. The high-level ultimate gods of the royal family didn't want to leave just like that, so they could only ask for help from the barbarian tribe. If they could enter the Senfu, they might not have to leave the divine tomb of the gods. Those royal family experts also heard and showed joy on their faces. They could hide in the Senfu of the barbarian tribe kid. That was their only chance. Inside the immortal mansion, Lin Fei's gaze was fixed on a mountain range a billion miles away. There were many cities built there, and on top of those cities, there were many cannons. At that time, those forts on those cities were constantly shooting out light beams. Top ultimate gods are really something. They still have their lives in the divine tomb of the gods. I guess the 3 major clans in the royal family are all confused now. The light beams shot out by those forts were very terrifying. It didn't have a big impact on the Senfu. The first attack was just an accident. The Senfu with tens of billions of prestige was not that fragile. Are they asking for protection? Lin Fei smiled when he heard their words. The royal family also had such a day. They wanted to kill him before. Do you think we should let them in? Lin Fei asked Panjayan with a smile. Panjayan did not know what to say. Why did he ask her? Subconsciously, she wanted to tell him not to come in and it would be best if they all died outside. You're the master. I have no right to decide. Panjayan lowered her head. Lin Fei wanted to gain a lot of prestige. The royal family was a big producer of food. It made no difference whether he saved them or not. He could gain prestige anyway. Whoever wants to come to my Senfu, just shout, "Barbarian tribe kid is mighty," 3 times and I'll let you in. In the end, Lin Fei let them in. If the 7th floor of the divine tomb of the gods was like that, what about the 8th and 9th floors? He was really looking forward to it. The high-level ultimate gods near the Senfu were not happy when they heard that. The barbarian tribe kid was too arrogant. Was he admitting that they were inferior to the barbarian tribe kid? There was no end to the waves of attacks. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if they wanted to rush out. However, they really couldn't lower their heads and ask for help from a brat from the barbarian tribe. You don't have to shout. Just come again next time. Lin Fei's voice was heard again. Barbarian tribe kid is mighty and domineering. Barbarian tribe kid is mighty and domineering. The high-level ultimate gods from the Night Demon clan shouted when everyone was still wondering if they should shout. There was no one else there, so it did not matter if they shouted. Don't move. The Senfu will guide you in. Lin Fei smiled and looked at the Night Demon clan. He did not want to kill them and asked Huofeng to activate the guiding function. Beams of light fell on the high-level ultimate gods and guided them over. The Night Demon clan members were guided up by the Senfu and the beams were deflected. There were only 3 high-level ultimate gods left in the Night Demon clan and they secretly sighed in relief. This Senfu is scarier than we thought. Chapter 3245. The Night Devil clan was the first to go up to Senfu, giving the experts of the royal clans a huge blow. While cursing, everyone had to consider whether they should temporarily flatter the brat from the barbarian tribe. Otherwise, they would really be driven out of the 7th level of the tomb of the god of sin. Brat from the barbarian tribe is mighty. Brat from the barbarian tribe is mighty. In the face of benefits, lowering one's head was nothing. After the Night Demon clan, the royal high-level ultimate gods from the Inferno clan, Demon Eye clan, Wood Men clan, and Three-Eyed clan all went up to Senfu. They were finally relieved when the light beams were gone. They had never felt that standing in Senfu was such an enjoyable thing. Looking at the wounds on each other's bodies, they became quite afraid of the 7th level of the tomb of the god of sin. Who knew that there would be life on this level? Our Tiger tribe also wants to go up. The Tigerman tribe's high-level ultimate god was anxious. Even if he looked down on the brat from the barbarian tribe, he had no choice but to lower his head at this moment, unless he was willing to leave the tomb of the god of origin. Sorry, I'm not interested in your royal family. Lin Fei smiled. So, you're not qualified to come up here. The Tigerman tribe's high-level ultimate god almost vomited blood. He had finally shouted but was not allowed to enter? He did not intend to disqualify them from the 7th level of the tomb of the god of sin. No, let us go up. 5 members of the royal family came up. Lin Fei ordered Huofeng to leave this area. Lin Fei chose to ignore the Tigerman tribe's high-level ultimate god's words. The Senfu tribe opened up a line of defense and fired the super infinity cannon to tear open a path. Watching Senfu leave, the Tigermen, the golden battle gods, and the giants were dumbfounded. Murderous intent quickly enveloped his body. At this moment he was filled with hatred. Why didn't that brat let them go to Senfu? In the face of the ferocious attacks from afar, they really couldn't hold on any longer. Originally, they had pinned their hopes on the Senfu. As a dignified member of the royal family, the brat from the barbarian tribe would have to give them some face. But now, it seemed that the brat from the barbarian tribe was like a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. When I get out, I'll definitely kill that brat from the barbarian race. The Tigerman tribe's high-level ultimate gods killing intent surged. Meanwhile, in a place connected by forts on the mountain, the densely packed cannons, one after the other, were all aimed at that place. That Senfu has left. We can't stop him. Among all the fortresses, there was a huge fortress that stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. On a platform in the castle stood a powerhouse with a powerful aura. This person's gaze was so sharp that it seemed as if the void was about to be torn apart. I can't believe there's still a Senfu that can move in the tomb of the god of Yungu. The expert watched as the Senfu left. Men, immediately mobilize all the experts to besiege that Senfu. We must take it down. Understood. The dozens of experts standing behind this expert disappeared in an instant. The chance to leave has come. Divinity Yuanju, you didn't expect this, right? There's actually someone who can break through your law suppression. This expert took a step forward and disappeared with a swoosh. Senfu charged out of the range of the artillery fire. Outside of this area, the sporadic attacks were still coming, but they had no effect on the immortal mansion. At that moment, the scene on that level could finally be seen clearly. There was nothing but desolate mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. These mountains were all bare, without anything growing on them. Instead, there was a hint of a strange luster in the bare areas. The 7th and 6th levels were completely different. The 7th level is interesting. Lin Fei glanced outside and walked forward to the Senfu's hall. The 5 royal clan high-level ultimate gods were there. There were a total of 18 high-level ultimate gods. Everyone, do you know the situation on the 7th level? Lin Fei asked as soon as he came up. The 18 high-level ultimate gods looked at the barbarian kid with an unnatural expression on their faces. It was shameful for a high-level ultimate god to be sheltering a barbarian kid in the Senfu. However, several of the high-level ultimate gods were quite dissatisfied with the way the other party spoke to them in a condescending tone. In the Beast Divine continent, high-level ultimate gods were like God. I'm Yi Shir-san from the Night Demon clan. I should know a little about the situation on the 7th level. The Night Demon clan was almost all shrouded in black robes. Lin Fei could see that the Night Demon clan did not hate him much and nodded slightly. You can call me Lin Fei and tell me about the situation on this level. Lin Fei. They finally knew the barbarian kid's name. However, the name sounded quite strange. They searched in their minds and could not find anyone with that surname in the barbarian tribe. They had never heard of any powerful geniuses appearing in the barbarian tribe. Brother Lin, don't be angry if I say it's not right. I only know this from ancient books. Yi Shir-san revealed a pair of eyes. It said that after Ultimate God Yuanju became a top-level Ultimate God, he broke into other continents in order to break through to a higher realm and got a lot of good stuff. Later on, experts from other continents crossed continents and fought. Sporadic news came out saying that Ultimate God Yuanju had captured some people, but I don't know the specifics. If I'm not wrong, there are probably experts locked up on the 7th level and above. Realization dawned on Lin Fei. So that was the case. Everything made sense then. Ultimate God Yuanju had captured some people and probably wanted to know something. However, he died before he could ask anything. Those people controlled this level and after a long time, their population had also multiplied. If the 7th level was already like this, would there be top-level ultimate gods locked up on the 8th and 9th levels? A strange thought came to Lin Fei's mind. Master, something is catching up. Panjian came over to report the situation. Something? Lin Fei looked out and saw warships suddenly rushing out of the mountains. Yes, they were warships. The warships were full of cannons and were bombarding the moving Senfu. Such warships rushed out from all directions, some in front, some behind, and some at the front, fighting their way over. The light beams also came with various attributes. For a moment, colorful light beams appeared in the sky above Senfu. The various attributes could combine with each other to form a more terrifying attack. The Senfu was pinned down. Are they targeting my Senfu? Lin Fei touched his chin and secretly admired those guys for being able to create so many warships. Each of them looked extremely high quality with great offensive and defensive capabilities. The high-level ultimate gods who had boarded the Senfu looked even worse. There were at least 100,000 warships and they would not be able to withstand such an attack. They could vaguely feel that some of those light beams could threaten them. That was terrifying. Chapter 3246. The warships in the sky were densely packed together, and the scene was quite shocking. The light beams fired by the warships also converged together to form a colorful blockade. The royal clans that were initially targeted, such as the Tigerman tribe, Golden War God tribe, and the Giant clan, had their eyes lit up. Our chance is here. Let's break out of the encirclement immediately. The barbarian kid is in trouble. They were originally in despair but were now excited. The barbarian kid was a good man. He had helped them attract the firepower. With less than half of the ferocious attacks, the 3 royal clans' high-level ultimate gods worked together to break out of the encirclement and forcefully carved out a bloody path. Barbarian kid, thank you for helping us attract the firepower. The three royal clans laughed when they separated. That's what you get for pretending to be powerful. Now, enjoy the feast from the original 7th level natives. In Senfu, more than a dozen high-level ultimate god experts looked at each other. They finally got out of danger but immediately became the target of attack. What should they say? They wanted to do that too. Unfortunately, they could not do it. Senfu was very mysterious. Even they could not figure out the origin of Senfu, let alone crack the secrets of Senfu. Don't be nervous. The natives are no threat. Lin Fei was very calm. Of course, you can leave if you want. I won't stop you since I've always been a good person. Good person? The high-level ultimate god expert sneered. No one was willing to leave under such circumstances. No matter how stupid they were, they knew the natives on that level were very cruel and even more terrifying than they imagined. If they left now, they would definitely die. Brother Lin, you must be joking. Why would we leave? Yi Shisan was the first to speak. He knew the situation outside was terrible. Leaving would only mean death. Same goes for us. The high-level ultimate gods dared not leave Senfu. Those warships alone were a terrible threat. What about the natives hidden in the depths? Who knew if they had other abilities? They dared not take the risk. They could only wait quietly. Lin Fei looked at the light outside and smiled happily. My Senfu's defense is very good. Don't worry, if anyone wants to go out, just tell me and I'll let you go. Lin Fei disappeared with a whoosh. Everyone can walk around freely. Don't worry about running into danger. Amidst the mountains, the densely packed battleships were constantly activating their cannons and firing out a series of light beams. The huge Senfu was completely surrounded. Colorful colors covered Senfu. No one knew that Senfu was continuously absorbing the energy from the light beam attacks. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days, half a month, 1 month, 2 months. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It's been 3 months. I've underestimated the power of Senfu. On top of the huge castle, that person said leisurely. The subordinates behind him all knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Their king was angry. We're attacking with all our strength and will probably break through Senfu soon. Senfu will soon reach its limit after absorbing the light beam attacks. We'll definitely break through Senfu. The subordinates were helpless. For an immortal abode to have such a strong defense was truly beyond imagination. No one knew how many ultimate god experts had been killed in 3 months. Even if they were high-level ultimate gods, no matter how many of them came, they would all die. However, they really met their match this time. They could not break through Senfu even though they had gathered 300,000 warships to attack it. Father, leave this to me. A wave of fluctuation came from the void as a purple whirlwind appeared and condensed into a beautiful figure. It turned out to be a woman in a purple palace dress. She had purple hair and purple eyes. From head to toe, there was nothing else but purple. Little Z doesn't need to do such a small thing. It's a waste. The woman in the purple palace dress smiled faintly. It's not easy for outsiders to come. It'll be a pity if we don't go and take a look. Besides, we can ignore the rules set by the ultimate god Yuanju. I'm more interested in the people in Senfu. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night if I don't go and take a look. All right, go ahead then. Thank you, Father. The woman in the purple palace dress disappeared without a trace. The warship's attack on the immortal mansion never stopped. Senfu was like a sky-devouring beast, constantly absorbing the energy of the attacks. It had accumulated a huge amount of energy in 3 months. It's time to go out and take a look. Although it seemed like they had affected the immortal mansion, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. The attacks of the immortal mansion weren't limited to the infinite super cannons. We've absorbed enough energy. We can go out now. Let's see who those natives are. Lin Fei ordered Huofeng to ram her way through. Master, enemies have sneaked into your Senfu. Just as Lin Fei was about to order Huofeng to make a move, the little devil suddenly reminded Jian Wushuang. Enemies have sneaked in? Lin Fei was very surprised that someone could sneak into Senfu with tens of billions of reputation. What a joke! Lin Fei did not believe it. In the next second, There was an attack energy fluctuation coming from Senfu. What the hell? Lin Fei did not think those high-level ultimate gods were bored enough to make a move. They did not have the guts to make a move in his Senfu. When they arrived at the place where the energy fluctuation occurred, Lin Fei really saw a purple figure toying with more than a dozen high-level ultimate gods in the palm of his hand. You're too weak. I'm standing here. Hurry up and hit me. A purple figure stood on top of a rockery and allowed more than a dozen high-level ultimate gods to attack. They could not gain any advantage as all their attacks seemed to have been diverted. A human girl. Lin Fei was very surprised that the other party was not a meta beast. More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods could not break the purple-clothed woman's defense at that moment. She seemed to be too strong. Lin Fei did not stop her. It was Lin Fei's first time encountering someone who could pass through Senfu and come in. Little devil, didn't you say that Senfu is very powerful? Why did someone sneak in? Who can stop them if they want to assassinate me? Lin Fei complained. Master, this is an accident. There are many experts in this world. For example, this person in front of you is actually a special life form. That's why he can enter Senfu. While Lin Fei and the little devil were talking, the purple-clothed woman shouted softly and stretched out a fair palm to grab them. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods' bodies were blasted with bloody holes under their strong defense. Balls of energy flew out of their bodies and constantly reassembled before floating in front of the purple-clothed woman. The dozen high-level ultimate gods collapsed to the ground with no energy left in their bodies. You're a special life form. Chapter 3247. Special life form. Those 4 words seemed to have magical powers. The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods were horrified. No one knew better than them how special life forms were born. No one knew how they were born, but every special life form was ridiculously powerful. Countless experts had died in the hands of special life forms. There was no special life form in the Beast Divine continent, and they had almost forgotten about this ancient existence. However, the scene in front of them told them that special life forms did exist and were much more terrifying than they had imagined. The dozen of high-level ultimate gods could not even withstand a single blow from the opponent. They really had to admit defeat this time. Looks like you're not stupid after all. You know about special life forms. The lady in purple smiled and opened her mouth to swallow the huge energy ball that contained the energy of more than a dozen high-level ultimate gods. She swallowed it in one gulp and refined it completely. I'm not here for you today. The lady in purple looked in one direction. Master of Senfu, why don't you come out since you're here? Don't you want to have a good chat? Lin Fei did not deliberately hide anything. The lady in purple was not a simple person to be able to discover him. You're very powerful to be able to enter my Senfu. Lin Fei revealed himself and looked at the lady in purple. Can you tell me who you are? Lin Fei was very calm even if the other party was a special life form. The lady in purple frowned slightly when she saw him. You're actually a lowly barbarian. That's unbelievable. If the tomb of the god of Yunju knew about this, he would probably die of anger. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Looks like you know ultimate god Yuanju. You should be quite familiar with the tomb of the god of Yuanju. How about this, you be my guide? The 7th floor is just the beginning. My goal is the 10th floor. Let's see what that person left behind. The purple-clothed woman giggled. I heard that the barbarians are very arrogant. It's true. You want me to be your guide? I don't know if you have the strength to do so. I've been to the 8th and 9th floors. As long as you have the ability, I'll satisfy you. But if you don't have the strength, then I'll torture you. I guarantee that you'll want to die. The dozen high-level ultimate gods on the ground could not produce any energy in their bodies as if their strength was sealed there. Listening to the conversation between the two, one could not help but admire the barbarian's courage. That was a special life form. Although they were high-level ultimate god experts who could dominate a region and even human experts had to bow their heads in front of them, they were nothing in front of the special life forms. He was defeated in one move. Killing them was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. If they knew that there were special life forms on the 7th floor, they would not have dared to come here. Any special life form was extremely terrifying and was said to be unkillable. 500,000 years ago, a special life form appeared in the Beast Divine continent. The Beast Divine continent's experts were dispatched to capture the special life form but suffered a huge loss in front of the special life form. In the end, the top ultimate gods took action to capture the special life form at a great cost. Even if the special life form in front of him looked delicate and had the strength to easily kill a high-level ultimate god, the barbarian kid might have acted tough in front of the Protoss, but he would definitely be defeated in front of the special life form. In the eyes of a high-level ultimate god, Lin Fei's barbarian brat was merely relying on Senfu. Without Senfu, he was nothing and could be easily killed. You make the first move. Let me see how powerful the special life form is. Lin Fei did not know the origin of the special life form. He was naturally not a simple person since he was already at the peak of the perfect physical body and had a lot of prestige. He did not care about a special life form. Lest I bully you and don't give you a chance to attack. Lin Fei smiled. Yishir-san and the others shook their heads in disappointment. This barbarian kid was really good at pretending. The special life form was really arrogant. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. The woman in purple was very clear about the power of the tomb of the god of Yuanju. It had trapped them and prevented them from leaving. An immortal's abode had undoubtedly given them hope, but in the end, it was a brat from the barbarian tribe who had the immortal's abode. She almost suspected that there was a mistake. Even if she did not leave, she knew about the barbarians back then. They were the lowliest existence that anyone could bully. If she was not a part of the Beast Divine continent, she would have been killed and enslaved. The woman in purple was ready to teach a barbarian a lesson for being so arrogant in front of her. She wanted to spare his life in order to let Senfu in. Not bad. The woman in purple chuckled with a flash of disdain. She completely looked down on that guy. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of a special life form. Even a peak ultimate god would not dare. You're the first person to say such words. I've decided to let you see the real art of killing. The woman in purple smiled as she stretched out her jade-like hand and grabbed in Lin Fei's direction. Come here. Lin Fei suddenly felt an endless power shrouding him as if an invisible big hand was grabbing him and dragging him in front of the woman in purple. Is this a special life form that controls energy? If so, it's really terrifying. Lin Fei saw a high-level ultimate god being defeated in one move. That kind of attack became overbearing after losing the energy in his body. How many people could withstand that kind of attack? Any expert who lost the energy in his body would become a fish on the chopping board and could be killed at will. Unfortunately, this is useless against me. Lin Fei just stood there as the invisible big hand could not move Lin Fei's body. He was as still as a rock. You want me to go over? I'll lose face. I won't go over even if you beat me to death. Lin Fei said seriously, why don't you come over and see what you want to see? I promise you'll see it clearly. A strange look flashed in the woman's purple eyes. You're really a special existence. No wonder you can come here and control a Senfu. You're really getting more and more interesting. The woman in purple's grab was not very strong as she looked down on the barbarian kid. How about this? The invisible energy suddenly increased in power. Lin Fei's skin also slightly sunk as the force of the grab increased. Come out. The woman in purple shouted again. The energy in Lin Fei's body was about to rush out but was finally suppressed by a force and could not break through. You're really capable. The woman in purple's interest was piqued as he managed to block several attacks from the woman in purple with his not very strong body. Burst. Chapter 3248. That explosion caused a huge wave to spread out from Lin Fei's body. The expressions of those high-level ultimate gods changed as it was too terrifying. His body was the size of a rubber ball and the second explosion happened before he could withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. More than 10 explosions continued to explode in Lin Fei's body. His body kept changing from big to small. The purple-clothed woman smiled brightly. How is it? Does it feel good? It's just starting and all the energy in your body will be drained. No matter how strong your body is, you won't be able to resist after losing your source of power. The explosion was extremely powerful. However, he was unable to tear apart Lin Fei's physical body. Not just anyone could tear apart a perfect physical body at its peak. There were more than 20 energy explosions and each one was stronger than the one before. Lin Fei could not control those energies and had witnessed how powerful special life forms were. It was really bad luck for anyone to encounter them. Unfortunately, he was not an ordinary expert. If you bow your head and beg for mercy now, I can spare you the pain. Let me remind you that these explosions will get stronger and stronger until you can't bear it anymore. The purple-clothed woman was a special life form and was born to control energy. She could perfectly control any energy flowing between heaven and earth. As for her strength, it could be described as a top-level ultimate god. Special life forms were born to be that powerful. The purple-clothed woman could easily take down a barbarian kid. Special life forms are indeed powerful as they can even control the energy in my body. However, it's not enough. Lin Fei let the system absorb all the energy in his body. The explosions immediately stopped. Lin Fei wanted to suppress it at first but found out that the other party was very good at controlling energy. He could only let the system absorb it as there was not a bit of energy left in his body. Your body is quite strong to be able to seal the energy. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. The purple-clothed woman was not surprised at all. No wonder there's such a senfu. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rays of cold light instantly flew out from around Lin Fei. Each ray of cold light was composed of energy and was aimed at his body. I'll break your body. I'll see what other trump cards you have. The energy formed blades, densely packed, covering the sky and earth. The high-level ultimate gods who slumped to the ground struggled and ran to the side one by one. The special life form was too terrifying as it could manipulate energy all the time. They, who had swaggered around in the divine beast continent, had completely lost their temper. The 7th level of the Tomb of the God of Sin was simply a place to die. They finally understood why someone who had entered the 7th level disappeared in the end. With the existence of such a special life form, no matter how many of them entered, they would never be able to leave. By draining their energy, they would completely lose their combat strength. Now that the purple-robed woman had taken control of the battlefield, no matter who fought this special life form, they would fight immediately. It can even increase the power of energy. My perfect physical body is at its peak, yet it can leave white marks on my body. This is much more powerful than those high-level ultimate gods. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. It wasn't easy for him to encounter a powerful special life form. It would be a pity if he didn't witness its abilities. This special life form can easily kill a high-level ultimate god. I'm guessing only a top-level ultimate god or a pure physique cultivator can fight him. The purple-robed woman was an invincible existence ever since she was born. No matter who it was, as long as they lost their powers, they would be like fish on the chopping board. She could kill them as she pleased. Such an invincible life was really boring for the purple-robed woman. She had finally found an interesting toy. No matter how strong your physique is, you can't withstand my energy attack. Let's see how long you can last. 30 minutes or half an hour. The purple-robed woman had seen many strong physiques, but none of them could withstand such an attack. It's quite powerful, but it's just like tickling me. Lin Fei smiled at the purple-robed woman while being shrouded by the blades. This is just the beginning. The energy turned into blades and shrouded the area around Senfu. Lin Fei, who could still be seen, was nowhere to be seen at that moment. All that was left were the blades that converged into a huge storm. Quick, control the Senfu and kill that special life form. It was not easy for Huofeng to gain some prestige after following her new master. In the blink of an eye, she encountered a terrifying special life form. Huofeng was terrified but still knew to use Senfu to attack that special life form. The Fire Phoenix had always looked down on Lin Fei of the barbarian tribe. She thought that he only relied on his immortal mansion to show off his strength. He didn't have much strength himself, but now she knew that she had underestimated him. Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe was far more terrifying than she had imagined. As the human clan saintess, she more or less knew about the situation, especially about special life forms. Those special life forms were born from heaven and earth and were extremely powerful. They were born as peak ultimate god experts, and that was only the starting line. The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods were defeated in a single move. Although Lin Fei had been under attack, he did not seem to be in a difficult situation. Wait, he hasn't said anything yet. If we make a move, won't we ruin Master's interest? Panjian said without much resistance when she mentioned the word Master. At the very least, Lin Fei had allowed her to control the Senfu and kill many meta-beast experts. But what if? Huofeng seemed to have thought of something halfway through her sentence. Let's just wait a little longer. The time it took to burn a stick of incense quickly passed. Can you use more strength? It's so comfortable to scratch. In the invisible storm, Lin Fei's voice was very calm without a trace of panic. He's not dead yet? The purple-clothed woman came into the storm, and the energy seemed to have become one with her. She clearly saw the current situation in the storm. That barbarian actually revealed a comfortable expression. Under such an attack, apart from leaving a mark, there was no other change. This is just level 1 energy control. It's not surprising that you can withstand it. Although the purple-clothed woman was a little surprised, she did not show much of an expression. As a special life form, she had mastered more than 1 or 2 killer moves. As soon as she finished speaking, the power of the storm suddenly increased. I'll let you experience a level 2 energy attack. The color of the storm did not change, but the power inside it soared. Originally, it could only leave a mark on Lin Fei's skin, but now it cut open a line of blood. Yes, it was a line of blood. Ever since he reached the peak of the perfect body, Lin Fei's body had become unbelievably strong. However, at this time, the opponent's energy attack had cut open a line of blood. However, the level 2 energy attack stopped there. Other than a line of blood, it could not go any further. There's always someone better out there. A special life form is so strong. What the hell? If I didn't have a perfect body, wouldn't I have been killed? At this moment, Lin Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Level 2 energy is already like this. I wonder if this chick has mastered level 3 energy. If she does, will my perfect body be able to withstand it? The opponent had already said that there was a level 2 energy attack. What about a level 3 energy attack? Lin Fei had to think about it. Although he believed that his body could withstand the opponent's level 3 energy attack, it was better not to come into contact with it unless it was a special situation. While Lin Fei was shocked by the power of the level 2 energy attack, the lady in purple's calm face could not hide the shock in her heart. My level 2 energy attack can only leave a line of blood. This is completely impossible. No one has ever been able to withstand it so easily. A level 2 energy attack was a superposition of energy to produce a stronger power. It sounded easy, but only special life forms could do it. Usually, ordinary energy attacks could make a level 1 ultimate god unable to withstand it. Even a peak level 9 ultimate god would not be able to withstand a level 2 energy attack unless it was a level 10 ultimate god, which was also a peak ultimate god. However, was this guy a peak ultimate god? The lady in purple knew that she had underestimated the barbarian's power. He was indeed extremely strong. Such a strong body was indeed very terrifying. Is there anyone more powerful? If there's no me, I'm going to fight. Lin Fei chuckled. In the past, everyone didn't recognize the barbarians. However, I've finally seen a powerful barbarian expert today. It's fate that we met, so I'll show you what I've got. Whoosh. The lady in purple blended into the storm. Her previous aura also disappeared without a trace. Whoosh. A purple shadow flashed by. A wound was left on Lin Fei's back with blood flowing out. He was finally injured at that moment. This must be a level 3 energy attack. Another purple attack came. Lin Fei slapped his palm and left a wound on his arm with blood flowing out again. I missed. Lin Fei looked at the wound on his arm and could not help but be shocked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The purple attacks came one after another. Lin Fei kept punching to destroy the energy attacks. However, he was a step too late each time and the purple attacks landed on his body. Arrogant and ignorant barbarian brat, in front of a special life form, Your body refinement cannot block my attack. Barbarian brat, just accept your fate. The lady in purple was in a good mood. You can be proud that you can make me use a level 3 energy attack. It's been a long time since I used it. The purple attacks kept landing on his body. Lin Fei was unable to land any of his attacks on his opponent. Every punch he threw missed. This was unprecedented. There are so many heroes in the world. I'm still too arrogant. A special life form is enough to make me flustered. Lin Fei decided to increase his strength. A special life form was already like this. If 2 or 3 special life forms came, wouldn't he be finished? Lin Fei gave up on attacking. He could not hit his opponent anyway. As for the wounds on his body, they could not heal under the energy attacks. Blood flowed like a fountain and he looked pathetic. I'm going to buy a skill. Lin Fei knew very well that his physical strength was great. However, he could not catch his opponent. No matter what he did, it was all for naught. Barbarian brat, do you want to surrender? Chapter 3249. The purple-clad woman looked as if she had her opponent in her grasp. A level 3 energy attack was actually her limit. Fortunately, she was able to successfully tear open his body and cause damage to him. Coupled with the energy seal, it was only a matter of time before she could defeat or even kill him. It was indeed something to be proud of for a lowly barbarian boy to force her to use a level 3 energy attack. The purple-clad woman was even more curious about what kind of physical cultivation technique her opponent had cultivated to have such a strong physical body. She would have been helpless against her opponent if she had not mastered a level 3 energy attack. Moreover, her opponent's physical strength was so great that he could easily destroy energy with a punch. She really wanted to find out the barbarian boy's background. A senfu that ignored the ultimate god Yuanju's divine tomb's rules. A barbarian expert with a lowly bloodline but a strong physical body. He was very interested in either one. Surrender? No. You should be the one to surrender, not me. Lin Fei suddenly became serious. Open. Lin Fei redeemed a skill. Pay 3 billion energy points. Redeem damage transfer. That was the skill Lin Fei asked the little devil to choose. It was specially designed to deal with special life forms. You're really good at joking. The purple-clad woman continued to attack and dozens of shadows fell on Lin Fei. Under normal circumstances, the opponent's damage would increase a little, but in the next second, dozens of attacks were all transferred to him. Bang bang bang. The purple-clad woman's figure was also forced out. Her clothes were a little messy. Not bad, right? Lin Fei laughed and threw a punch with the full power of his perfect physical body. The punch set off a storm. The surrounding energy was instantly annihilated and the storm around them disappeared without a trace. After the first punch came the second punch with monstrous and endless fist momentum. The space in the senfu completely collapsed. The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods hiding at the side had their mouths wide open with beads of cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Their faces had also turned pale. He has the combat power of a peak ultimate god. They could not imagine how the lowly barbarian bloodline could have such an expert. It should not have been possible. He should at least be a royal family. No one knew better than them the impact of a barbarian expert who could withstand a special life form's attack in the beast divine continent. The barbarians were rising. Even if there was only one barbarian expert, his combat power was real. Master is fighting back. He's so strong and domineering. Wolfram took a deep breath and became excited. Even from a certain distance away, the fire phoenix could feel the aura of death from the attack. For example, if he was hit by it, he would definitely die. There was no way he could survive. Saintess Feng Yan's expression was also constantly changing. All kinds of thoughts kept popping up in her mind. That Lin Fei from the barbarian race was actually this powerful. What do you think? Master is powerful, isn't he? You're lucky to have such a master. Fire Phoenix said, if you serve Master well, you can have whatever you want. Panjian's gaze fell on Lin Fei. A thought that had been suppressed suddenly popped up, and he could no longer suppress it. The purple-clothed woman was also shocked. He was hit by his own attack, and that kind of pain was not easy to bear. It must be a coincidence. The purple-clothed woman changed her position and attacked again. With the lesson from last time, she did not dare to attack so quickly again. She split her attacks into multiple attacks, but the result was the same. The attacks had clearly landed on Zhao Fu's body, but in the end, they were all transferred to her. How is it? Does it feel good to hit yourself? Lin Fei smiled smugly. It was good to be able to make a special life form suffer. With 3 billion reputation, he could at least be happy for a while and not be in such a sorry state. I still underestimated him. He actually has such a treasure on him. The purple-robed woman did not attack again. Every time she was injured, it was not a good feeling. However, I don't know how long a treasure like yours can last. The purple-robed woman wasn't stupid. She had been in such a sorry state earlier, and now that she had used this treasure, she no longer had the upper hand. She was smart enough to not believe that this was a treasure that could last for a long time. This barbarian fellow must have used a one-time use treasure. The fact that he had such a treasure made the purple-robed woman even more curious. Even she was wary of the effects of such a treasure. It was not a good feeling to hit oneself. Before Lin Fei could have his fill, the purple-robed woman had already guessed it. Damage transfer was indeed a one-time use treasure. Pay 1 billion reputation. Exchange God's lock. A single damage transfer wasn't enough at all. It could only force the other party to retreat. Only by truly defeating the other party would it be a true victory. You are very smart. However, it's a pity that even if you know, so what? It's still a piece of cake for me to deal with a woman like you. Lin Fei randomly punched out, causing a stretch of the void to collapse. The energy was also destroyed. This did not affect the purple-robed woman much. After all, she was a special life form and could move around constantly. As for being discovered by the barbarian, that was impossible. She was the energy, and the energy was her. Unless all the energy was destroyed in an instant, she would have to seal it. It would be very difficult. I've found your position. Lin Fei destroyed the void and stretched out a hand, punching toward the position. A large amount of energy was destroyed, and the purple-robed woman was caught off guard. She changed directions, but before she could reach the purple-robed woman, another attack came, instantly destroying all the energy. Does this feel good? Lin Fei chased after her and punched left and right, each time landing on the purple-robed woman's position. I've found it again. Eat my punch. Special life forms are really powerful. I'm impressed. Every time she spoke, Lin Fei would attack. Inside the immortal abode, the left side collapsed, the right side collapsed, and there were holes everywhere. The purple-robed woman was even more battered and exhausted, hiding here and there. In this immortal abode, where could she hide? The purple-robed woman was forced out. Her exquisite face was filled with unwillingness and shock. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her aura was completely different from before. How about it? Do you still want to try? Lin Fei stood there and did not make a move. He just smiled and looked at his opponent. Barbarian brat, you won this time, but who knows who will win next time? The purple-robed woman also knew that she could forget about defeating her opponent today. I'm leaving now. The purple-robed woman's figure faded. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. You think you can leave? He had spent billions of prestige points on her, so how could Lin Fei let her leave so easily? That would be a huge loss. How is this possible? I can't get out. The purple-robed woman's figure appeared again, but her face was filled with shock. Just now, she tried 20 times, but she couldn't leave the Senfu. The energy inside and outside was cut off. This was completely inconceivable, but it just had to happen in the immortal mansion. Yes, you can't get out. Lin Fei said with a smile. Do you want to come down and stay here obediently, or do you want me to tie you up? I can restrict you from leaving, so naturally, I can tie you up too. What do you think? The purple-robed woman knew that she had suffered a great loss. This barbarian brat had silently cut off her path. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The most terrifying thing was that she could not see how the other party had arranged it. Barbarian brat, you win. Since you want me to stay so badly, then I'll reluctantly stay. The purple-robed woman said with a faint smile. She did not change her expression at all because she couldn't get out. She still had a calm look on her face. However, you have to be prepared. My father has a very bad temper. If he knows that you've imprisoned me, his anger is not something that anyone can bear. Lin Fei said indifferently. Actually, even if you don't say it, I'm prepared to go to your castle as a guest. The purple-robed woman revealed a look of shock. You're really brave. I've always been brave. The purple-robed woman behaved very obediently after she couldn't leave Senfu. However, to the dozen or so high-level ultimate gods, they could not afford to offend the special life form or the barbarian Lin Fei. Fortunately, they were secretly glad that they did not offend Lin Fei. The Beaming Royal clan and the Lionmen clan would probably be in big trouble. Master, I admire you so much. You've even subdued the special life form. Huofeng said flatteringly as soon as she came out. After all, it was a special life form. Lin Fei felt quite honored. No wonder everyone liked having a lackey around them. He could make them feel more satisfied. However, Lin Fei knew very well that he would not be able to do anything to that special life form if it was not for the skill in the support shop. It could really come and go as it pleased. Even though it was subduing the special life form, it still cost him billions of prestige points. It was not easy to earn prestige points these days. Who knew when he would get his money back? Master, you've really decided to be a guest? Isn't it too dangerous? Panjian also came over. Lin Fei said, You finally know how to call me master. Panjian did not say anything too provocative this time. Actually, I feel quite good to have a powerful master. At least you've fulfilled some of my wishes. Lin Fei snorted in his heart. At least you know something good. I didn't let you master Senfu's attacks in vain. That's right. Your master is the best. He served me well. Maybe I can fulfill some of your wishes. Lin Fei winked at Panjian. Senfu was still under attack. Those battleships were constantly attacking. Stop. Don't attack. A purple-robed woman appeared in the sky above Senfu. Her voice spread across the sky. As expected, the battleships stopped attacking. That's more like it. Lin Fei said with a smile. Lead the way. The purple-robed woman glanced at the barbarian lad. I hope you won't tremble when you see my father later. The battleships in front, move aside. The densely packed battleships moved aside, and a path appeared. Chapter 3250. The battleship stopped and made way for them. The scene was witnessed by the people in the huge fortress on the mountain. Miss Z has successfully taken down the people in Senfu. Miss Z is still the best. No one can withstand Miss Z's attacks. I wonder who owns this Senfu. It's best not to be killed, or we'll really miss an opportunity. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Since they were born and grew up, they had been thinking about leaving this place day and night. Unfortunately, they had given up on that thought after being hit by so many setbacks. However, they saw hope this time. Who was the ultimate god? He was a veteran among the peak ultimate gods. The godly tomb was equipped with a large number of spell formations, and there were even some rules in it, all to restrict them as well as to restrict outsiders. Day after day, year after year. This time, a Senfu ignored all the rules and came in a mighty manner. If that was not hope, then what was it? They were even closer to that step now. The people on the fortress were beaming with joy. The person sitting on the throne had a faint smile on his face. He was extremely satisfied with this little daughter of his. She was an invincible existence on the 7th level. A mere immortal abode couldn't be solved without a little daughter. He might not be his youngest daughter's opponent after tens of thousands of years. The Senfu flew toward the huge fortress. The attacks also stopped. In everyone's opinion, the person controlling the Senfu must be Miss Z. No one was Miss Z's opponent and everyone was full of admiration for her. In the past, all the foreign experts had died in the hands of Miss Z. Unsurprisingly, it was the same this time. Everything was a piece of cake for Miss Z. Look, that's Miss Z. Miss Z is still the best. We can't break through from the outside, so Miss Z directly solved everything from the inside. The people on the castle all burst into laughter. No matter how powerful the Senfu was and how good its defense was, the result was still the same. Just as they were about to approach the fortress, the Senfu suddenly stopped and no longer moved forward. Boom! Without any warning, the Senfu fired a terrifying cannon. A huge ball of light whizzed over and enveloped the castle. The force was so powerful that even high-level ultimate gods had to step aside because Lin Fei had used up 30% of his energy to test the opponent. The people on the castle were startled. In front of this ball of light, they all felt threatened. Interesting. The man sitting on the throne laughed. That huge power was easily disintegrated by these few words. It was like ice meeting the blazing sun, instantly melting away, and everything returned to its original state. What do you think? There's no hope, right? Zilong chuckled. Your attack is really not worth mentioning. Lin Fei used 30% of his Senfu's strength to probe. The result wasn't too good. This person seemed to be ridiculously strong. He didn't even have to do anything to block the attack. Your Miss Z is in my hands. You'd better not mess around. I don't know when I'll kill her with one slap. Lin Fei said loudly. Zilong was the name of the purple-clothed woman. It was very domineering. Zilong really wanted to slap that guy to death after listening to his words. He really dared to say anything. As soon as Lin Fei said that, the people on the fortress all changed their expressions as if they had heard it wrong. Their Miss Z was captured? How could that be possible? Miss Z was a special life form and an invincible existence. However, the current situation didn't seem right. Kid, let go of our miss or you'll die a horrible death. Let her go. If you don't let her go, I'll break your Senfu immediately and you'll have nowhere to hide. The eyes of the people on the fortress became sharp. The cannons were all aimed at the Senfu and would immediately attack as soon as the order was given. Young man, you've got guts. The person on the throne suddenly stood up and came to the sky above the Senfu. His determined face carried a terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain. Everyone felt a terrible suffocating feeling even though they were separated by the Senfu and desperately resisted. Lin Fei did not move an inch. Your daughter is in my hands. Please don't use your pressure to scare people. Believe it or I won't be happy and strip your daughter naked for everyone to admire. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The originally mighty pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods slumped to the ground again. They had experienced it twice in a row. What was going on? They were originally arrogant but now all lost their temper. They really didn't want to experience it again if they could. The determined man shot out a jingguang from between his eyebrows. Lin Fei could not move as soon as the jingguang appeared. A breath of death shrouded his body. At that moment, he felt like he was really going to die. A jingguang appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and brighter until everything was golden. I've already said that my father has a very bad temper and is also very violent. Even if you have an immortal mansion, you won't be able to withstand a single blow from my father. Zilong's leisurely voice sounded in Yang Kai's ears. Pay 5 billion prestige points. Exchange for damage transfer. Little Devil helped Lin Fei exchange for a skill at the critical moment. The jingguang passed through Lin Fei's body. The aura that erupted from the jingguang made Lin Fei feel suffocated. The feeling quickly disappeared. The determined man's expression suddenly changed. His burly body slightly trembled as a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Damage transfer, 100% transfer. Zilong rejoiced in his misfortune, but she quickly shut her mouth. She saw her father bleeding. Although she knew that this guy had some special technique or treasure, she didn't believe that he could withstand her father's attack. However, the current scene told her that this barbarian kid was more terrifying than she had imagined. Because of your attack this time, I've decided to give your daughter a punishment. Lin Fei wanted to curse. First, a special life form came in. Then, the other party's attack passed through the Senfu. He was filled with anger. Without saying anything, he pulled Zilong over and kissed her on the lips. As an almost invincible existence on this level, Zilong's mind went blank the moment he was kissed. He lost the ability to resist. I've been kissed by this kid. This was the only thought left in Zilong's mind. The determined man outside the Senfu didn't continue to attack when he saw this scene. Not bad. You're really brave. Lin Fei wasn't indifferent either. The guy outside was very dangerous, but he didn't want to appear weak. I've always been brave. Otherwise, I wouldn't have captured your daughter. Your killing move won't be able to kill me. If you want to kill me, you can continue. Just use all your killing moves on me. I won't even bat an eyelid. Lin Fei patted his chest. You're really shameless. With the damage transfer, Lin Fei was really confident. This was exchanged with 5 billion reputation points. Really? I don't think so. Lin Fei laughed. Zilong stood at the side and rolled her eyes. Daughter, what do you think of him? The man suddenly asked Zilong. He's barely okay, but he's too shameless. Zilong said. Then bring him to the next level. The man disappeared. He disappeared right in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked at this scene and felt that it was inexplicable. Especially the look in that guy's eyes when he left. No matter how he looked at it, it felt strange. He had a vague feeling that he had gotten into big trouble. Why did your father run away? I haven't had a good talk with him. Lin Fei was unhappy. Zilong glanced at the other party. You're really in big trouble. You can do anything you want, but why did you kiss this young lady just now? Lin Fei knew that things were going to go south. Don't scare me. I'm a very brave person. What trouble can there be if you kiss me? Even your father can't kill me. Lin Fei braced herself and said. Lin Fei didn't think that a special life form was a small matter. A special life form appeared on this level. Who knew if there would be one on the 8th level, 9th level, or even the final level? Zilong suddenly chuckled and said, let me tell you. As a special life form, I only look for special life forms as a partner. My partner is a special life form on the 8th level. Since you kissed me, I've formed a connection with you. Unless you kill that special life form, you'll be in endless danger. Before Lin Fei could say anything, Zilong's back faced Lin Fei. She revealed her shoulders slightly, and an illusory figure appeared on her shoulder. This figure was none other than Lin Fei. Did you see that? This is the change brought about by your kiss. Zilong turned around again. Lin Fei vomited blood. It's your father's fault for wanting to kill me. If I had known, I wouldn't have kissed you. Lin Fei really wished that he could turn back time. Although Zilong was convinced now, he knew in his heart that this girl still looked down on him. In fact, if they were to fight head-on, Lin Fei really wasn't a match for Zilong. Anyway, since you kissed me, the special life form on the 8th level will probably find out soon. Zilong laughed and said, it won't be that easy to become my man. Lin Fei really didn't want to become Zilong's man. This guy's temper was a bit bad. With such powerful strength, whoever encountered him would be unlucky. In that case, there are also special life forms on the 8th level. That person was originally your partner. Now that I've destroyed it, he's coming to kill me. I'm not interested in that special life form. With your shameless methods, you might be able to kill him. Zilong laughed and said, oh right, there's something good on the 8th level. As long as you kill the special life form, you might have a chance to get it. Right now, Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything. One special life form was already so difficult to deal with. Now that there was another, wouldn't it be equivalent to wasting his prestige? Little devil, how much prestige do I have to pay to kill a special life form? Lin Fei asked. Soon, the little devil had an answer. At least 200 billion prestige. 200 billion prestige. Chapter 3251. The 7th floor of the divine tomb of Yuangu had brought Lin Fei a big surprise. Unfortunately, that surprise was not a good thing. First, it was a special life form. Then, it was an existence more powerful than a special life form. The total number of reputation points he gained was about 10 billion. That was not the end but just the beginning. Lin Fei kept vomiting blood. Sometimes he really wanted to slap himself in the face. Of all the things he could have done, he had to kiss the other party. Now, there was another big problem before the matter here was over. Although he knew special life forms were not easy to kill and required a huge price, the price of 200 billion reputation points was no less than cutting a piece of flesh off Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go to the 8th floor. He had to take a breather in Senfu for the time being. He had to make some preparations. Zilong, the special life form, left first. Lin Fei did not stop him since it would not attack him again. You can go now. Zilong could travel in to deal with special life forms again, but what about the other special life forms? The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods from the 5 royal clans shook their heads. Who would dare to look down on Lin Fei now? He was clearly a peak 9th-class ultimate god. Even the special life form was suppressed. Those high-level ultimate gods panicked after witnessing the danger outside. That floor was too scary. They would definitely die if they went out like that. We're willing to work for Senior Lin. Please don't let us go out. Senior Lin, just tell us if you need us to do anything. We'll be fine as long as you don't let us leave. The high-level ultimate gods were thick-skinned. In Senfu there was Senfu and Lin Fei. They felt confident. Once they left, they could not guarantee that the special life form would not attack them. They might die if they went out. However, in Senfu, they could at least survive. As long as they were not fools, they would know how to choose. Moreover, if he fawned on Lin Fei now, the barbarians would rise after he left. If he didn't fawn on Lin Fei now, when would he? Soon, one of the top 10 royal families would be eliminated. The barbarian tribe was bound to become a part of the royal family. Only a fool would leave the Senfu now. Lin Fei was going to let the 5 royal high-level ultimate gods leave as he had no obligation to protect them. However, after some thought, it did not seem to be beneficial. With the appearance of a special life form, Lin Fei's original plan to slowly accumulate prestige changed. If his prestige did not keep up, he would be beaten up. Lin Fei now deeply understood the power of prestige. Those high-level ultimate gods were very useful as Lin Fei still needed them to contribute to his prestige. You guys can stay in Senfu for the time being. Once we leave, I do have something to trouble you guys with. Lin Fei informed them in advance. No problem. Senior Lin, feel free to let me know if there's anything you need. We agree to everything. No one dared to say anything since he was going to become a peak ultimate god in the future. They also understood that the Beeman royal family, the Lionmen tribe, and the Tigermen tribe would soon be out of luck. If the barbarians got the meat, they might get the soup. For that reason, they were 100% willing to listen to Lin Fei. In the huge castle. Little Z, what do you think of that barbarian kid? The determined man was called Z Tianjun. It was a very domineering name with unfathomable strength. He was sitting on the throne and smiling at his daughter, Zilong. He's very mysterious. Zilong said, no one has ever been able to stop my attack, but he did it. He even mastered a special technique that even father can't kill. I'm quite satisfied with such a person. It's good that you've decided. Z Tianjuan's eyes became deep. He can ignore that bastard ultimate god's rules. Maybe he can really turn the 8th and 9th floor upside down. Father, aren't you going to the 8th floor? No, once I go to the 8th floor, it'll be a different story. Z Tianjun shook his head. It won't be a problem if you go with that barbarian kid. Those old guys won't do anything, so you don't have to worry. Zilong also knew how powerful those old guys on the 8th and 9th floor were. Even she was extremely fearful of those fellows. Lin Fei did not know the changes that his appearance had brought to the divine tomb. Little devil, help me find a technique to strengthen my physical body. Before going to the 8th floor, Lin Fei really needed to make some preparations, such as improving his strength. If he went to the 8th floor blindly, he might suffer a big loss. Zilong did not say anything and was obviously waiting to see him make a fool of himself. I think Master shouldn't practice physical body techniques for the time being. Little Devil suggested. The 8th and 9th floor should be very dangerous. If you use it to practice a powerful physical body technique, you will temporarily improve your strength. However, for Master, your prestige will become insufficient and you won't be able to face all kinds of dangers. I think Master should keep his prestige for the time being. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Looking at his remaining prestige, it was indeed a headache. Take one step at a time? Lin Fei did not want to experience the helplessness of facing special life forms again. Actually, Master, you can think about it in another way. Little Devil said, for example, if you encounter an expert or a special life form, you can directly kill them. Regardless of whether they are old or young, you can suppress them. Lin Fei had always wanted to improve his strength. Suddenly hearing Little Devil's words, his expression changed slightly, and he slapped his forehead. Why did I walk into a dead end? Give them a head-on blow, and they will dare to mess around. Just as Little Devil said, using a portion of his prestige now would reduce it. If he encountered danger, his prestige would become very precious. Let's do it this way. Lin Fei thought it through. Before going to the 8th floor, I have to get some benefits from Zilong. You want me to kill special life forms and I will kill them? Aren't you giving me too much face? With this thought, Lin Fei was no longer in a hurry to go to the 8th floor. As for whether the special life forms on the 8th floor would come down, he did not care. It was better if they came, saving him a wasted trip. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go to the 8th floor. He let Hofeng control the Senfu and toured the 7th floor. Since he was here, he had to properly understand what was different about the 7th floor. It was very different from the 6th floor. There were mountains everywhere, as far as the eye could see. It looked very calm. However, Lin Fei knew that the 7th floor was more dangerous than the 6th floor. There were flying warships everywhere, and every time they appeared, there would be tens of thousands of them, and they were very powerful. Other than mountains, is there nothing good here? After touring the 7th floor, Lin Fei really did not find anything good. He suspected that Zilong's father had taken away the treasures here. Master, it is not that there are no treasures on this floor, but you just did not notice them. Little Devil said. Did not notice? Lin Fei frowned. What could there be that he did not notice? Master, did you forget about the ores under the mountains? Ores. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he immediately came to a realization. With a regretful expression, he said, How could I forget about this? Ever since he came to the Divine Beast continent, he put aside the matter of the Sacred Body Mountain and temporarily put aside the matter of ore extraction and composition. After entering the original Divine Tomb, he really did not think about it. Lin Fei laughed dryly. Oh right, are the quality of the ores here good? Although there was nothing on the 7th floor, the ores under the mountains were good stuff for Lin Fei. They were not inferior to any treasures. Although he did not stay in the Divine Beast continent for long, Lin Fei already had a way to deal with the essence beasts of the Divine Beast continent. The human race was inferior to the essence beasts because they could not break through their defenses. If they had a set of powerful enchanted equipment, they could definitely reverse the gap between the human race and the essence beasts. As a member of the human race, Lin Fei more or less had some ideas. The quality of the ores here is very good. For example, Master has always wanted to expand the damage immunity material. There's a large piece of it here. In addition to this, there are also several types of ores that Master needs. Lin Fei smiled. That's great. Enchanted equipment was also a way to gain a lot of prestige. Since he found a large number of ores here, he could combine them into the required enchanted materials. Lin Fei was overjoyed and immediately started working. Mining ores. Lin Fei did not bring anyone with him on this trip. A dozen high-level ultimate gods immediately became miners. The dozen high-level ultimate gods did not have any objection to helping Lin Fei dig ores. Each of them worked hard to dig ores. With their strength, they could destroy and mine with brute force. Thus, under the loud rumbling of the 7th layer, the mining work began. The mountains were flattened one by one as sinkholes appeared one after another. The originally endless mountains were quickly replaced by sinkholes. One here, one there, and one there quickly connected into a piece. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods worked day and night. Lin Fei did not stay idle either as he kept collecting ores. If he knew there were so many good ores on the 7th floor, he would have brought people with him. Now, he could only be a miner. Who could he complain to? 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 3 years. 3 years had passed. Lin Fei and a dozen high-level ultimate gods were still immersed in mining. Lin Fei, who mined every day, had a smile on his face as if he had picked up a treasure. Zilong, who had been keeping an eye on Lin Fei, could not help but show up. What are you trying to do? Zilong had been studying Lin Fei since the first day. No matter how hard he studied, he could not find anything, especially after mining. God knew how much Zilong's brain cells had been drained from his completely unfathomable behavior. The quality of the ores there was average. Why did that guy keep digging and smiling every day? Zilong did not think there were any treasures in there. Of course I'm digging for treasures. Lin Fei smiled. If you're willing to help, I can give you a gift. I believe you'll like it. Just these ores. Chapter 3252. Zilong was there to understand the situation. After listening to Lin Fei's words, he could not help but become curious. What good things could be produced from those ores that were considered to be of poor quality? It would be better to use the time to study how to improve one's strength. Since you've put it so nicely, I'll reluctantly help you. Zilong left after saying that. Soon, a large number of battleships arrived. As soon as those battleships arrived, they received orders to attack the ground. Those mountains were flattened one after another. After the ground was blasted open, mineral veins were also revealed. Large amounts of ores were blasted out. With the help of the battleships, Lin Fei's efficiency in harvesting ores increased tremendously. Every day, there would be mountains of ores being taken away. Those high-level ultimate gods from the royal clan who had previously escaped from the attacks. The past 3 years had not been a good time. There were battleships constantly targeting them and attacking them. Although the number was not as high as before, they could not take it anymore after a long time. Originally, they had been hiding everywhere. In the end, they had hidden underground. Unfortunately, after Lin Fei went crazy mining, their good days came to an end, and they were forced to come out. What is that barbarian kid trying to do? When they came out of the underground, they did not know what that kid was trying to do after seeing the sinkholes everywhere. Only he could think of mining on the 7th level. Those ores were worthless, but they seemed to have become 100 times more valuable. Should we go find that barbarian kid? We'll have to leave if this continues. The one who spoke was a high-level ultimate god from the Tigermen clan. Recently, they all knew that the barbarian kid had discussed something with the natives on that level. They seemed to be in harmony. That made them very envious. After all, they had suffered every day for the past 3 years and had yet to get any treasures. Previously, they were gloating over the fact that the other party's immortal abode had been blocked, but now, they really couldn't laugh anymore. I don't want to go. The high-level ultimate god from the giant clan shook his head. We have to go. Those damn battleships are here again. The high-level ultimate god from the Golden War God clan said. Tens of thousands of battleships arrived not far away and attacked. The 3 royal clans' high-level ultimate gods immediately fled. They did not have any confidence in fighting with those battleships. They had tried many times before, and the strength that they could show off in the Divine Beast continent was not enough here. Lin Fei was very relaxed now. In another half a year at most, we should be able to dig it out. Ever since he had Zilong's help, his efficiency had skyrocketed. Lin Fei didn't have to be so busy anymore. All he had to do was collect them. The 7th layer's ores were almost completely dug out. Master, someone is coming this way. It seems to be a royal clan ultimate god expert. Hofeng reported. It should be the giant clan, Golden Battle God clan, and Tigermen clan. Ever since the 3 royal families ran away, Lin Fei didn't pay attention to them anymore. They are really tenacious to be able to persist until now. Lin Fei said with a smile. Master, that's because you drove them out from the underground and now they have nowhere to hide. Hofeng laughed. Lin Fei was not interested in the 3 royal families. However, he needed prestige now. He still had to count on them when the time came. Lin Fei pondered. Xiaofeng, come here. Lin Fei called Panjian. Master, you're looking for me? Compared to 3 years ago, Panjian had also changed, especially when she called him master. She had become very smooth. The 3 royal clan ultimate gods are here. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll leave them to you. Lin Fei said, but don't kill them. Panjian's beautiful eyes lit up. Thank you, master. She kissed Lin Fei on the cheek. Hofeng said, Master, I'm actually the best at this kind of thing. You can leave it to me. The three royal families fled to the vicinity of Senfu under the pursuit of the battleships. The battleships' attacks were not easy to deal with. Barbarian boy, let us go up. Barbarian boy. They planned to go up to Senfu but still did not take the barbarian boy seriously and called him contemptuously. You can't just call me master. Super unlimited runs started. Boom, boom. 3 royal families and 8 high-level ultimate gods were immediately hit in the head. Following that, a beautiful figure appeared in the sky above Senfu. It was Panjian. The high-level ultimate gods were about to kill under the sudden attack. They were actually attacked by the human clan's holy maiden. It was like a blow to the head for them who had never taken the human clan seriously. They hastily blocked the attack and suffered a small loss. Stop now. If you don't stop, we'll kill you. The high-level ultimate gods were in a sorry state and kept threatening them. What awaited them was another attack from Immortal Abode. Those high-level ultimate gods cursed for a long time but to no avail. Coupled with the arrival of the battleships, they could only flee again. This time, Senfu also followed suit. Panjian controlled the super unlimited cannon and attacked all the way from the east to the west, then from the west to the south. The dignified high-level ultimate gods were chased all the way. It was something they had never thought of. Especially the high-level ultimate gods from the giant clan. They knew the human clan's Saintess was auctioned off by them. In the end, the Saintess appeared right above their heads and they could not do anything to her. The chase lasted for half a month. The high-level ultimate gods from the royal families were tortured to the point of losing their temper. No one could withstand being surrounded from the front and back, especially under Senfu's precise attacks. Stop fighting. We can talk things over. The high-level ultimate gods from the giant clan begged for mercy. They had strong defenses but after half a month of attacks, they could not take it anymore. They did not want to run anymore when they were forced into a sinkhole. It was not a good feeling to be chased and attacked. A Senfu stopped above the sinkhole. The attacks did not stop. At the same time, the battleships had locked onto the area and began carpet bombing. The scene was a complete mess. Panjian had really vented her anger this time. The dignified high-level ultimate gods from the royal families had become so fragile in front of Senfu. My master has said that as long as you admit your mistakes, he'll allow you to go to Senfu and protect you. After half a month, Saintess Feng Yen could finally hold her head high. She had vented most of her anger. Although she couldn't kill them, she believed that she would have a chance to kill the experts of the royal family sooner or later. Bow their heads and admit their mistakes? The high-level ultimate gods from the royal families were very aggrieved. However, they knew very well that they would probably be chased out if they did not apologize and seek shelter from Senfu. Barbarian kid, it's impossible for us to apologize. We'll be waiting for you outside. The high-level ultimate gods from the giant clan gritted their teeth, tore the scroll, and left the 7th floor. The Golden War God clan and Tigerman clan were the same. It was impossible for them to apologize to the lowly barbarians. The royal families still cared about their reputation, not to mention they were high-level ultimate gods. Therefore they left en masse. It was fine if they did not get any treasures. As long as the barbarian kid left the divine tomb, he would definitely regret it. The high-level ultimate gods in Senfu shook their heads. It was such a waste of an opportunity. They had seen with their own eyes that the barbarian Lin Fei was an existence that could defeat special life forms. It would only take him a blink of an eye to kill them. He was a strong enemy that they could not afford to offend. They could not wait for the giant clan to not come up. If they knew how powerful Lin Fei was, they would definitely kneel down and worship him. They would not have a chance to perform then. Master, I'm sorry. Panjian bowed her head as soon as she returned. She did not do her job well. Lin Fei chuckled. It's okay. It's fine if they don't cherish the opportunity. Half a year later, the 7th floor's ores were almost emptied. Lin Fei did not refuse anyone and dug as much as he could. He did not need to worry about refining the remaining ores. When are you going to the 8th floor? Zilong passed through Senfu and came in. Ever since the first time, Lin Fei did not set up a barrier to stop Zilong as it was purely a waste of his prestige. It was not worth it as only Zilong could enter anyway. Lin Fei simply let Zilong enter and exit Senfu as he was not afraid that Zilong would harm him. His system was not to be trifled with, and he also believed that Zilong was a smart person. As long as he was smart, he would not mess around, especially when it came to damage transfer. You know how to get to the 8th floor. Besides, I've been looking for the passage to the 8th floor. Lin Fei said seriously. Zilong really wanted to give Lin Fei a slap. Keep pretending, keep pretending. The 3 major clans have gone up. Lin Fei was a little surprised. No way, they went up. How did they go up? I was wondering why I didn't find any traces of them. The 3 major clans still have a strong foundation. Zilong did not say much. Go to the 8th floor, I will accompany you. The 8th floor is not as simple as it is here. Can you tell me about it so I can make some preparations? Zilong said indifferently. You only need to know that the 8th floor is a continent with a population of hundreds of billions. There is only one force there. There are special life forms and all kinds of old undying beings. It is 100 times more dangerous than this floor. Lin Fei thought that the 8th floor was similar to the 7th floor. This unexpected sentence shook Lin Fei's heart. The population of hundreds of billions. I can farm prestige. What followed was a crazy idea. Lin Fei was worried about where to farm prestige. When he suddenly heard that the 8th floor had a population of hundreds of billions, he was completely excited. This was a good place to farm prestige. Why is the 8th floor a continent? Lin Fei was very curious and wanted to know more. I'm not sure about this. I only know that the hierarch Yuanju is very powerful. The 8th floor's continent has been passed down for hundreds of billions of years. Zilong said. Are you afraid? Chapter 3253. The 8th level was a continent. This news was quite surprising to Lin Fei. A population of hundreds of billions could provide a lot of prestige. For Lin Fei, who was currently accumulating prestige, this was the best thing. As long as he could replenish his prestige, he would not have to worry about any experts coming. After agreeing to enter the 8th level a month later, Lin Fei quickly started to wrap things up. He collected all the ores that could be collected. As for the small portion that was left, he did not need to worry. Time passed quickly. A month had passed. Zilong came again. I just received a piece of bad news. You have to be mentally prepared. Zilong, who was dressed in purple, came to the Senfu. To her, this place was no different from going in and out of her home. What news? Lin Fei frowned slightly. For the past month, he had been thinking about how to increase his prestige. In the end, he decided to use violent means to increase his prestige. The 8th level was a continent controlled by a force. It would be best to directly attack them. As long as he had enough prestige in the 8th level, there was nothing to be afraid of in the 9th level. Zilong glanced at Lin Fei. According to the information sent back by the spies in the 8th level, the 3 major Protoss clans have joined that force in the 8th level. They know that you have a Senfu that can ignore the rules left by the divinity Yuanju. At the entrance, they have mobilized experts and laid a trap to capture you. Lin Fei touched his nose and laughed. Haha, trap. This is good. I like it. Zilong was also confused by Lin Fei's words. Why are you laughing? Aren't you afraid? Zilong was very clear about the force that was waiting for him. It was terrifying. Or do you think you can break through? Lin Fei was worried about how to increase his prestige. The 3 major Protoss clans were really good people. They actually did a good deed. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid even if your father wants to kill me, let alone those people. Lin Fei laughed. Get ready. We can go. The 8th floor. This place was completely different from the boundless mountains on the 7th floor. It was truly a world of its own. High mountains, flowing rivers, azure blue sky, everywhere was full of exuberant vitality. At this time, at the entrance of a valley, there were countless experts. A large array formation surrounded a small array formation, sealing the valley. Within a range of hundreds of millions of miles, there were formations set up everywhere. Anyone who barged in would be killed on the spot in the blink of an eye without any chance to struggle. At this moment, there was a group of people standing on a mountain in the distance. There were a few dozen of them, and on the opposite side of the mountain was an inconspicuous valley. As long as what you say is true, and there really is a senfu that can ignore the old man's rules, then whatever you want won't be a problem. The one who spoke was a black-armored divine venerable. His entire body was wrapped in black armor and exuded a cold aura. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. The three god races no longer had the arrogance they had before. It was as though they had been suppressed by something. What we said is true. That senfu has a very special origin. We don't know how that barbarian kid got it. Anyway, even an ultimate god can't break it. If senfu doesn't exist, you can kill us. That boy really has an immortal's mansion. When he appears, you'll know. However, we don't know how much the immortal's mansion can bear, and we don't know what other trump cards it has. If he runs away, don't blame me. The high-level ultimate gods from the three god races could not speak fluently with a hint of uneasiness in their eyes. It had always been their world, but they had suffered setbacks after coming to the tomb of the god of Yuanju. It was all that barbarian kid's fault. If the barbarian kid had given up the senfu, then there would have been no problems. The three god races would not have been suppressed by the aborigines on the 8th floor. They also cursed the ultimate god Yuanju 10,000 times. Of all the things he could have done, why did he have to come up with a mainland? There were aborigines on the 7th floor and they were beaten to a pulp. It was not easy for them to reach the 8th floor, but they were chased by the aborigines on that floor. Some were killed, while others were injured. In the end, they could not even leave. In order to survive, they used the senfu to attract the enemy's attention. Keep a close eye on the senfu. Attack immediately as soon as it appears. It's best to enter the senfu and capture the barbarian kid inside. Don't kill him. Keep him alive. The black-armored ultimate god ordered in an irresistible tone. They followed Zilong's directions. The group of people arrived at a valley. The valley was very inconspicuous. It was even more inconspicuous among the mountains. There were hundreds of similar places. Even if the mountains were destroyed, many small valleys could still be found. The entrance is here? Lin Fei was a little surprised that the entrance was in such a place. It would have been difficult to find it without Zilong leading the way. Surprised, aren't you? Zilong chuckled. I was also surprised at first. I had the same expression as you. The exit is surrounded by the 8th floor. Are you ready? They're just a bunch of ants. They're not worth caring about. The high-level ultimate gods in the senfu wiped their sweat. Only the barbarians dared to say that. I also want to see how you're going to deal with the experts on the 8th floor. By the way, let me remind you that the special life form is guarding over there. Lin Fei laughed. It's just a special life form. I'll show you how powerful I am today. When that time comes, you should be glad that I showed you mercy. Zilong rolled his eyes. Keep bragging. You're not the one who killed the special life form. It was hard to believe that someone could kill a special life form. At least, no one could do it there. Even those old farts could not do it. They did not have that kind of strength. Lin Fei looked at the small valley. You'll know in a while. I'm going to start a massacre. Lin Fei had automatically listed the continent as a place to build his reputation after knowing that the 8th floor was a place with hundreds of billions of people to make up for his recent losses. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? I'll wait and see. The senfu plunged into the small valley. The small valley looked like a small valley, but when they got closer, they realized that it was an illusory small valley that could deceive everyone's eyes. However, the small valley looked too ordinary from above. At that moment, the senfu rushed into the small valley and everything in front of them changed as a passage appeared. Xiao Feng, activate the defense. Our enemies are coming. Xiaohua, when you see the enemy later, activate the super infinite cannon and blast them all the way. Lin Fei stood straight and looked ahead through the senfu. The passage was not very long and only took a while to complete. Boom, boom. Endless attacks poured down like a mountain torrent. The huge immortal abode began to shake violently. Do you see that? Those outside are your enemies. The moment the senfu arrived at the 8th floor, it was immediately attacked fiercely. As soon as the celestial palace was attacked, the fire phoenix immediately retaliated. The super limitless cannon madly shot outwards, and the Celestial Palace's defenses were activated, forming a black belt around the Celestial Palace, easily blocking the attacks from the outside. The attacks on the 8th floor are really fierce. They are even stronger than the ones on the 7th floor. Lin Fei checked the situation. Fortunately, the attacks were still within acceptable range. It would be impossible for them to break through the defensive line outside for now. That's for sure. The 8th floor is a world with countless experts and a population of hundreds of billions. It's not as simple as you think. Zilong smiled. He was already used to the attacks outside. Although the attacks were fierce and domineering, they posed no threat to her, a special life form. The moment the Senfu came out, it was immediately attacked. Just like the previous layer, the sky was filled with warships. One attack after another came crashing down, only to be blocked by something that looked like a black bag. Master Black Emperor, what we said is true. This is the Senfu. It has an incredibly strong defense. We tried to take it down last time, but unfortunately, we couldn't break its defense. This must be a top-notch Senfu. The high-level ultimate gods from the 3 celestial clans kept talking. If the Senfu was real, then they would have a chance to leave the 8th floor without having to be careful and be afraid of losing their lives. You're good. A strange look flashed across the black-armored ultimate god's cold eyes. In the world of the 8th level, there was a massive empire that had been established. There was nothing that they had not seen before. However, this was the first time that they had seen such an immortal residence. All right, you can go now. They felt relieved as if they had been pardoned. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, 3 crisp sounds were heard. 3 high-level ultimate gods exploded as blood mist flowed into the black-armored ultimate god's body. Why leave now that you're here? It's so refreshing. The black-armored ultimate god said, let them enter the Senfu and catch that barbarian kid. The high-level ultimate gods from the 3 celestial clans died in a humiliating manner. They were killed in one blow. The attack continued. The Senfu's super infinity cannon was also very powerful. The warships in the sky were shot down in waves. However, there were too many warships and they kept coming back. They're here, Zilong suddenly said. Lin Fei saw more than a dozen figures turning illusory and heading toward the Senfu. The Senfu, which could have withstood the attacks, could not stop them from sneaking in. What are they? Lin Fei was used to it and was not as helpless as he was before. If special life forms could come in, it was not surprising that others could come in as well. Scan them. How much prestige do we need to kill them? Lin Fei contacted Little Devil. They're semi-special life forms. Another name is energy elves. Such existences only exist in the 8th floor. Chapter 3254. Energy Sprites. They were the special existences on the 8th floor. No one knew how they came to be there for the time being. No one dared to ignore these energy sprites. In an instant, the energy sprites rushed into the Senfu. The name might sound interesting, but one would curse when they saw them for real. They looked too ferocious and terrifying. To put it bluntly, they were ugly. F***ck, they're going to scare us to death. Lin Fei almost raised his middle finger when he saw the short, ugly, and ferocious faces. You're so ugly and yet you come out to scare people. I have no choice but to kill you. Zilong giggled. Have you lost your appetite after seeing them? That's for sure. The energy sprites rushed in and the high-level ultimate god experts were the first to bear the brunt. The power in their bodies was once again out of control as if it was about to break free. They could only look at Lin Fei for help. They wanted to show off at first, but now they realized that the things on the 8th floor were not something they could fight against. It was a painful blow to them. That 80 billion reputation points was something Lin Fei could still afford. With Zilong as a special life form, it was not easy to kill those related to special life forms. He might as well use the system skills. It's just reputation points, I can afford it. Lin Fei still had some confidence. Do you need my help? Zilong, who was dressed in purple, said arrogantly. No need. Zilong knew the energy sprites were not easy to deal with. She wanted to see how Lin Fei would kill them. Moreover, he said it so confidently as if the energy sprites were very fragile. The 8th floor was where Lin Fei could farm his reputation points. It was best to end the battle quickly. I'll pay 80 billion reputation points. I'll exchange for 100 kills. The name of the skill was 100 kills. As for why there was such a name, Lin Fei had no idea. He guessed that it was given by the person who set it up. It was a bit of a chunibyu. After the energy sprites entered the Senfu, even the high-level ultimate gods were affected and immediately locked onto Lin Fei. More than a dozen energy sprites swarmed toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei waved his hand in a very pretentious manner, and a piece of Jingguang flew out from his hand. This Jingguang shrouded the energy sprite. Jingguang's color shone on the elves' bodies, and the originally ferocious elves revealed expressions of fear. They screamed, and the terrifying screams seemed to pierce through space. Only Zilong and Lin Fei were able to ignore the screams of the energy sprites. As for the others, they were suffering. Fortunately, Lin Fei had created a barrier to block the sound wave attack. The screaming energy spirit's body began to melt. It was like the melting of winter snow. Under the golden light, they were unable to escape and were quickly melted away. Even if they were turned into energy, it was still the same. They were truly wiped out completely. Not even a little bit of energy escaped. How is it? Is my technique acceptable? Lin Fei looked at the shocked Zilong. Zilong subconsciously shivered. Although she did not think that the other party was much stronger than her, the scene at that moment was no less than a big blow to her. This guy had mastered the technique to kill the energy sprites. The most terrifying thing was that she could not tell what kind of technique it was. She only knew that it could kill the energy sprites on a deeper level. Good technique. Zilong said calmly, that Black Emperor will probably hate you to death. This is an energy sprite. Let's kill him later. Let's see what else he can hate, Lin Fei said calmly. He took a step forward and arrived in the sky above Senfu. Although the Senfu was very strong and the super infinity cannon could kill a large number of them, it could not keep up with the speed of their replenishment. I have to do it myself. Lin Fei did not have time to waste. Black Emperor, if you don't want to die, get over here immediately. If I make a move, you will definitely die. Regardless of whether you are a special life form or not, you will still end up the same. Lin Fei's voice rumbled in the sky above Senfu. When the subordinates controlling the battleships heard this, they all suspected that there was something wrong with this guy's brain. Was he threatening Lord Black Emperor? On the 8th level, everyone knew about Lord Black Emperor. He was a special life form and was extremely powerful. Even Miss Zilong from the 7th level was not a match for him. Now, there was actually someone who dared to say such words? What an ignorant fool. Black Emperor was a special life form from the 8th level. He was also the only true special life form. In this level, and even the 9th level, he had great influence. This was the first time Black Emperor had heard such impudent words. Outsider, you sure are arrogant. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. Black Emperor came near Senfu and all the battleships stopped attacking. If you hand over Senfu, I can spare your life. I haven't done something like this for a long time. You are the first. Seeing Senfu in front of him, Black Emperor knew that this was a chance to leave the divine tomb. If it was not for Senfu, Black Emperor would have already killed the other party. He would not have spoken to the other party. Be it on the 7th, 8th, or 9th level, there were not many people who were qualified to speak to him. This was because he was a special life form and had truly mastered special mystiques. Master, killing this special life form requires a total of 180 billion reputation. Little Devil came to a conclusion. Then I'll pay 180 billion reputation points to kill this guy. Lin Fei did not wish to fight with a special life form. Who knew what kind of special abilities it had? He would kill it first. Pay 180 billion reputation points. Exchange for a sure kill. Lin Fei suddenly stretched out his hand. I'm sorry, but I don't like to be threatened, even if you are a special life form. He pointed with his finger. A ray of light struck Black Emperor's body. 180 billion reputation turned into a terrifying skill, one hit sure kill. There were no signs. There was no danger. Black Emperor's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble. I don't want to die. No one had expected an outsider to make a move at this moment. No one had noticed anything, and he had struck so casually. As a special life form, Black Emperor was used to being arrogant. He had never imagined that there would be a day when someone could kill him. At most, he would be severely injured. But at this moment, Black Emperor felt that everything had become illusory. Everything in front of him had disappeared. He had sunk into endless darkness. That body also disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing behind. A dignified special life form was gone just like that. I've already said it. Why don't you believe me? Lin Fei shook his head. All of Black Emperor's subordinates were dumbfounded. Looks of disbelief could be seen on their faces. Lord Black Emperor is dead. Retreat, retreat immediately. Chapter 3255. In the sky above Senfu. In that instant, Lin Fei seemed to have transformed into a terrifying and invincible existence. The densely packed warships outside the small valley had retreated with the death of Lord Black Sovereign. They did not even have the confidence to attack again. The sky returned to normal. The area outside the small valley became quiet. Haha. Lin Fei suddenly laughed out loud. In such a short time, a large amount of reputation had been contributed. It was more than 30 million, and the number was still increasing. Betrayal means death by talking too much. Lin Fei was elated. He had spent 180 billion reputation in one go, and it was actually very painful. Fortunately, the warships had retreated, and there was no need for him to attack again. You actually killed a special life form. Zilong's beautiful eyes blinked, and she found it hard to accept this scene. That Black Sovereign special life form was killed just like that. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, Zilong would not have believed that Lin Fei from the barbarian race could kill a special life form just like that. Before this, Zilong did not believe it at all. Killing special life forms? It was not an easy task. Unless it was those special life forms that had just been born, there was still hope of doing it at that time. However, Black Sovereign was not an ordinary special life form. He had cultivated for a very long time, and he was not someone that could be killed just like that. Are you surprised? I've said it before, killing special life forms is actually just that. Lin Fei said casually. Are you glad that I didn't kill you back then? Zilong had never thought that Lin Fei could kill special life forms, but the scene before her had shattered her previous belief. This Lin Fei from the barbarian race had really mastered killing special life forms. Zilong quickly chuckled. Don't scare me. Although I don't know what method you used to kill special life forms, I believe that you paid a great price, and it was a very painful price. You probably won't be able to use this method many times, am I right? Lin Fei had to admit that this Zilong was really good at talking. He actually said almost everything. A special life form had spent 180 billion prestige points. The previous 80 billion prestige points added up to a total of 260 billion prestige points. This was definitely a huge sum. Then, are you willing to give it a try? Lin Fei laughed. I guarantee that you will experience despair. Zilong had been observing Lin Fei. She knew that she had guessed correctly, but she would definitely not be willing to give it a try. You only know how to bully others. Boring. Zilong rolled his eyes at Lin Fei. You killed the Black Emperor, and the Empire will soon know about it. How are you going to face it? Moreover, the Black Emperor you killed was not only a special life form, but also the future heir of the Empire. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Isn't that simple? Just charge over and have a good talk with them. Tian Yuan Empire. That was the name of the 8th mainland world empire. The imperial capital of the Tian Yuan Empire was located on a large plain with cities of various sizes all along the way. It was very prosperous and built a huge empire's imperial capital. The most eye-catching thing in the imperial capital was the 4 black towers that almost pierced the sky. They occupied 4 positions and 4 directions in the imperial capital. The Imperial Capital Palace. The current emperor was called Ultimate God Gu Quan. He was a peak high-level ultimate god expert. Although his cultivation level was not very high, He could transform into a peak ultimate god's combat power in the imperial capital with the help of a formation. That was not the main point. The most important thing was that the Tianyuan Empire had a special life form, the Black Emperor. He was the future heir of the empire. What was a peak ultimate god? It would not be a problem for him to become a universe expert in the future. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Young Master Black Emperor is dead. Ultimate God Gu Quan was enjoying singing and dancing in the palace. Usually, Ultimate God Gu Quan liked to watch singing and dancing when he had nothing to do. There was no need to worry about the current Tianyuan Empire as all opposition forces had been swept away. While everyone was talking and laughing, a figure ran in awkwardly and knelt in the palace hall as if his parents had died. Revered divinity Gu Quan was lying on a large antique bed. Both sides of him were beautiful women waiting on him. Who let you in? Drag him out and behead him. Ultimate God Gu Quan was engrossed in listening and did not listen carefully. Your Majesty, don't kill me. Something bad has happened. Young Master Black Emperor has been killed. The man shouted loudly. At that moment, everyone finally heard it clearly. Young Master Black Emperor had been killed? The experts present did not believe it. Who was it? Who was young Master Black Emperor? He was a special life form. Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Killing young Master Black Emperor must be a joke. This joke was not funny at all. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Young Master Black Emperor's soul ball has just broken. Another person hurriedly ran in from outside, holding a crystal ball-like object that was split in half in his hand. That was the soul ball unique to the Tianyuan Empire. As long as the soul ball did not crack, it meant that the person was not dead. However, once the person was dead, the soul ball would break in half. The person who came in was the watchman who guarded the soul ball every day. Just now, when young Master Black Emperor's soul ball broke, he was so scared that his limbs went soft and immediately came to report. This time, Ultimate God Gu Quan could not sit still anymore. He pushed away the people around him and stood up. My son. Ultimate God Gu Quan grabbed the soul ball and the soul aura belonging to Black Emperor disappeared without a trace. His face turned gloomy. Investigate immediately. Who killed young Master Black Emperor? This emperor will exterminate his 10 clans. Ultimate God Gu Quan was completely enraged. He was the hope of the Tianyuan Empire. Now, he was gone just like that. He had hoped that Black Emperor could break through to the ultimate god level. At that time, he could break out of the encirclement and the Tianyuan Empire could usher in another round of development and expansion. However, everything had come to a premature end. Could it be those old things? Impossible, they don't have the guts. But if it wasn't them, then who could it be? Ultimate God Gu Quan could not think of anyone who would dare to kill him. From the 7th floor to the 8th and even the 9th floor, everyone minded their own business. No one dared to cross the line. Your Majesty, I found out. It was an outsider who controlled the Senfu. He's with Miss Zilong from the 7th floor. They're heading this way. The results were soon out. Ultimate God Gu Quan's face turned even gloomier. How could an outsider kill young Master Black Emperor? Immediately mobilize experts for this emperor. After killing Black Emperor, a special life form. Lin Fei did not stay idle. He let Hufen control the Senfu and charged toward the Tianyuan Empire's imperial capital. Yes, attack the landmark. At least we have to prove that we're here. Lin Fei smiled. Also, spread the word that young Master Black Emperor has been killed by me. If you don't want to die, you better stay put. Chapter 3256. Tianyuan Empire. The people on this level had been reproducing for generations and were used to living under the rule of the Tianyuan Empire. However, with the appearance of the Senfu, many people became restless. This was because the Senfu came too mysteriously. It appeared so openly like a treasure, and anyone who saw it would be tempted. Boom, boom. At first, some people thought that it was a treasure and wanted to fish for it. As a result, he was bombarded as soon as he went up. His body was smashed to pieces, and he was killed in one shot. This did not stop those people from going crazy. Whether it was a treasure or something else, it was worth it for them to go crazy. However, they were killed every time. When the voice from the immortal abode rang out, everyone was shocked, as if it was a joke. Young Master Heidi is dead? Impossible. Who can kill young Master Heidi? What a joke. Heidi killed them all. Everyone, let's attack together and take down that Senfu. We have more people and strength. There's nothing to be afraid of. There were hundreds of billions of people in the Tianyuan continent. The appearance of the Senfu naturally caused a huge commotion. Many people wanted to take down the Senfu. As the Senfu's announcement spread again and again, it was hard for people not to understand. Young Master Heidi is dead? Everyone was in disbelief. Countless people surrounded the Senfu, and all the forces came out. However, they were unable to stop the Senfu from advancing. Under the attack of the super cannon, people kept falling, and their corpses were destroyed. On the other hand, their attacks were unable to break through the black belt of the Senfu. If you don't want to die, scram. My cannon is blind. Lin Fei stood in the sky above the Senfu. As the Senfu moved, people were constantly being bombarded. Basically, no matter how many people came, they would be killed. Nothing could stop the Senfu. After a long time, everyone was afraid when they saw the Senfu. The defense of this immortal abode was too strong. Their attacks couldn't even land on the immortal abode. That fellow who looked like a human was acting all high and mighty. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and kill him. However, the Senfu was an obstacle, so they could only follow along. Humph, we don't believe that you can continue to strut around like this. This was the common thought of the people behind him. They couldn't deal with Senfu, but that didn't mean others couldn't. This was the Tianyuan Empire, a place filled with experts. The Li family is here, huh? The Wang clan is here too. I think Senfu won't be able to hold on for long. The arrival of a single Senfu drew the attention of all the major and minor powers in the Tianyuan Empire. Everyone rushed over. Everyone wanted to take down Senfu, especially when there was an outsider in Senfu. The organizations of the Tianyuan Empire brought a large number of experts to surround Senfu. They used various treasures, but in the end, none of them could stop Senfu. Senfu headed straight for the capital. They originally thought that the Senfu would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many forces, but now, everyone began to wonder where the Senfu was produced. Its quality was too high. Lin Fei, who had been attracting hatred all this while, was feeling elated. Make as much trouble as you can. The bigger the trouble, the more prestige I'll gain. Lin Fei could clearly see his prestige increasing. As the news spread, his contribution points began to increase. This was the benefit of having a large population. Prestige was constantly being contributed. And this was just the beginning. You're really bored. Zilong couldn't figure out what the barbarian Lin Fei was thinking. You killed a special life form, so you should at least have the appearance of a peerless expert. Look at you now, you're like a villain intoxicated by success. Lin Fei thought, if I don't go out and attract hatred, how will people know me? I'm not bored. I think it's quite interesting. Lin Fei smiled. There are indeed many experts in the Tianyuan Empire. Why doesn't the 7th level integrate with the 8th level? It's all empty there. Look at this place. The environment is beautiful and the scenery is pleasant. It's much better than the 7th level. Zilong rolled his eyes. Hierarch Gu Quan is here. Lin Fei knew who Hierarch Gu Quan was. He was the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire. The royal family is finally here. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. I've been waiting for them for a long time. I thought they would stay in the capital forever. Hierarch Gu Quan was indeed here. He had brought a bunch of experts with him. Apart from that, there was also a large army behind him. It was the infamous Tianyuan army. They were all dressed in black armor. The armor was covered in patterns and emitted a cold luster. Your Majesty, that's the outsider's Senfu. Hierarch Gu Quan's face was filled with killing intent. The most outstanding successor of the Tianyuan Empire was dead. Hierarch Gu Quan wanted to cut the other party into pieces and exterminate his entire clan. Destroy that immortal abode for me. Hierarch Gu Quan ordered. Those forces that had been surrounding the Senfu immediately stood aside when they saw Hierarch Gu Quan, the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire. A thought popped up in their minds. Could young Master Black Emperor really be dead? This emperor had not appeared for a long time. Ever since the unification of the Tianyuan Empire, all the forces had been well behaved. No one dared to go against them. The Tianyuan Empire's royal family's rule had been deepening. Up until now, the Tianyuan Empire had been very stable. Ever since the royal family produced the Black Emperor, Hierarch Gu Quan had relinquished his power and handed over almost all matters to the Black Emperor. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to meet Hierarch Gu Quan. But now, Hierarch Gu Quan had appeared. The killing intent on his face was so monstrous that they could feel it even from afar. At that moment, they could no longer remain calm. The Black Emperor was a special life form who could easily break through to the ultimate god realm in the future. However, he had been killed by someone. Furthermore, His Majesty had personally brought the most powerful and ferocious Tianyuan army. The Tianyuan army was the most powerful existence in the Tianyuan Empire. It had always been an elite army controlled by the royal family. The Tianyuan army was rarely deployed unless it was to suppress a powerful enemy. However, the Tianyuan army was deployed this time. This was inconceivable. They've made their move. The Tianyuan army has been deployed. What the hell? They've deployed 100,000 Tianyuan army this time. That's terrifying. What kind of enemy is worth deploying the Tianyuan army? Oh yes, there's also the royal family's high officials. There are more than 30 grade 8 ultimate gods. Could it be a grade 9 ultimate god in that Senfu? Even if it's a grade 9 ultimate god, it's not worth deploying 100,000 Tianyuan army. Those people could no longer remain calm. Such a situation had not happened for a very long time. However, it had happened today. 100,000 Tianyuan army and more than 30 grade 8 ultimate gods. Even the top forces in the Tianyuan Empire could not withstand such a lineup. You're in trouble. Chapter 3257. Ultimate God Gu Quan led the Tianyuan army to attack. It was unknown how many people were shocked by this scene. The news that came from the Immortal Mansion seemed to have come true. If the young master of the Black Emperor had really been killed, it would definitely be a major matter for the Tianyuan Empire. No matter who was involved in this matter, the outcome was predetermined. None of them would have a good ending. Even if they were outsiders, they would not be able to withstand the wrath of the Tianyuan imperial family. The Tianyuan army had sent 100,000 troops. They were the best of the best. As soon as they made their move, everyone felt a terrifying and dangerous aura. They couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. Those who had witnessed the might of the Heaven's Origin army believed that Immortal Mansion could stop them. Tianyuan army? They're really strong. They're all mid-level ultimate gods with the lowest being a 4th-class ultimate god. This army would be able to wipe out anyone outside. Lin Fei smiled. Tianyuan Empire's emperor, don't be so angry. I've only killed your Black Emperor. You can have another one in the future anyway. Don't put on a long face, okay? Lin Fei laughed loudly. It's not good for your health. You might even die faster. As soon as he said that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The special life form Black Emperor was really dead. It was a piece of news they did not want to accept. Ultimate God Gu Quan was furious. I'll definitely kill you and wipe out your 10 clans. I'll let you know what regret is. Everyone, whoever breaks through Senfa first, kills Senfa first, and captures this kid will be rewarded handsomely. Ultimate God Gu Quan said angrily. Tianyuan Empire's hope was gone. Ultimate God Gu Quan was filled with murderous intent. Kill for His Majesty. Kill that kid. The various forces in the distance began to move. Whoever did not take action today would be offending His Majesty. Their entire clan would be doomed tomorrow. In an instant, more than 300,000 experts attacked crazily. It was a shocking scene. It was not the first time Lin Fei's Senfu was attacked by hundreds of thousands of people. The scene was terrifying, but to Lin Fei, it was nothing. After all, it couldn't be broken. His prestige is rising really fast. With over 300,000 attacks from experts, Lin Fei was happy that his reputation was rising quickly. The more he was stimulated, the faster it would rise. In addition, his reputation had already broken past 15 million. Emperor of Tianyuan, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you have the cheek to bring out such a small number of people? It's far from enough to defeat my senfu. You'll need at least 1 million experts. Lin Fei shouted again, looking down on these people. Revered divinity Gu Quan's face twitched. It had been many years since he had encountered such a situation, and no one had ever dared to say such a thing to him. Among the 300,000 experts, 100,000 of them were from the Tianyuan army. They were elites, but now he was being called useless? Order them to attack this emperor with all their might. Venerable divinity Gu Quan thought that the other party was provoking them. No spatial treasure could withstand such an attack. Why did you provoke Supreme Divinity Gu Quan? Zilong really didn't understand what Lin Fei was trying to do. Was he purposely provoking Supreme Divinity Gu Quan? That's right, I'm purposely provoking them. Lin Fei smiled. If I don't provoke them, how boring would it be? Otherwise, they'll think that I'm the king. Zilong really didn't know what to say. Charge out and let them go. Lin Fei had just started grinding his reputation, but he couldn't bear to kill them. Let them go. Wufeng was still prepared to go on a killing spree and was stunned when she heard Lin Fei's words. Yes, let's charge out immediately. Control the speed and let them keep following us. Circle the entire Tianyuan Empire. Do you understand? Yes, I'll do it immediately. Wufeng didn't dare to anger her master. He was an existence that could easily kill special life forms. The Senfu's super infinity cannon opened up a path, and they successfully charged out. A sneer finally appeared on Supreme Divinity Gu Quan's gloomy face. They can't hold on any longer, right? Chase after them and exhaust all of their Senfu's energy. Use the enchantment treasures as well. We must break through Senfu. Senfu had opened up a bloody path. In Supreme Divinity Gu Quan's opinion, the other party's Senfu was about to reach its limit. In the Tianyuan Empire, there was nothing that a Senfu couldn't be destroyed by an army. This was the source of Supreme Divinity Gu Quan's confidence. Back then, there were also outsiders who barged in, but they were all captured alive in the end. As a result, the immortal mansion fled unsteadily in the front while more than 300,000 experts besieged them from behind. Emperor of Tianyuan, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, I might spare your life. Think about it carefully. I'm giving you a chance. In the sky above Senfu, Lin Fei provoked Supreme Divinity Gu Quan again and again. This emperor was able to control his temper, but the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Originally, more than 300,000 people besieged Senfu. As Senfu began to move in the Tianyuan Empire, the news spread continuously. More and more forces joined in the siege. Everyone wanted to be the first to break through Senfu. His Majesty had a great reward. No matter what it was something that couldn't be obtained normally. Master, my performance was not bad, right? Wufeng executed Lin Fei's orders perfectly. Not only did she control her speed, but she also acted as if Senfu couldn't hold on any longer. From time to time, she would accelerate and attack with the super limitless cannon. In the eyes of everyone, it was a struggle before death. Everyone fought even harder. Very good. Continue. Lin Fei smiled. Oh right, I'm going to rest. You just need to control Senfu and keep circling around the Tianyuan Empire. I want everyone to know of my existence. Master, rest assured. There won't be any problems. Wufeng was now his #1 lackey. Are you really going to do that? Zilong originally thought that coming to the 8th level would be an extremely dangerous thing. However, the outcome was completely beyond his imagination. That Black Emperor usually flaunted his strength in front of him, but he was killed by Lin Fei from the barbarian race with a single strike. He didn't even encounter any danger. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zilong would have found it hard to believe that it was true. Now, he had actually started circling around Divine Venerable Gu Quan and the experts of the Tianyuan Empire. This was incomprehensible. If he could kill special life forms, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with these people? Of course, I have to take a good look at such a good place. Zilong didn't believe Lin Fei's words. What was there to visit in such a place? Subconsciously, she felt that there must be a reason why Lin Fei was doing this. However, she couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard she racked her brains. It was a completely irrelevant matter. The Tianyuan Empire was in an uproar with the death of Senfu. In particular, the death of Black Emperor, a special life form, was like a heavy bomb that spread throughout the entire Tianyuan Empire. Even the Emperor, Divine Venerable Gu Quan, appeared and hunted down the outsiders in Senfu. The hundreds of thousands of experts also broke through 1 million, and then to 2, 3 million. Chapter 3258. The 8th floor of the Tomb of God, Tianyuan Empire. Ever since the emergence of the Senfu, the entire Tianyuan Empire was no longer peaceful. The Tianyuan Empire's young master He Di was killed, and the empire's hope for the future also died. Afterward, the Tianyuan army brought by His Majesty Gu Quan could not break through the moving Senfu. The Immortal's estate carried divine Gu Quan and the millions of experts of the Tianyuan Empire as they wandered through the Tianyuan Empire. This wander lasted for 3 months. Within 3 months, the entire Tianyuan Empire knew about it. The Tianyuan Empire's army besieging the Senfu had now increased to more than 500 million. The scene was extremely shocking. No matter who it was, they would not be able to calm down after seeing such a scene. However, the 500 million army could not break through the Senfu and allowed the Senfu to break through the encirclement. They wandered here and there as if they were walking a dog. It was a terrible feeling. A bunch of good-for-nothings. It's been 3 months and you still can't break through the Senfu. What's the use of all of you? The emperor of the Tianyuan Empire, Gu Quan, had been livid ever since that month. The people around him did not dare to make a sound. During that period, several ultimate gods who came to report the situation were directly dragged away and beheaded. They really wanted to tell the owner of the immortal abode not to continue tormenting them like this, all right? They were going to die. They gathered 500 million soldiers, yet they still could not break through the Senfu. Instead, millions of experts were killed. What the hell was this? Your Majesty, the Senfu has stopped. Someone came up to report. Just as he had said, the immortal mansion that had been running all over the place stopped. In front of the 500 million soldiers, the sky was densely packed and blocked out the sun. The Senfu seemed extremely small no matter how one looked at it. However, that was not the case. In the beginning, everyone had come for the reward from His Majesty. However, when they really fought, they had gone from excitement to despair and helplessness. Their hearts had been destroyed countless times. That was a moving fortress that could not be breached. Everyone's morale had suffered a heavy blow. There had never been a treasure that could withstand 3 months of attacks. During this period, they had suffered millions of casualties. Every time the Senfu bombarded, tens of thousands of experts would die. Now, everyone had lost their confidence and even had thoughts of regret. This was an unbreakable Senfu. If the Emperor of Tianyuan was not present, everyone would have run away. Whoever wanted to go could go, but they didn't want to. It was unknown how many powers had besieged the Senfu, but they had suffered great losses. First-rate families had become second-rate families, and second-rate families had become third-rate families. After the immortal mansion stopped, the 500 million soldiers surrounded them in 3 layers. Their desire to attack Senfu was almost gone. It's been 3 months. You guys are even more useless than I thought. You guys can't even break my Senfu. How disappointing. Lin Fei was extremely satisfied with what he had gained in the past 3 months. The Tianyuan Empire, with a population of hundreds of billions, had brought Lin Fei a huge amount of prestige. Every time he saw the prestige he gained, he would smile from ear to ear. 300 billion prestige. This was the prestige gained in the past 3 months. It would be strange if Senfu's prestige didn't increase after strolling around. 300 billion prestige not only made up for the previous consumption, but also made a small gain. It would be strange if Lin Fei wasn't happy. After earning 300 billion prestige, Lin Fei had made up for the previous consumption. Calculating the time, he could start farming prestige for the second time. After swaying for 3 months, the immortal abode stopped. A venerable god Gu Quan's murderous gaze shot toward the young figure in Senfu. I won't kill you as long as you surrender. In these 3 months, revered divinity Gu Quan had witnessed the power of the immortal mansion. They had gathered an army of 500 million, but they still could not break through a tiny immortal mansion. As the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire, how could he not see the wonders of the immortal mansion? They alone would not be able to break Senfu even if they had 100 or even 10,000 years. Unless the 2 great ancestors of Tianyuan Empire took action. Venerable God Gu Quan really did not have the guts to inform the great ancestors. In the eyes of the great ancestors, those who could not even take down Senfu were trash. Lin Fei laughed. You really know how to talk. You obviously can't do anything to my Senfu, but you still have the nerve to ask me to surrender. You're really thick-skinned. Brat, how can you talk to His Majesty like that? We would have killed you 10,000 times if you weren't in Senfu. A high-level ultimate god shouted. Come out if you have the guts. I'll kill you. The Tianyuan Empire's ultimate gods were also fuming with anger. Who would be happy that a high-level ultimate god expert could not take down a brat? They would kill as many people as he was outside. Lin Fei laughed. So this is how you do it when you can't win. However, I'm in a good mood today. As you wish, I'll let you out. I'll fulfill your wish now since you're no match for me inside or outside anyway. Too arrogant. Tianyuan Empire was not a small empire. There were countless experts and high-level ultimate gods. There were even a handful of 9th-class ultimate gods. A brat dared to say such a thing. His arrogance was boundless. That made the high-level ultimate gods very angry. They could not wait to grab him and cut him into pieces so that they could vent their anger. As for Hades' death, they thought it was a shameless sneak attack. No one could defeat or even kill Hades in a one-on-one fight. Apart from using shameless tactics. Those high-level ultimate gods were overjoyed. They did not expect that guy to really dare to come out. They believed that as long as he came out, he would not be able to return to Senfu. Lin Fei flew out of Senfu and stood outside Senfu in a swaggering manner. He faced the 500 million strong army alone, but Lin Fei could not be shaken by their imposing manner. This guy is really strange. In Senfu, Zilong once again felt he could not see through Lin Fei. Not only her, but Panjian also felt the same. He had been wandering around for 3 months only to go out and fight? It did not seem right no matter how he looked at it. Did Lin Fei have nothing better to do? Do it. The Tianyuan Empire's high-level ultimate gods immediately took action the moment Lin Fei left Senfu. A black divine pagoda descended from the sky, pressing down heavily. The surrounding void was also sealed, and the space around it was undergoing a transformation. It looked like Lin Fei was still in Tianyuan Empire, but in reality, he was not. He was in another space on the same plane. Brat, you're finished this time. You'll meet a terrible end for going against Tianyuan Empire. Chapter 3259. The Divine Pagoda was a powerful treasure used to trap people. It could seal an area of space and was extremely powerful. Ordinary ultimate gods could not withstand its power and could only be taken away by the Divine Pagoda. Lin Fei chuckled. That little bit of pressure was really nothing to him. He casually punched the Divine Pagoda, and as he moved, the sealed space shattered into pieces. The black Divine Pagoda flew out with a cracking sound, and cracks spread across its surface. He destroyed the Divine Pagoda with one punch. Come. Let me see the power of the Tianyuan Empire. Lin Fei walked toward Ultimate God Gu Quan. 3 figures appeared in the void. All of them were assassins. They came and went without a trace. Only clanging sounds could be heard as Lin Fei was attacked dozens of times. Lin Fei's perfect physical body was at its peak. His physical body's defense was so strong that it only left a white mark on his body. The assassins could not stop Lin Fei's footsteps either. Is there any more? This little bit of power is too weak. Lin Fei shook his head. Everyone, let's attack together. A foreign barbarian kid dares to be so presumptuous here. The imperial gods were furious. He was completely looking down on them. Needless to say, the ultimate gods from the imperial gods attacked one by one. The sky suddenly became colorful with all kinds of treasures attacking. Lin Fei did not move very fast. No matter what attack landed on him, It was all reflected back to the ultimate gods. Skill, damage transfer. The ultimate gods who attacked were all dumbfounded. They looked at the wounds on their bodies in disbelief. They did not believe it and attacked again. However, they were still injured. It was useless even if they had armor. The injuries came from inside the body. The stronger the attack, the greater the injury. For a moment, those high-level ultimate gods kept vomiting blood. Stop attacking. This is damage transfer. Ultimate God Gu Quan was also secretly shocked. He could even master such a technique. What was this guy's background? Judging from this technique, he must have mastered it to a very deep level. 7th and 8th level ultimate gods' attacks were easily transferred to them. One could imagine how powerful it was. Venerable Divinity Gu Quan had underestimated this young man. You have good eyesight. Lin Fei chuckled as he stepped forward. Wherever he passed, no one dared to attack. Those injured ultimate gods had never felt so aggrieved before. First, they besieged Senfu, but Senfu was unscathed. Now, they finally managed to lure them out, but they were still in the same state. They felt powerless as if their fists were punching cotton. What the hell was going on? With just this wave, Lin Fei once again gained several 100 million reputation points. His reputation points quickly broke through 1 billion and continued to rise. Although there were only 500 million soldiers present, that was not all. The entire Tianyuan Empire was paying attention to the Senfu. It was only natural for their prestige to skyrocket once again. Revered Divinity Gu Quan did not order his subordinates to make a move. With damage redirection, all attacks were useless. In the end, the casualties would be the Tianyuan Empire. To be able to grasp such a technique at such a young age, you are indeed amazing. Venerable Divinity Gu Quan said, but you shouldn't have killed the enemy Onyx Emperor, the hope of the Tianyuan Empire. Lin Fei stopped not far from the emperor. He could clearly feel the murderous intent from the other party. He did not hide it at all. Dead geniuses can only be blamed for their lack of strength. Lin Fei laughed. For example, if you die now, you will no longer be the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire. Venerable Divinity Gu Quan sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, "You're very powerful, but you're not strong enough to kill me. You should know that if a special life form like Onyx Emperor can appear in the Tianyuan Empire, there must be someone stronger. As long as you hand over damage redirection and Senfu, I can let you go. Everything that happened before can be treated as if nothing happened. Think about it, I rarely say such things to people." Lin Fei knew that the other party was afraid of him. With the help of damage redirection, he had become a special existence. Coupled with his own strength, it would be easy for him to kill someone. However, he was here to build his prestige. He did not care about any threats. As for the two old men in the imperial capital, they knew about it from the beginning. Would Lin Fei care? Of course not. He had to get rid of them sooner or later. Otherwise, how could he develop this place into a base to build his prestige? You're wrong. I won't hand over damage redirection and neither will Senfu. Lin Fei smiled. Now, I want to say something. If you don't want to die, kneel down and beg for mercy. This is your only chance. Those high-level ultimate gods standing behind Venerable Divinity Gu Quan glared at him. They would take action as soon as His Majesty gave the order. And you guys, if you don't want to die, you can also kneel down. Once I make a move, you guys will really die. Think about it, it wasn't easy to cultivate to this realm. If you die, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Lin Fei said again. I can kill the Black Emperor, let alone you guys. Those high-level ultimate gods were in an uproar again. Onyx Emperor was a special life form. If Jian Wushuang used the same method to kill Onyx Emperor to kill them, everyone suddenly felt a chill down their spine and could no longer remain calm. Young man, I really don't know what you're thinking if you want to kill me. This is just one of my clones. You won't even blink even if you kill 10,000 of them. Venerable Divinity Gu Quan said scornfully, but you're different. I can order the entire Tianyuan Empire to attack you. Even if you have damage redirection, do you think you can survive? The young man's words were so ridiculous that Venerable Divinity Gu Quan did not care at all. Even those top-level ultimate gods could not kill both their bodies and clones at the same time. That kind of ability could only be achieved by universe-level experts, but not every universe-level expert. It was even harder to break through from ultimate god to universe level. Listen to me and hand over the damage redirection technique. Senfu will spare your life. Venerable Divinity Guchuan said in a confident tone, "In the Tianyuan Empire, no one can ignore my words. You should be glad that there's something worthy of my attention. Back then, many people weren't as lucky as you. You should cherish this opportunity." Lin Fei shook his head. "Forget it then. Since you don't believe me, I have nothing else to say. It's a pity that you're already the emperor. I hereby announce that the next emperor of the Tianyuan Empire will be me." Kill him. Venerable Divinity Guchuan frowned and his figure became illusory. As soon as the order was given, all the Tianyuan Empire experts attacked Lin Fei. "You don't have the ability to kill me. I'll be watching you from the imperial capital." Venerable Divinity Guchuan disappeared in front of Lin Fei. Then an overwhelming barrage of attacks came. Chapter 3260. The moment the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire, Gu Quan, left, all the Heaven Yuan experts launched their attacks. Lin Fei's position was immediately hit by a destructive attack. The space collapsed. The power of the attack was too terrifying, exceeding the endurance of the space. In the imperial capital, Gu Quan took out a treasure and saw the situation on the battlefield clearly. He had a cold smile on his face. So what if he has mastered the damage transfer? In the imperial capital, I am invincible. Gu Quan didn't believe that guy could withstand it. The attack of the 500 million strong army was just a test. It would be best if the other party couldn't withstand it. Even if he did, there was nothing to worry about. There was a limit to the damage transfer. If it exceeded the limit, the damage transfer would be broken. That guy is dead for sure. No one has ever been able to withstand the attack of a 500 million strong army. Hiding in Senfu might be out of everyone's hands, but once he comes out, he has no advantage. I really don't know what he is thinking. As long as we kill that guy, attacking Senfu will be a piece of cake. The entire Tianyuan Empire was paying attention. Those forces that had lost many experts were eager for the other party to be killed so that they could vent their anger. Previously, hiding in Senfu, they could only grit their teeth. Now the opportunity had come. Was Lin Fei really that easy to deal with? Definitely not. Gu Quan, do you think you'll be fine after running to the imperial capital? No one who I want to kill has ever survived. Facing the attack, Lin Fei laughed. Bang bang bang. When the attack landed on Lin Fei, the damage transfer was immediately activated. Without any warning, it landed on the attacker, causing them to bleed. Lin Fei moved forward. When the attack landed on his body, it was immediately reflected back to the enemy. The greater the power, the greater the damage. Countless people were instantly killed by his own power. One by one, they fell from the sky like it was raining. He can't block it. This technique makes him invincible. How can he fight? Oh no, I'm injured too. None of the experts from the Tianyuan Empire remained calm in the sky. In just a short period of time, over 100 million experts had died. The scene was so shocking that no one could believe it. If you don't want to die, leave. Lin Fei headed towards the imperial capital and passed through the army. There were very few people who left. Who would dare to disobey the words of that emperor? Even if they died in battle, it was the same. They had to stop the other party. Since all of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Fei punched out. The sky was filled with fist shadows that swept across the body of the Sky Yuan expert in front of him. Then, clouds of blood mist exploded. He couldn't be more dead. In an instant, Lin Fei had transformed into a terrifying butcher. The injured Sky Origin Stage cultivator faced the power of Lin Fei's perfect body again. With one punch, the Divine Master died without any chance to struggle. Die, 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 die. Lin Fei rushed over and punched out. A huge power swept over and harvested the Sky Origin experts. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. Under Lin Fei's punches, they died. No matter what realm they were in, the result was the same. The army of 500 million went from 400 million to 300 million, and then to 200 million. The number was decreasing at an extremely fast speed. Lin Fei's strength finally made them feel fear and despair. Run! This is a demon, this is a butcher. I don't want to die, I want to live. What bullsh***? T Emperor's order, I want to live. The army collapsed. They couldn't hit or touch such a strong enemy. On the contrary, they were easily swept away like ants. Such a strong contrast would make them collapse no matter how good their mental state was. Knowing that they would die, they still went forward. If they weren't fools, what else could they be? Therefore, everyone ran away, with injuries all over their bodies. Even though some leaders wanted to stop them, they didn't dare to do so when they saw the tide of collapse. Lin Fei alone killed more than 200 million Sky Origin Stage cultivators. Who dared to go against him? You're really strong, but in the Tian Yuan Empire, you'll never be able to defeat me. In the void, a saber light slashed down. It directly slashed Lin Fei's body. At the same time, Gu Quan Ultimate God's cold voice was heard. Gu Quan Ultimate God, who was far away in the imperial capital, attacked from a distance. With the support of the imperial capital's formation, his strength could exert the combat power of a peak ultimate god, which was a level 10 ultimate god. A cold light flashed and everyone's movements seemed to slow down. As the saber light appeared, countless Sky Origin Stage cultivators died and their bodies were cut in half. That was just the saber wind naturally released by the saber light. Under Lin Fei's perfect physical state, the saber light landed on his body and made a clanking sound, leaving white marks all over his body. Wow, there's still a treasure that can withstand my damage transfer. Lin Fei fiddled with his body. The power that landed on his body was like a tickle to him and was not threatening at all. However, the technique was quite powerful. If this is all you've got, you can die later. Lin Fei moved toward the imperial capital. The army had long collapsed and lost their confidence. Gu Quan Ultimate God did not think he could kill his opponent in one go. In the imperial capital, his strength had reached the level of a peak ultimate god. Even if his opponent had the damage transfer technique, he would not be able to cause any harm to him. Let's see how long you can last. Gu Quan Ultimate God snorted coldly as he held his weapon and slashed several saber lights into the void. Those saber lights were all attacking Lin Fei. His reputation is growing really fast. Lin Fei's fist smashed against the saber light flying out from the void. With a cracking sound, the saber light shattered. With the assistance of the system, the opponent's attack appeared bizarre and could not be detected by the system. Thus, it was easy for Lin Fei to deal with it. They were getting closer and closer to the imperial capital. No one dared to intercept them. The saber lights appeared from time to time in the sky. Those were attacks from His Majesty Gu Quan Ultimate God. Who dared to go up and look for trouble? It was not something they could intervene in. The most frightening thing was that the outsider was ridiculously strong. He broke His Majesty Gu Quan Ultimate God's attack with one hand each time as if everything was under his control. The smart ones knew that the outsider might really be able to kill Gu Quan Ultimate God. At the very least, he could fight his way to the imperial capital. It was better for them to wait and see. Imperial capital, here I come. Lin Fei laughed loudly as his fist crossed thousands of mountains and rivers like a stream of light and blasted on the imperial capital's formation. There was a loud bang and the entire imperial capital shook. That was the first blow, followed by a second and even a third one. The imperial capital began to become turbulent. Everyone looked at the outsider with fear and uneasiness. No one had ever seen someone shake the imperial capital with one punch, but someone had done it. Gu Quan Ultimate God, I'm coming to kill you. Are you ready? Lin Fei's figure appeared outside the imperial capital and broke several attacks in a row. He looked straight at the imperial capital of the Tian Yuan Empire. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. As long as you come out and surrender, I can spare your life. Otherwise, it's useless for you to hide in the imperial capital. Gu Quan Ultimate God was clad in battle armor with a divine saber in his hand. His battle intent surged as he rushed out of the palace. Chapter 3261. Tianyuan Empire. Outside the imperial capital. An outsider had killed his way over. Almost 300 million Tianyuan experts had died in the hands of this outsider. How terrifying was that? At that moment, all forces, big and small, were staring at the outsider in the imperial capital. Could he really kill Ultimate God Gu Quan? That person had the strength of a peak Ultimate God in the imperial capital. Almost no one could kill him. Many people wanted to rebel against the Tianyuan Empire's rule, but they were all suppressed in the end. They just could not kill the Tianyuan Empire's emperor. Lin Fei stood outside the imperial capital and sneered in his heart. I let you escape back to the imperial capital. If you didn't want to gain more prestige, you would have died outside. You still dare to act like you're not afraid of death. I really have to give it to you. Ultimate God Gu Quan could escape back because Lin Fei had deliberately done so. Killing Ultimate God Gu Quan in front of everyone and in a place like the imperial capital would have the greatest impact. Otherwise, Lin Fei would not have made such a scene. It was time to reel in the net. Getting rid of Ultimate God Gu Quan was not Lin Fei's real goal. He was at most a relatively powerful ant. Venerable divinity Gu Quan was an invincible existence in the imperial capital. He did not take the outsider's words seriously. His opponent's strength was also beyond his expectations. It was the first time in the history of the Tianyuan Empire that someone could withstand his attacks all the way here. Although he could not kill his opponent, the Tianyuan Empire still had two great ancestors who were his biggest trump card. Ultimate God Gu Quan was ready to let the great ancestors appear later to suppress this kid. It would be a pity to kill such a strong physical body. How could Ultimate God Gu Quan not see his opponent's tyrannical strength against his attack with pure strength? Such a physical body was actually quite valuable. I'm standing here. Come and kill me. As long as a little more time passed, his opponent would not be able to escape. He had already contacted the great ancestors and now only needed to provoke him. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. I've given you a chance. If you want to die, there's nothing I can do. I'll fulfill your wish now. While everyone was looking at the outsider, Lin Fei passed through the terrifying ancient array formation in the imperial capital without warning. He grabbed Venerable God Gu Quan's neck with one hand and lifted him up. This moment came too quickly. It was so fast that no one had any time to react. How is it? Are you surprised? Ha! This scene made many people unable to react. The imperial capital's array formation was actually useless. Save His Majesty! Attack him! The imperial family experts behind His Majesty were all anxious. They didn't expect the outsiders to ignore the imperial capital's array formation and capture His Majesty so easily. Lin Fei waved his hand at the imperial clan's experts, and a formless attack swept over them. In an instant, a large circle of imperial clan's experts was completely wiped out, and the surroundings became empty. Revered God Gu Quan's mind went blank. He, a dignified emperor, had actually been caught by someone in less than a breath's time. You, Lin Fei chuckled. I know you must be surprised. Do you know that I deliberately let you run back? Otherwise, how could I establish absolute prestige? You can't kill this emperor. Revered God Gu Quan's eyes were cold. I forgot to tell you that I've mastered another technique. I can kill both the main body and the doppelganger through the doppelganger or the main body. How is it? Aren't you even more surprised? Impossible. Lin Fei squeezed Revered God Gu Quan's neck. With a snap, Revered God Gu Quan stopped breathing. At the same time, in a secret room in the Tianyuan Empire, Revered God Gu Quan, who was dressed in a black robe, had just stood up when he fell into endless darkness. He was deader than dead. Lin Fei casually threw Revered God Gu Quan's corpse aside. If you don't believe me, you're destined to have a bad ending. Lin Fei flew towards the imperial capital's palace. The entire imperial capital fell silent at this moment. His Majesty is dead. His Majesty has really been killed. How did he do it? Something big is going to happen. With Revered God Gu Quan's death, the two great ancestors are going to show up. The big and small forces outside were terrified. Who dared to believe that the outsider's words were true? The emperor killed revered god Gu Quan just like that and with such ease. Everyone knew that revered god Gu Quan had an original body outside in a secret place. It was an existence that could never be killed. Now that one was killed, a second revered god Gu Quan would soon appear. The Tianyuan Empire was about to get lively. No one believed that the other party could kill revered god Gu Quan's main body and doppelganger at the same time. Not many peak ultimate gods could master such a technique, as it was a top-notch secret technique. Lin Fei killed revered god Gu Quan, took his storage ring, and threw his body aside. Without any warning, he charged into the palace. The experts in the palace were completely terrified. His Majesty's strength in the imperial capital was not inferior to a peak ultimate god, but he was easily killed by the other party. It was too easy. It was completely different from the 300 rounds of battle they had imagined. When Lin Fei entered the range of the imperial palace, those experts didn't dare to move. That would be courting death. Lin Fei walked into the palace and sat on revered god Gu Quan's throne. Tell the organizations outside that from today onwards, the Tianyuan Empire is my territory. If you don't want to die, piss off to the imperial palace. If they don't arrive in an hour, I'll kill them one by one. Lin Fei said and closed his eyes to rest. There was no need to say anything else as the people in the palace went out to announce the news under Lin Fei's coercion. Before the great ancestors arrived, the experts in the palace would behave themselves and do whatever the other party said. Resist? Don't be silly. In the imperial capital, revered god Gu Quan was pinched to death by the other party, which was beyond everyone's expectations. He was ridiculously ferocious. No one could tell what kind of technique he used. Anyway, the arrogant and powerful revered god Gu Quan, the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire, was killed by an outsider just like that, and the other party's body was casually thrown away afterward. Those who were watching from the outside were no longer calm. It was really a headache whether they should leave or not. As for attacking the palace, what a joke. That was an existence who could pinch revered god Gu Quan to death with one hand. Before everyone could think about it, a message came out. It was issued by the outsider who requested all the first-class clans and forces to go to the palace to pay a visit. If they were not there within an hour, the outsider would personally visit. Everyone could not sit still anymore. Who could stop him from visiting? Chapter 3262. The Tianyuan Empire had changed. The emperor, Gu Quan, was killed by an outsider. Even the special life form, Black Emperor, who had unlimited potential, was killed. Overbearing, violent, and ruthless. Until now, no one knew how the outsider killed His Majesty. If they could not see through it, it would be even more mysterious. For a moment, the outsider was shrouded in a mysterious aura. Within an hour, all the first-rate forces of the Tianyuan Empire had taken the initiative to come. They were all very tactful. No one wanted to be visited by such an expert, as the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Fei did not say anything. He merely said that the Tianyuan Empire was his territory from now on, and they had better behave themselves. Otherwise, he would not mind killing them all. With his previous powerful performance, no one dared to say anything. They listened obediently, and no one would refute him. Their lives were more important. As for whether this outsider could control the Tianyuan Empire or not, that was a whole different matter. Your methods are really not bad. You've taken over the Tianyuan Empire just like that. In the imperial palace of the Tianyuan Empire, Zilong and the others came out of Senfu and temporarily stayed in the imperial palace. The royal disciples of the imperial palace were all driven out. Other than the necessary servants, there was no one else in the imperial palace. It was very quiet. I'm just playing around. Lin Fei smiled. Zilong could not see through Lin Fei. Aren't you afraid that the two ancestors of the Tianyuan Empire will take revenge on you? What's there to be afraid of? If they come, I'll just kill them again. Lin Fei said casually. The news that he had taken control of the Tianyuan Empire had spread throughout the empire, and his prestige was increasing day by day. I can kill special life forms. If you annoy me that day, I might kill you too. Zilong sneered. Violent maniac. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, Did you really kill Gu Quan's main body and clone? Why don't you guess? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Zilong really wanted to give him a slap. Guess your sister? 2 corpses were found hanging from flagpoles in the imperial capital square. When the crowd saw the person on the flagpole, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hands and feet began to tremble, unable to remain calm. Yes, Your Majesty. Wrong, it's the former emperor. Dead, he's really dead. How did that person do it? Unbelievable. What a terrifying technique. The corpse hanging on the flagpole was none other than His Majesty Gu Quan Divinity. Both his real body and avatar were present at the same time. This scene quickly spread throughout the Tianyuan Empire. At last a terrible chill came over them. An outsider who could kill His Majesty Gu Quan was not very scary. What was scary was that he could easily kill His Majesty Gu Quan's main body and avatar. Anyone would be afraid of such methods. The 2 corpses brought Lin Fei hundreds of billions of prestige points. Everyone was terrified of such a terrifying method, and the first-rate families became even more well-behaved. On the 9th floor of the Tomb of the God of Sin. This place was different from the 8th level. It was not a world continent, but a desolate and uninhabited place. At the same time, there was an oppressive aura everywhere, as though there were no signs of life. In the sky, there were 6 huge balls of light floating around. Each ball of light emitted a blazing aura as though they were the sun. These 6 huge balls of light had different colors. They seemed to be floating in the sky, but they were actually moving in the same direction. If one did not have extremely good eyesight, they would not be able to see them. 2 of the balls of light separated. There's an unforeseen event on the 8th level. Let's head over first. One of the black balls of light said. Could it be those outsiders? You guys are making a fuss over nothing. They won't be able to cause any trouble. Besides, the Black Emperor is still on the 8th level, and there's still Zilong on the 7th level. It'll be a piece of cake to deal with them. One of the balls of light said disdainfully. The experts outside are too weak. Lin Fei had his men hang up the corpses of Hierarch Gu Quan's main body and clone. His prestige shot up like a waterfall as he felt elated in his heart. Using such a powerful method to raise his prestige was the best thing to do. In fact, it was just as Lin Fei had guessed. His prestige rose quickly. This is the treasure vault. Lin Fei and Zilong were on their way to the royal treasure vault. After occupying the Tianyuan Empire, they naturally had to plunder it. Without saying anything, the royal disciples immediately gave up the location of the royal treasure vault. Under the guidance of someone, they came to the underground of the palace and stood in front of a treasure vault. Lin Fei was rather interested in the items in the treasure vault. This was the divine tomb left behind by Hierarch Gu Quan. There were experts on the 7th and 8th levels, and there were even special life forms. It would be a pity if he did not enter to take a look. The door of the royal treasure vault was covered with layers of restrictions, but none of them could stop Lin Fei. After all, he had the various items left behind by Hierarch Gu Quan, so he could easily pass through the restrictions. With a loud bang, Lin Fei pushed open the door of the royal treasure vault. There's a lot of stuff. After the door was pushed open, all kinds of resources were piled up like a mountain. There was no end in sight. Lin Fei was not too interested in those materials. The 8th level is a continental world. There must be a lot of resources there. Zilong snorted softly. Lin Fei looked around as he walked, but there was really nothing that caught his eye. All the way inside, the number of treasures also began to decrease. From being densely packed to being scattered around, the quality of the items also began to increase. Especially when they were nearing the end, those treasures would make people jealous. You don't even like these enchanted equipment? For example, this paralysis scepter and this level 8 enchanted equipment are for level 8 ultimate god experts. As a special life form, Zilong was also quite interested in such enchanted equipment. However, this guy just did not like them. Lin Fei really did not like enchanted equipment. Pretty ordinary stuff, is it that powerful? His words made Zilong speechless. He continued walking. There were fewer and fewer items. There's a small treasure vault here. Lin Fei had scanned it with the system and found the hidden small treasure vault. He opened it violently and the space moved. Just as he was about to enter the small treasure vault, with a swoosh, a Jingguang attacked and curled towards Lin Fei's body, followed by a second and a third. More than a dozen of them came out. There's a hidden killer move. This must have the strength of a peak ultimate god. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pushed the Jingguang aside as if the things in front of him were no different from fallen leaves. Every time a Jingguang was pushed aside, the power of the Jingguang was greatly reduced. Who dares to be so presumptuous? A sharp voice came from the small treasure vault. The loud rumbling sound was like the pressure of heaven and earth. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth slightly raised. It seems that the Tianyuan Empire really has something good hidden. Chapter 3263. On the way to the 8th level. The two light spheres had already transformed into human forms. They looked to be in their 50s or 60s and looked very fierce. Oh no, someone has broken into our mini-realm. Oh no, that thing is still inside. Their expressions changed drastically as the mini-realm's restriction was triggered. What the hell is Gu Quan doing? A few outsiders can't even catch him. What a waste, said one of the middle-aged ultimate gods angrily. What's the use of him, bastard? Don't worry, our mini-realm isn't that easy to break into. Gu Quan and Black Emperor are here, so there won't be too many accidents. I heard there are only a handful of peak ultimate gods out there. Those outsiders won't be able to break through our trap. Although the two of them were not the strongest among the peak ultimate gods, not everyone could withstand their attacks. I'd like to see who has the guts to break into our mini-realm. The mini-treasure vault was not very big. When Lin Fei was the first to rush in, he was immediately attacked. The energy that was spread all over the mini-treasure vault instantly surged towards him and almost tore him apart. It was Lin Fei's first time encountering such a move. With a peak-perfect physical body, Lin Fei's physical defense was unbelievably strong. The energy that rushed in front of him was blocked. Lin Fei saw a round table in the distance with an empty space around it. There was something on the round table. A middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on both sides opened their eyes and stood up. Purple Fairy, why are you here? Both of them knew Zilong, the 7th level's special life form. So this is what you're guarding. Zilong noticed the thing on the round table with a flash of joy. So the rumor is true. You've really gotten that thing. Lin Fei looked at the thing on the round table. It looked like a fragment. He could not tell what it was for the time being, but it must be something good for two ultimate gods beyond 9th class ultimate gods to guard it. Lin Fei was very interested. I want this thing. Lin Fei rushed over. The terrifying power of his perfect physical body burst forth, and a monstrous power crushed over like a tidal wave. In reality, it was just like a gust of wind that ran over the two of them. After all, those who stayed behind were not real top-level ultimate gods with average combat power. However, they were still invincible against ultimate gods below level 10 ultimate gods. In front of Lin Fei, it was nothing. Two middle-aged ultimate gods were sent flying with a single charge. Their bodies began to sway. So it's divine sense. You guys can go now. Lin Fei threw 2 punches at them with the force of Mt Tai. The two middle-aged ultimate gods were torn apart. He was already standing on the round platform and saw what was on it. Do you know what this is? Lin Fei reached out to grab the item. However, someone was faster than him. Another hand reached out to grab the item on the round table. A mist-like object blocked in front of Lin Fei. I want this thing. Zilong's beautiful eyes showed a rare look of anticipation and excitement. Her delicate hand reached for the fragment. Although Lin Fei was fast, he was still a step too late. The fragment fell into Zilong's hand. You're quite brave. You really believe that I won't kill you? It was the first time someone snatched the item in front of him. Special life forms were really not ordinary. Zilong grabbed the black fragment. Her breathing seemed to quicken. I'm just a weak woman. What's the point of killing me? She put on a pitiful look. Lin Fei was speechless. You're a special life form. How could you say you're a weak woman? You're someone who can kill an ultimate god easily. Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Lin Fei snorted. As long as you give me this thing, I can fulfill 3 of your requests. Zilong gritted her teeth. Otherwise, I'll have to fight you. Don't underestimate us special life forms. Black Emperor was killed by you because he wasn't on guard. Once I'm on guard, it won't be so easy for you to kill me. Zilong's words made sense. Back then, when Lin Fei killed Black Emperor, he did catch the other party off guard. If the other party wanted to escape, it would be a little troublesome. Hee hee, 3 requests. Don't you think it's funny? Lin Fei said lightly. Seal. As soon as he said that, Zilong felt something was wrong. Just as she was about to escape, a shield appeared out of thin air and trapped the other party, blocking all the surrounding energy. Absolute vacuum. This was a skill that Lin Fei exchanged for 4 billion reputation points. The effect was still top-notch. At least it trapped Zilong. This special life form was worth it. How about it? Are you convinced now? Lin Fei smiled. No one can snatch something from me. Zilong's face was filled with horror. Previously, when she was trapped in Senfu, she thought that it was because of Senfu's array formation and didn't think much of it. In any case, it would be fine as long as she didn't go to Senfu. But this time, Zilong was trapped without any defense. All her energy was sealed, and her strength plummeted. She couldn't even leave this place. As a special life form, Zilong could control energy. Up until now, her energy had reached level 3. But now, she had lost all connection. This damnable shield had sealed everything. I'll return it to you. Zilong was in low spirits. She tossed the item out. Is it fun for a man to bully me? The shard landed on Lin Fei's hand. Only now did Lin Fei see clearly that this shard seemed to be something that came from a round plate. One side was extremely smooth, and the surface of this item was made of special materials. There were unfamiliar ancient patterns engraved on it. At the very least, he didn't recognize them, nor did he know what ancient language they were. Lin Fei flipped through it, but he really couldn't find anything special about it. What is this? Lin Fei smiled. If you're right, I'll remove it for you. Otherwise, this shield will follow you for the rest of your life. If you're willing, I don't mind. Even when she was defeated by Lin Fei last time, Zilong thought that Lin Fei had taken advantage of her and killed Heidi in front of her. It was only to catch Heidi off guard. At that moment, she realized how terrifying Lin Fei was. It was the first time Zilong was trapped by such a technique. Zilong didn't care about ordinary sealing treasures, but this thing was too mysterious. It was not a treasure, but more like a technique to attack. It was unbelievable. So far, she had seen several techniques displayed by Lin Fei, and none of them were extremely powerful. Could it be that he had found the inheritance of a top-level ultimate god? Otherwise, where else could he get it? Any of these techniques were very powerful. A person who could learn any one of them would be very powerful. The person in front of her had repeatedly overturned Zilong's perception. Now, he could even use a technique to seal her. Chapter 3264. Universe Crystal Chip? What the hell is that? Lin Fei's first reaction upon hearing the words, Universe Chip, was to wonder what the hell it was. It sounded like something very high-end. You don't know. Zilong looked like he had seen a ghost. If I knew, why would I ask you? Lin Fei asked. Tell me, what is this Universe Crystal Chip? Maybe I'll return it to you if I'm satisfied. A fragment of unknown origin turned out to be a Universe Crystal Chip, especially with the word Universe on it. It must be something extraordinary. Zilong, as a special life form, had snatched it. Maybe it was something of great origin. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. Zilong really did not know that this guy did not know the origin of the Universe Crystal Chip. Actually, a Universe Crystal Chip is a chip that was split from a complete Universe Crystal. Zilong explained simply. And Universe Crystal Stones are the cultivation cores of Universe-level experts who have surpassed the ultimate god. Now you understand the importance of a Universe Crystal Chip. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. So that was what it was. He thought it was something else. Is a Universe Crystal Chip worth you snatching? Zilong rolled his eyes. Collecting 10 Universe Crystal Chips can be combined into a Universe Crystal. Refining a universe crystal can allow you to become a universe-level expert who has surpassed the ultimate god and travel through the universe. Do you know what universe travel is? It's not as simple as traveling from one world to another. Lin Fei fell into deep thought. A universe was not a world. It sounded very mysterious. Master, a world and a universe are different. A universe can be very big, including this world and that world. For example, the boundless universe is actually in the same universe. Lin Fei began to feel indifferent. Doesn't that mean that as long as I become a universe-level expert, I might be able to return to my world, no, my universe? A world that had long been sealed in the depths of the universe emerged. Yes, you can. As long as Master travels across the universe and finds your world, everything will not be a problem. The little devil said, "Do you have universe crystals?" Lin Fei asked hurriedly. "Master, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The system doesn't provide this." Little Demonis said apologetically, "You'll have to work hard on your own." This answer was very disappointing. Then, if I use my prestige to raise my strength, would I be able to match up to a universe-level warrior and cross universes? This won't do. The little devil poured a bucket of cold water on him again. Just now, I helped Master scan it. The chip contains the aura of the universe. This is an irreplaceable existence. Master must collect the cosmic chip. The little devil's words undoubtedly condemned Lin Fei's idea of taking a shortcut. Lin Fei was very happy in his heart. The discovery of the universe crystal chip had undoubtedly given Lin Fei hope. 10 universe crystal chips didn't seem to be very difficult. It seemed that he already had one in his hands, so the distance wasn't too far. Are there many of these things? Are they easy to get? Lin Fei asked Zilong. Zilong rolled his eyes again. Do you really think that the universe crystal chip is cabbage? It's very difficult for this thing to form and appear. For example, in the outside world, not to mention the universe crystal chip, I'm afraid there isn't even a single universe-level warrior. To be able to find one here is already very lucky. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei knew that this task was very difficult. If you want to collect 10 universe crystal chips, I advise you to give up. This thing is very rare. In our universe, there are only a few universe-level warriors. Even if there were scattered universe crystal chips, they would have been taken away by others or even drifted to other universes. Zilong said, "Back then, many people had the same idea as you, but in the end, it was all for naught." Lin Fei wasn't so easily defeated. This matter is not urgent. Lin Fei put away the universe crystal chip. Little Demonis, is there a way to search for the universe crystal chip? Or is there an aura related to the universe crystal chip? This requires time. The 8th floor of the Tomb of the Gods. 2 figures came out from the passage. I can't feel Gu Quan's aura anymore. Black Emperor's aura has also disappeared. The 2 Tianyuan Empire's great ancestors' faces instantly became very ugly. The former's ultimate god Gu Quan's aura was gone since he was just an ultimate god. However, the latter's Black Emperor was a special life form and the Tianyuan Empire's hope. Their huge divine senses instantly shrouded the entire Tianyuan Empire and searched inch by inch. They really could not find ultimate god Gu Quan and Black Emperor. Something really happened. The 2 peak ultimate gods disappeared from the sky and reappeared in a big city. They soon found out the reason. Damn the outsider. Let's go to the imperial capital. The 2 peak ultimate gods were extremely angry at that moment. At the same time, there was a trace of doubt. Who was that outsider to be able to kill Black Emperor and ultimate god Gu Quan? No one was clear about the specific details of the battle. In any case, they were killed in an instant. Passing through the imperial capital's formation was extremely ridiculous. Was the imperial capital's formation so easy to pass through? They knew it very well. They arrived at the imperial capital. The 2 peak ultimate gods did not notice that the formation had been activated. The entire imperial capital was also calm without any signs of a major purge. How dare he say that the Tianyuan Empire is his territory? How arrogant! They did not hide their tracks when they came back. Everyone in the imperial capital knew about it. They're in the Imperial Treasury. The two peak ultimate gods rushed into the Imperial Capital Palace and ignored those people as they ran all the way to their own mini-world. Outsider, die. They entered the mini-world and saw two people who seemed to be waiting for them. One of the peak ultimate gods slammed his palm over with a loud bang. The mini-world shook as if it was about to collapse. Hand over the thing. The thing on the round table disappeared and he roared, "Or else I'll make you wish you were dead. Guan, Uncle Gu Lin, I'm not the one who took your things. Don't hit the wrong person." After the angry slap, a figure flashed out of the mini-world. It was Zilong. "I'm just here to watch the show. This is the one who stole your things." Niece Zilong. Guan and Gu Lin's expressions changed again when they saw Zilong in purple. Their eyes inadvertently searched around. "Why are you here?" Zilong pointed at Lin Fei, who was not far away. "He brought me here to visit. I didn't expect Guan and Uncle Gu Lin to have collected the universe chip. If the Eternal Church finds out, we'll die a horrible death." Guan and Gu Lin's expressions became even worse when they heard that. That was their biggest secret. Now that the little girl had found out about it, the other party was a special life form who mastered a terrifying energy attack. Even they could not catch him. "Niece, as long as you help us catch this kid, we can give you a chance to study the universe chip. This is a rare opportunity. If you don't tell us, who will know?" Chapter 3265. Guan and Gu Lin were the ancestors of the Tianyuan Empire with the strength of a peak ultimate god. In the 8th floor of the Divine Tomb, a king-level existence was on an equal footing with those on the 9th floor. However, someone said they were no match for the other party. Naturally, they were embarrassed. Most importantly, their secret was exposed. In this part of the universe crystal chip was a priceless item. At the same time, it was also something that everyone dreamed of. Even a universe crystal chip could set off a reign of terror. Especially when Zilong mentioned the Eternal Divine Court, the two peak ultimate gods were terrified. "You can't beat me." Lin Fei walked out with a smile. The power of that palm attack was quite limited and not as strong as imagined. It could only be said that the two peak ultimate gods in front of him were only average. They could scare the ultimate gods, but they were far from being effective against someone like Lin Fei. Ultimate God Guan and Ultimate God Gu Lin looked at each other and made their move. The universe chip must be taken back. Zilong's niece's side would be easy to deal with once the outsider was dealt with. After all, everyone knew each other's background. However, the guy in front of them was a different story. Bang bang. The two peak ultimate gods were aggressive and their anger had reached its limit. When they were about to teach the outsider a lesson, a figure flashed in front of them and sent them flying. Terragrade power exploded in the two peak ultimate gods' bodies like firecrackers. The two peak ultimate gods' faces changed every time the sound was heard. It was the first time a tyrannical power exploded in their bodies. Peak ultimate gods are really tough. An ordinary ultimate god collapsed with one punch. Lin Fei came before Guan and punched him in the chest again. His defenses were torn apart and his punch landed on Guan's fleshly body, causing a series of sounds to ring out. "Uncles, do you believe what I said?" Zilong chuckled. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast as he punched the two ultimate gods one after another. He did not use any prestige skills to deal with them from the beginning to the end. The two peak ultimate gods were left speechless by his pure physical strength. Guan and ultimate gods Gu Lin had seen all kinds of heavenly prides. Their opponent clearly did not have the aura of a top-level ultimate god, but his combat power was terrifyingly strong. He alone easily suppressed them and caused them to suffer heavy injuries. "Now, do the two of you still want to take back the universe crystal chip? It's not that I'm bullying you, but this bit of strength is not enough." Lin Fei smiled. "As long as you tell me how to get the universe chip, I can show you mercy." "Don't you dare." The two ultimate gods realized they were no match for him and stopped attacking. Their bodies suddenly exploded and turned into black streams of light that rushed out. Immediately after that, the small world where they were was collapsed. "We will come back sooner or later." Guan and revered divinity Gulin gave up on continuing to attack. They caused the small world to collapse and escaped. The The small world collapsed, and the huge power overturned the royal family's treasury. The huge palace was also completely destroyed. Aren't you going after them? Zilong gloated. You'll be in big trouble if they escape. I can easily kill special life forms. There's nothing to be afraid of even if there are 2 of them or more. They're all here to die anyway. Lin Fei smiled. You, on the other hand, seem to be hiding a lot of information. Do you think I should do something to you? It's not good for you to know in advance, hee. Zilong's figure disappeared. Come and catch me now. Zilong followed the energy and left. You're quite smart. Lin Fei smiled. I'm getting more and more interested in this universe. From the conversation between Zilong and the 2 peak ultimate gods, Lin Fei could tell that Zilong's special life form knew a lot of secrets. For example, the eternal divine court. The 2 peak ultimate gods' expressions changed and the fear in their eyes could not be hidden. After ultimate gods Guwen and Gu Lin escaped, they did not stop and ran all the way to the entrance of the 9th floor. How can that guy be so strong? My power can't even penetrate his body. When did outsiders become so powerful? Gu Lin said gloomily. Zilong knows him. Could he be in cahoots with that person? Ultimate God Guwen frowned. It wasn't easy for us to get the universe chip. Now that it's in that kid's hands, what should we do? If the news gets out and those spies find out, we won't have a good ending. Both of their faces turned gloomy. It's not difficult to get rid of him. We just need to wait for that kid on the 9th floor. We just need to exaggerate a little and I believe he'll definitely die without us doing anything. I don't believe he's that strong. Don't forget that the 9th floor is Ultimate God Yuangu's forbidden area. Let's go there right away. Lin Fei ignored the peak-level ultimate gods. He was vigorously harvesting his reputation. The 2 peak ultimate gods did not take it seriously. It was not easy for them to get there, so they had to harvest it no matter what. With the help of prestige, Lin Fei had gained some insights from his research. He could gain prestige better. That was, he could also gain prestige by insulting others. The effect was quite good. Lin Fei put in a lot of effort and invested a lot of reputation in order to squeeze out the reputation on the 8th floor. He began to farm reputation missions. He would farm here today and here tomorrow. The imperial capital palace collapsed and the departure of the 2 heavenly Yuan ancestors was deliberately promoted by Lin Fei and contributed a lot of reputation to the 8th floor. Lin Fei stayed on the 8th level for a total of 5 years. In total, he earned more than 5 trillion reputation points, until he could no longer squeeze any more. This Lin Fei is a very interesting person. On the 8th floor, Zilong was standing with a middle-aged man. Father, he is indeed strange. He has done so many strange things on the 8th floor and has even built numerous black towers. He has stayed on this floor for 5 years. Could it be that he is afraid of those old guys on the 9th floor? This was something Zilong could not understand. Father, he is indeed strange. Zilong had been paying attention to Lin Fei for the past 5 years while thinking about how to crack Lin Fei's moves. Until now, there was no good solution. Lin Fei was too mysterious. Guwen and Gu Lin are really bold to hide the universe chip. It's a pity you didn't get it. The middle-aged man looked forward and said, All right, let's go meet this mysterious kid. Whether we can get out of here depends on him. He can really bring us out. Chapter 3266. Tianyuan Empire. It was still the same name. But the Tianyuan Empire had changed its master. This outsider acted in an unconstrained manner. Since he took control of the Tianyuan Empire, he had hardly cared about the affairs of the Tianyuan Empire except for killing venerable god Gu Quan and repelling old ancestor Tianyuan. He only liked to attack people and would attack anyone. Every major city had been tortured by this outsider. It had happened at least 8 to 10 times. Until now, no one had figured out what Lin Fei was trying to do. Those big forces breathed a sigh of relief. The bloody suppression did not happen. You are really useless. You can't even do something well. Get out of here. In the imperial palace, similar words like this appeared every day. The servants in the imperial palace were used to it. The big families in the imperial capital were also used to such a habit. It was just a matter of being attacked. They would not lose a piece of flesh. Miss Z, what brings you here? What a rare guest. I thought you would not come back. In the imperial palace, Lin Fei sat on the throne and shouted at the void. Can't I come? Zilong and a middle-aged man appeared in the imperial palace. Lin Fei smiled and said, Of course you can come. No matter who you are, I will welcome you. Of course, I won't welcome you if you are my enemy. How could Zilong not know that this guy's words were not sincere? They were all bluffing. This is my father. I came to see you today for something. Do you want to attack the 9th floor with me? Lin Fei said with a smile. The middle-aged man couldn't help laughing. Your Majesty Lin, you are really funny. If not, then we have nothing to talk about. Lin Fei shook his head and stood up. I still have something to do. Excuse me. Zilong gritted his teeth angrily. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Zilong shouted, We really have something to talk to you about. Even though he really wanted to tear Lin Fei into pieces, he held himself back in the end. He still needed Lin Fei's permission to leave the tomb of the god of Yuangu. Lin Fei sat down again, his heart full of pride. If there's anything, just say it. I'm a very reasonable person. If there's any more nonsense, I don't mind sending you out. The middle-aged man had failed to kill Yichen last time and had instead suffered a blow. Afterwards, Yichen had taken over the Tian Yuan Empire, killed He Di and Gu Quan, and repelled the Tian Yuan ancestor. No matter what it was, he was extremely surprised and shocked. A lifetime of cultivation couldn't even compare to a young man. Let me introduce myself. I am Zilong's father, Zi Aotian. Just like his name, Zi Aotian had a faint arrogance about him. I want His Majesty Lin to take us away from this place. Lin Fei had already guessed it. Besides this reason, there was really no other reason for Zilong and his daughter to come together. It's not that I can't take you out, but what can you give me? Lin Fei said with a smile. After all, it's not that easy to control that thing. I heard from my daughter that His Majesty Lin is very interested in this universe. It just so happens that I have a lot of secrets about the universe. I believe His Majesty Lin will definitely be interested. I can say that not many people know about these secrets. Lin Fei shook his head. Not enough. Zi Aotian didn't think that a few secrets could make him agree. I know. The second reason is that my daughter admires you and wishes to serve by your side. Damn, this is a honey trap. Lin Fei still shook his head. Not enough. This is your last chance. If you can't take out something that can make my eyes light up, you can leave. Zi Aotian didn't get angry. After all, he was asking for help at this time. From his daughter, he also knew that this Lin Fei had a very mysterious origin and had many powerful killing techniques. The two Tian Yuan ancestors were killed by him. This was the best proof. This guy has a lot of trump cards. This was Zi Aotian's conclusion. Zi Aotian struggled and said, I know the whereabouts of a universe crystal chip. I wonder if His Majesty is satisfied with this news. In the back garden of the palace, Human Race's Saintess Feng Yan was patting Lin Fei's back. In the past 5 years, the Human Race's Saintess Feng Yan had become his maid. The management of the Tian Yuan Empire was also handed over to Panjian. After 5 years, the pressure on her body became stronger and stronger. Every time she was in front of Lin Fei, this pressure would disappear without a trace. In that case, there is actually nothing in the tomb of the original god of sin. Lin Fei slightly frowned. He was originally planning to go to the 9th floor to take a look. Zi Aotian and Zilong sat opposite each other in front of Lin Fei. Hearing that Lin Fei wanted to go to the 9th floor, Zi Aotian suggested not to go. The most valuable thing in the entire tomb of the original god of sin was the universe crystal chip. More than 3,000 years ago, we broke all kinds of barriers left by divinity Yuanju and divided all kinds of things. The only thing we didn't expect was that divinity Guan and divinity Gulin had secretly found the universe crystal chip. Zi Aotian said. The original god of sin was one of the strongest among the group of top-notch ultimate gods. Later, rumor has it that he found the universe crystal chip in an ancient land. Later, He was hunted by the Eternal Church's lackeys and died in the tomb of the original god of sin. However, no one believes the universe crystal chip exists. Is the Eternal Church very powerful? Lin Fei asked curiously. The last time Zilong mentioned it, his expression changed. This time, Zi Aotian's expression changed as well. He seemed to be very frightened and wary. Very terrifying. They are truly a colossus. Zi Aotian took a deep breath. Because our universe is under the Eternal Church's rule, the universe crystal chip is a top-notch treasure. Every time a universe crystal chip appears, it must be handed over to the Eternal Church. Anyone who keeps it will die without a burial place. Their entire clan will be wiped out. Zi Aotian didn't explain it too clearly. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. From what Zi Aotian said, he could tell how terrifying the Eternal Church was. It actually ruled over a universe. That was unbelievably awesome. A universe was so huge. How much power did it take to rule over it? No wonder the universe crystal chip was so important. Even the two patriarchs of the Tianyuan Empire had to be careful with it. Then tell me about this universe. I want to know more about it. Zilong looked at Lin Fei with a strange expression. Lin Fei had mastered so many techniques, but he didn't know about this universe. Didn't his master mention it? That was impossible. Zi Aotian didn't ask about this. Instead, he explained it seriously. After a while, Lin Fei finally understood that the universe he was in was called the Eternal Universe. The Eternal Church was the one and only controller. It was the true overlord of the universe. There were 9 great realms under the Eternal Universe. Each great realm was overseen by a universe-level expert who ruled over a great realm. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that the sacred spirit realm he was in was actually a great realm in his previous life. However, it had been destroyed by a battle between universe-level experts. Chapter 3267. The more Lin Fei listened, the more shocked he became. So, the destruction of the great Saint Spirit world by the universe experts was due to the aftermath of the universe chip of the ultimate god? After hearing Xiao Tian's words, Lin Fei was in disbelief. The Eternal Church had to pay a hefty price to seal up the shattered world after a single universe chip had been able to shatter it. Anyway, the two universe experts who fought each other didn't get anything out of it. The Eternal Church killed one of them, and the other is in hiding, Zi Aotian said. You must keep His Majesty's universe chip safe. If word gets out, the Eternal Church's lackeys will have a sharp nose. Lin Fei now knew the invisible potential danger that the universal chip could bring. The Eternal Church was a big problem. Lin Fei didn't think Zi Aotian would dare lie to him. As long as he wanted to leave the tomb of the god of origin, he wouldn't dare say anything and would behave himself. I'm wondering if I should kill you. Lin Fei chuckled. After all, you know that I have the universe chip. Zilong scolded. My father told you out of kindness, but you dared to do it. Zi Aotian laughed. My daughter, His Majesty Lin, isn't that kind of person. I'm willing to help His Majesty go to the 9th level and kill Guan and Gu Lin. They won't have the guts to say anything about the universe chip. Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the 9th level, especially when he knew that the best thing of the ultimate god of origin was in his hands. The rest had already been divided. Guan and Gu Lin, the two ultimate gods, would leak the secret. Lin Fei had no choice but to get rid of them. At this point, Lin Fei didn't want to be targeted by the Eternal Church. He still wanted to collect the universe chip so he could travel through the universe. Lin Fei laughed. Guan and Gu Lin don't need you to do anything. I'll kill them myself. I'd like to know the whereabouts of the universe chip. I don't know about the distant universe crystal chip, but I know about the nearest one. It's in the sealed continent. Zi Aotian said. Not many people know about this. As for whether we can find it or not, that will depend on your Majesty's ability. Lin Fei frowned. A sealed continent. This area is too big. There was the Saintly Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent, which was even bigger than the Saintly Spirit continent. If the remaining 3 continents were to be unsealed, they would really form a greater world. This was no easy task. That thing is real. Zi Aotian did not dare to offend Lin Fei too much since he needed to leave the god's mausoleum. I believe that after the 5 continents are completely unsealed, the traces of the universe chip will appear, especially when the continents are melted. Any special materials will be driven out. That will be the last chance to find the universe chip. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. After a while, I will leave the tomb of the god of sin. I will contact you then. Gihan and Zilong left the 8th floor. Father, why don't we go to the 9th floor? There's no need. Ziotian shook his head. That Lin Fei is really unfathomable. I feel a dangerous aura from him. It's really not right. I can't even see through his cultivation realm until now. Father, how is that possible? You're also a peak ultimate god and have mastered so many secret techniques. Zilong was still not reconciled to losing to Lin Fei, but it was unbelievable that his father could not see through his cultivation realm. So what if he's a peak ultimate god? He'll always be so vulnerable if he doesn't master the supreme secret techniques. Xian shook his head as if he had touched upon something sad. Well, we don't have to worry about this anymore. We'll just wait to leave this place. After Zilong and his daughter left, Lin Fei frowned. The news about the latest universe chip was not good news. In this eternal universe chips were not something everyone could have. There was a more powerful and terrifying existence in charge of this universe. There was no doubt that once the seals on the next 3 continents were lifted, the news about the universe chip would definitely be exposed. Although he did not know how Zhao Tian knew about it, Lin Fei was sure that the guys on the 8th and 9th floors were not ordinary people. Otherwise, how could they know so much about it? Lin Fei had not seen any news about the universe when he was in the Shengling continent. It could be said that the news in this area was blocked. Perhaps those guys in the You and Me world might know something about it, but it was probably not as good as what Zhao Tian had said. I'll go to the 9th floor and finish them off first. In order to prevent the news from leaking, Lin Fei decided to go to the 9th floor and kill those fellows. No, those old geezers. After all, the universe chip was of great importance. Even universe elites were being hunted down by the Eternal Church. Lin Fei had a lot of prestige, but as time went on, it would be a tragedy for him. In order to avoid a tragedy, regardless of whether the 2 gods Guan and Gu Lin said it or not, he had to kill them. With more than 500 billion prestige, killing them would be a piece of cake. According to Zhao Tian, the 9th floor was not a country, but a very special place. Those old guys were cultivating on the 9th floor, and they were all exceptionally strong. 9th floor. Guan and God Gu Lin ran back. They would not talk about the universe chip. Instead, they said that an outsider was very powerful and had occupied the 8th floor. He said that he was going to break into the 9th floor and kill all of them. The people in the other 4 light balls were furious. If God Guan had not said that they should wait and see, they would have killed their way to the 8th floor to kill the outsider. There was actually someone more arrogant than them in the primordial god's tomb. These outsiders deserved to die. Someone came in. God Guan, who was among the 6 light balls, looked in one direction. They are really courting death. The 9th floor is not a place they can come to. Another light ball said. As soon as Lin Fei entered the 9th floor, he was met with a terrifying energy that seemed to want to tear his body apart. This energy was much stronger than the ones on the lower floors. Damn, there's suddenly such dense energy in a place where even birds don't shit. What the hell? Monstrous energy swarmed over and washed over Lin Fei in waves. At this moment, Lin Fei's body could withstand it easily. After all, this energy could not be controlled and could not be concentrated. It seemed fierce, but it could not affect Lin Fei for now. At the same time, Lin Fei saw the 6 huge light balls in the oppressive space. He could vaguely see figures sitting cross-legged in them. Old guys, we are here to kill you. The rumbling sound reverberated. How dare you? Chapter 3268. The light sphere that attacked was very powerful. With just one move, the space where Lin Fei was turned into a piece of white paper. Just this killer move alone was already very powerful, as it did not give the enemy any chance to resist. What outsider? You can't even block one of my killer moves. You can't even withstand a single blow. The figure in the light sphere laughed out loud. Old Bai's killer move, void painting, is getting more and more exquisite. Old Gu, this is the outsider you mentioned. He seems to be too weak. The corners of Hierarch Gu An's and Hierarch Gu Lin's eyes twitched unnaturally. He was really very powerful the last time. Hierarch Gu An said awkwardly. Previously, he had bragged about how powerful the other party was. However, the current situation was really surprising. The experts on the 9th level were all prepared. The guy who could make Gu An and Gu Lin wary must be very powerful. Who would have thought that he would be so weak and be suppressed by a single move? Absolute space. Without any warning, just as the 6 light spheres were feeling proud of themselves, a burst of laughter followed. While they were unprepared, a huge bubble-like thing wrapped around them. The 6 light spheres did not care. Old Bai, who was the first to attack, laughed out loud and tore at the bubble with both hands. It was as though the thing in front of him could not withstand a single blow. A powerful force landed on the bubble, but it could not be torn apart. Another light sphere made a move. The sky was filled with saber gleams. After a series of sounds, the bubble remained intact. Interesting. Another light sphere made a move. His fist technique was unparalleled as he kept bombarding the bubble. The entire huge bubble kept shaking, but it could not be broken. Hierarch Gu An and Hierarch Gu Lin had seen how powerful the outsider was. Everyone, it's best to attack together. That kid is very strange. The 6 light spheres kept attacking the bubble. In the original Hierarch stage 9th level, the 6 of them were the strongest. However, they could not tear the bubble apart. All their attacks landed on it like stones sinking into the ocean. As for escaping, they could not do it at all. The bubble sealed the space. It looked like a sealing method, but it was completely different from what they had imagined. It was more mysterious and terrifying. They could not break out. Everyone feel good. Lin Fei came out of the space and looked at the 6 old men with a smile. Gu Lin, Gu An, we meet again. You didn't expect this, did you? He swaggered in front of Gu An and Gu Lin, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You're really bold. When we come out, you're dead for sure. Hierarch Gu An shouted as he glared at Lin Fei with raging anger. If we come out, you'll be finished. Don't think that this broken thing can stop us. Hierarch Gu Lin attacked frantically. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and said, whoever kills them will live. You only have 5 breaths of time to consider. When the time is up, I'm sorry, but all of you will die. How arrogant. Who do you think it is? On the 9th floor, we rule everything. No one cared about Lin Fei's words. A bubble couldn't trap them at all, and it would only take them a while to get out. 5 breaths of time passed quickly. Lin Fei shook his head and said regretfully, unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish the opportunity one gave you. He pointed at the 6 hierarch experts in the bubble. With a bang, the huge bubble exploded. The 6 old men's faces instantly turned pale as they fell into darkness and completely lost consciousness. At the same time, on the 9th floor, the hidden clones all opened their eyes with fear and uneasiness in their eyes. My original body actually died. I couldn't even block a single move. What kind of move is that? It's too terrifying. One move and I'm dead. Gu An and Gu Lin's auras seem to have disappeared. How is that possible? His original body and clone were killed together. How could he master such a secret technique? The 4 old men's faces completely changed. Such a thunderous blow killed their original bodies. The most terrifying thing was that Hierarch Gu An and Hierarch Gu Lin died directly. That was the most terrifying thing. If you don't want to die, come out. You have 5 breaths of time to consider. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. A voice spread on the 9th floor. The same voice also fell into their ears. Should I go out? It was unthinkable for a peak ultimate god expert like them to be so weak and vulnerable in front of that smiling guy. Killing their original body in an instant was an unthinkable feat. Don't kill me. I'm coming out. The 5 breaths of time to consider gave them a strong sense of oppression. They had no choice but to come out. It was just one move and they had no choice but to accept it. Gu An and Hierarch Gu Lin's auras had completely disappeared. The only explanation was that the attack just now had killed both their original bodies and their clones. They were completely dead. After the first, the second, and then the third. A total of 3 peak ultimate gods came out. The last peak ultimate god did not come out. It was Elder Bai, the one who made the first move. I don't believe that he can continuously use such a powerful killer move. Kill me if you can. Elder Bai rushed out and controlled a part of his power to compete with his opponent. Lin Fei chuckled. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. At least you'll have a companion on the road to Guan and Gulin. Looking at the time, it should be in time. Elder Bai's face was ferocious. Damn it. Damn it. Lin Fei casually pointed his finger. The barrier formed by the dense energy was pierced through. Old Bai, who was about to attack with his full strength, suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Ah, it hurts so much. Elder Bai screamed again and again as his feet turned into nothingness bit by bit. His screams made one's hair stand on end as the nothingness swallowed Elder Bai inch by inch. I was wrong. Please stop. I'm willing to be your servant and slave as long as you don't kill me. Beg you. Ah. Elder Bai's screams were earth-shattering. In less than a few breaths of time, Old White was completely devoured by the void while screaming. When the last bit of his aura disappeared, Old White was completely dead. The 4 peak ultimate gods trembled subconsciously. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. They were horrified by the 2 methods. They had seen experts of the same level but could not find anyone as powerful as Elder Bai. Such a powerful secret technique was at his fingertips as if it did not cost anything. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you. I'm willing to be your servant. I'm also willing to follow you and fight on the battlefield for you. The 3 peak ultimate gods did not dare to have any extravagant hopes. Chapter 3269. The 3 old geezers were terrified. They no longer dared to put on airs. In front of Lin Fei, all of them were unbelievably obedient. Don't resist. Let me plant something in your hearts. Lin Fei had only spent 100 billion reputation points to kill the 3 ultimate gods, which was much easier than killing special life forms. He had been observing them since he came in, afraid that they would find out about the universe chip. Fortunately, Guan and Gu Lin did not expose it. Lin Fei killed Guan and Gu Lin without hesitation and blocked the news of the universe chip. Lin Fei was quite concerned about the Eternal Vatican. It was not easy to offend such a giant. Zi Aotian's reaction was proof of that. They obeyed Lin Fei's orders obediently. Disobeying them would only lead to death. They could see that clearly. They would not dare to kill 3 ultimate gods in front and behind them with their avatars and bodies at the same time. A ultimate god was powerful enough to hide another avatar. As long as the avatar was not killed, the ultimate god would never die. It could even be a nightmare. However, their bodies and avatars had nowhere to hide in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei planted the absolute control skill on them. Each skill consumed 5 billion reputation points and lasted for 1,000 years. After planting the absolute control skill, their lives were in Lin Fei's hands. Tell me everything you know. Lin Fei smiled. By the way, after you rush in, call me Lin number 1, Lin number 2, and Lin number 3. Got it? Will remember, Master. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't call me Master. Call me Boss because you're working for me. Working for me is much better than being left to your own devices. Lin Fei quickly understood the situation on this level. They broke through the 9th level 30,000 years ago. It was rumored that there was a top-notch treasure on this level. However, they could not find it after searching for 3,000 years. Lin Fei knew that the top-grade treasure had been secretly taken away by Gu and Hierarch Gu Lin. So, this is the only treasure on the 9th floor that's worth looking at? Lin Fei looked into the distance at the treasure that was emitting a faint glow like the scorching sun. It's a special treasure that can release traces of cosmic energy. Lin Wan said, "We've always been cultivating around this treasure, not daring to approach it. The energy released by that treasure is extremely terrifying, able to kill us in an instant. After so many years, we only dare to stay in the periphery." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and stared at the treasure. Is the supreme divinity on the 10th floor? Lin 1 shook his head. I don't know. We haven't been able to find the way to the 10th floor. It's as if it doesn't exist. That old thing, Supreme Divinity, is very cunning. It won't be easy to find the 10th floor. Lin Fei was very interested in the original sentence. Then, are you sure that the 10th floor exists? Lin Fei asked. Lin 1 and the other two nodded. Although that old thing, Supreme Divinity, is cunning, we believe that the 10th floor exists. After so many years of searching, we suspect that a place might be the entrance to the 10th floor. That place is right below the treasure that boss saw. That's the only place that we think is possible. Lin Fei looked at that place, and the corners of his lips curled up. That treasure couldn't be seen clearly, and it was enveloped by traces of cosmic energy. The cosmic energy was black in color, and it carried a violent aura of destruction. Even though he was standing far away, Lin Fei could still feel the aura of the cosmic energy. You guys stay here. I'll go take a look. Lin Fei flew toward that treasure. The treasure wasn't very far from where he was, but when Lin Fei approached it, the traces of cosmic energy attacked him. Crack, 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 crack. Lin Fei's pure physical body was instantly left with bloodstains that continued to expand. Although the rhythm was not fast, he could still feel the expansion. Is this the cosmic energy? The primordial destruction force was considered powerful, but it seemed to be a far cry from the cosmic energy. Ever since Lin Fei cultivated the perfect physical body to its peak, it had been a long time since his body was injured. That was the only time he was able to tear apart his physical defense in an instant. The cosmic energy was amazing. Although the cosmic energy was amazing, Lin Fei really didn't think much of it. The system skills were all ridiculously powerful. An absolute space was enough to render a top ultimate god helpless. Go, go, go. Lin Fei continued to rush forward. The wounds on his physical body continued to expand. No matter how hard Lin Fei tried to resist, he could not withstand the cosmic energy's invasion. This kind of cosmic energy was very domineering. Anything that resisted it would be suppressed. Lin Fei could feel that the cosmic energy was not complete and was only released by a treasure. It was incomparable to the real cosmic energy. Lin Fei could see that very clearly. Do you think boss can rush to the treasure? Lin 1 asked. I think he should be able to. I think so. The three top ultimate gods did not want their boss to die. Now that they were implanted with absolute control, they could not even think of resisting. They only hoped that their boss would not die inside. The treasure was very evil. If the 10th level did exist, then it was most likely that the entrance to the 10th level was beneath this treasure. Unfortunately, they had been unable to get close for so many years. The traces of cosmic energy were extremely overbearing and terrifying. Boss, what a strong body. It's even deeper inside than us. Lin Fei's figure was getting closer to the treasure. Oh no, the treasure is exploding. A black ripple burst out from the area enveloped by the black energy and swept outwards. As soon as the black ripple appeared, they all felt a suffocating feeling. Boss, be careful. That's a cosmic ripple that can destroy everything in an instant. Lin 1 and the others shouted as soon as the black ripple appeared. They had no choice as the black ripple had killed a large number of experts who were basically 9th-class ultimate gods. Since then, they could not afford to be careless. Because it was terrifying. Lin Fei was getting closer to the treasure. His perfect physical body was showing signs of collapsing. As soon as the black ripple appeared, Lin Fei realized that his physical body could not withstand it anymore. The treasure was indeed terrifying. He could not help but wonder if it was the most powerful treasure ultimate god Yuangu had. If it was true, he would be rich. Absolute space. A bubble-like absolute space wrapped around Lin Fei. The black ripple swept onto Lin Fei's absolute space. With a crash, the absolute space was penetrated by the black ripple. Lin Fei was shocked. Level 2 absolute space. Another absolute space appeared on Lin Fei's body. The range was much smaller and blocked the black ripple. It was finally blocked. Chapter 3270. Lin No. 1 and the other two were completely convinced now. Being enemies with such an expert was definitely a nightmare. That special treasure that they were unable to approach was easily approached by their boss. The ripples formed by the cosmic energy were unable to cause any damage to him. They could only admit that they were inferior to such miraculous means. With the help of the level 2 absolute space, Lin Fei seemed to have turned on a huge cheat code and easily approached the treasure. The entire process did not take more than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The threat of the black ripples seemed to have become non-existent. To be able to allow Lin Fei to use the level 2 absolute space, this treasure was quite powerful. It also allowed him to see a new kind of energy. That treasure was getting closer and closer. The black ripples could no longer pose a threat, and Lin Fei saw the true face of the treasure. Hee, it's actually a special energy stone sealed in a ball made of a special material. What a good method! In front of Lin Fei was a ball-like object. The ball was completely black and covered in densely packed small holes. The traces of terrifying cosmic energy were coming from these small holes. Collect! Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and the cosmic energy in the small holes surged out like swords. Lin Fei did not care about this threat at all. With the protection of the level 2 absolute space, he easily held the ball in his hand and quickly entered the system storage. The threat of the ball was suppressed. In the 9th level, the traces of threatening aura disappeared without a trace. The space also became ordinary. Open! Lin Fei threw a punch at the original location of the treasure. A door was faintly discernible. Boom, boom, boom. After over 100 punches, Lin Fei finally punched out a door. You hit it really well. With such a treasure protecting the door, who could barge in? No matter who it was, they would be helpless. It was a pity that they had encountered a special existence like Lin Fei. Lin Fei pushed with his hand, and the door opened. The 10th level. I wonder if the item left behind by Divinity Yuanju is here. Who knows? Lin 1 and the other two shook their heads. The door that they dreamed of entering had now been entered by someone else, so they didn't dare to say anything. The 10th floor is already like this. Isn't this clearly a scam? He had thought that the 10th floor would be a very special place. In the end, when Lin Fei entered the 10th floor, it turned out to be a small cave dwelling. The area was very small, but he knew that when he passed through the door, he was actually transported to a special place. Lin Fei could clearly feel the subtle changes. He shouldn't be in the tomb of the god of sin, but he didn't know where he was. The cave was empty. At the very least, at first glance, there was nothing there, as if someone had entered before him. However, Lin Fei was clear that no one had entered before him. He was the first. What a strange place. Lin Fei muttered and began to search. He couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Not here. Empty again. Nothing either. The cave was not big. Lin Fei had almost searched the whole place. There is only one place left. Standing in front of a stone door, Lin Fei reached out his hand and pushed. The stone door cracked. He didn't care what was inside. He just went in violently. It's a stone platform. It looks like there is something inside. Yi Xian did see something on the stone platform. After checking and making sure there was no danger, Yi Xian grabbed the thing on the stone platform. It was quite heavy. He couldn't help but exclaim when he held it close to him. It's something like a token. After spending so much time, he only managed to find a token. What kind of joke was this? Lin Fei examined the medallion in his hand. It was a circular medallion, and on the front was the head of an unknown beast. It was ferocious and terrifying, and had a faint evil aura about it. On the back were 3 words, Heavenly Medallion. Interesting. How interesting. The 3 words Heaven-Piercing Medallion gave people an exceptionally domineering feeling. It was not a big deal for Lin Fei. Although he did not know what the sky token was used for, it must be something special since the ultimate god had placed it on the 10th level. He stored it in the system. He did not know it now, but it did not mean he would not know it in the future. After looking around the cave and making sure there was nothing else, Lin Fei left the cave and returned to the 9th level of the tomb of the god of God. From the moment he entered to the moment he came out, it took him less than an hour. Boss. Lin 1 and the others came up to him. Pack up. Let's leave the tomb of the god of God of God. The 3 top-level ultimate gods were overjoyed. The boss was indeed the boss. He could even take them out of the tomb of the god of god of god. Zi Outyen and the others were also ready. Lin Fei came out of the 9th level too quickly. He immediately understood what was going on when he saw the 3 top-level ultimate gods. Alright, let's leave the tomb of the god of god of god of god. His reputation on the 8th level had been refreshed several times. Lin Fei was not too interested. It was none of his business how chaotic the Tianyuan Empire would be in the future. The 5 trillion reputation gain was enough for him to sit back and relax for a long time. How can you be willing to give up the Tianyuan Empire? I know this empire is of great use to you, Zilong said to Lin Fei and Senfu. Lin Fei blinked. It's just an empire. What do you think I'm good for? Ha! Zilong said in a serious tone. Don't forget, we women have a 6th sense. Lin Fei had to admit that Zilong's feeling was right. She could actually feel the reputation he gained from the people of the empire. It was really unusual. As long as he refused to admit it, who would know? Reputation was invisible and colorless. It was not the same as faith. Outside the tomb of the god of god of god, the Beaming royal clan and the Lionman clan, who were the first to be chased out, were all waiting there. Ever since they were chased out by the barbarian kid, the Beaming royal clan's higher-ups were furious and immediately dispatched experts to surround the tomb of the god of Yuanju. They would attack as soon as the barbarian kid's Senfu appeared. In addition, a total of 6 of the 10 great royal clans came. Their purpose was the same. In particular, the 3 divine clans were killed by the Black Emperor's special life form on the 8th level. They could not do anything about it, especially when they knew they could not afford to offend the special life form. They could only blame it on the barbarian kid. Outside the tomb of the god of Yuanju, the divine clans and royal clans were on standby. They would not treat the barbarian kid lightly this time. Before this, the barbarians of the divine beast continent had been suppressed by them. Countless of them had died, and the rest had been captured and imprisoned in a large array behind them. They wanted the barbarian kid to know the consequences of offending them. For example, they would kill all the barbarians in front of the kid. The barbarian kid is coming out. There are spatial fluctuations. Everyone, get ready. Chapter 3271. The Immortal Divine Clan, Breaking Sun Divine Clan, and Ancient Ape Divine Clan were working together for the first time. Their goal was to capture the barbarian kid who possessed the Senfu. They had witnessed the barbarian kid's performance in the tomb of the Yuan dynasty. The Beast's divine continent would be in trouble if they did not capture the barbarian kid. Possessing an immortal mansion that possessed unparalleled defense and offense was practically akin to having a tortoise's shell. By then, there would be no need to even think about taking down the other party. That was their only chance. No matter when the barbarian kid would come out, they believed that the Tianyuan Empire would not be able to gain any advantage in the 8th floor. The Black Emperor's special life form was so strong that even the 3 divine clans were no match for it, let alone the barbarian kid who was alone. Even if he could escape unscathed, he would not be any better off. That was also the 3 divine clans' only chance. They would not have any more chances if they did not capture the barbarian kid. The world was so big and they could not keep chasing after him. They had no choice but to make up their minds. The top ultimate gods from the 3 divine clans reminded them. Inside the tomb of the god of sin, a wild wave was suddenly set off, all of which were energy fluctuations. The formation was activated. Treasures attacked. No matter who it was, they would break out in a cold sweat when they saw the situation. It was a fatal blow. Top ultimate gods from the 3 clans were also present at the scene that time. In order to deal with a single barbarian race, almost all of them had been mobilized. Such a thing had not happened for a very, very long time. But today, a barbarian boy had caused the 10 great king clans and 3 great god clans to suffer a loss. The Senfu had just come out of the tomb of the Yuan dynasty. As soon as it appeared, waves of attacks fell on the Senfu. All kinds of elemental attacks and the suppression of treasures really made the Senfu temporarily immobile. Barbarian kid, you're finally willing to come out. You're dead this time. Ultimate God Manchi from the Beaming royal clan led the ultimate gods to attack. Lowly barbarian kid, look behind us. That's all the barbarians in the beast's divine continent. If you dare to resist, these barbarians will all die. You'll be the barbarian's sinner. In order to capture the brat from the barbarian race, they had put in a lot of effort. The barbarian tribes were uprooted, and not a single one was spared. Those who resisted were all killed, and the rest were all trapped in the formation. There were more than 5 million barbarians. The number of barbarians wasn't very high. Who asked the barbarians to have a lowly bloodline? They belonged to the kind that were easy to bully. So as time passed, the number of barbarians also decreased. At that moment, the 5 million berserkers in the rune were also staring at Senfu. There was no fear on their faces. Ever since they knew the reason, the barbarians all wanted to meet this powerful hero. Yes, he was a hero. In the eyes of the barbarians, there had never been a barbarian who could attract 6 of the 10 great royal clans and 3 great god clans to attack at the same time. If this wasn't heroic, then what was? Even if they died, they would have no regrets. The barbarians were going to rise. If it wasn't unbelievably strong, how could there be such a scene? When the Senfu appeared, they were indeed shocked. Although they didn't see any of their clansmen, it was hard not to know what was going on when a Senfu came out of the tomb of the god of sin. How dare they make a move on the boss? Lin 1 and the others were furious. Now that they were under someone's control, they had to perform well if they wanted to live a good life. Now was their chance to perform. Boss, let us go out and suppress them. They're just a bunch of arrogant fellows with a bit of strength. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know how powerful the boss is. With top-notch ultimate gods around, Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. You guys go. Remember, only kill the mastermind. Forget about the rest. Lin Fei ordered. Every living being could contribute prestige. After accumulating 5 trillion prestige, Lin Fei was ready to take over the Saintly Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent to build an empire. When the 3rd continent was unsealed, he would directly attack them. While the 5 continents were not completely unsealed, he would do his best to accumulate prestige. Lin Fei still remembered Zi Outyen's words clearly. Who knew if the Eternal Church's lackeys would come looking for the universe chip? This matter had to be prepared in advance. Lin Fei couldn't afford to be careless. Lin 1 and the other 2 arrived outside of the Senfu. They were immediately attacked by a torrential storm. All 3 of them were top-notch ultimate gods. Their attacks were blocked by the barrier. The 3 ultimate gods attacked in 3 different directions, corresponding to the 3 primordial tribes. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. This principle was applicable everywhere. Lin 1 moved through the formation and landed in front of the ancient ape tribe. How dare you attack the boss? You all deserve to die. He slammed his palm down. The palm strike was like a real palm that covered the entire ancient ape celestial race. The bodies of the godly venerables crumbled as they screamed in pain. It's a top-notch ultimate god. Where did he find them? This is impossible. 1 palm was enough to make the ancient ape tribe's top-notch ultimate god pale. They were in the same realm, but the opponent's methods were much more powerful. His palm was filled with the aura of death. Just 1 palm was enough to kill or injure the ancient ape tribe's ultimate gods. Almost no one could withstand the power of that palm. It was the same for the other 2 primordial tribes. They weren't any better. The 3 primordial tribes that dominated the Beast Divine continent were weak and vulnerable in front of the 3 enemies. The 3 primordial tribes are going to lose. Damn it. Those are top-notch ultimate gods. Why would they listen to that barbarian kid? This is impossible. The primordial tribes are invincible. The royal tribe ultimate gods who attacked were also pale as they watched the scene unfold before them. In a short while, most of the 3 ultimate gods experts were dead. The 3 leaders were at a disadvantage and could be killed at any time. We're done for when they get free. Retreat. The royal tribe ultimate gods were no longer calm. It was a one-sided situation. They would be dead if they didn't leave now. Brat from the barbarian tribe, hurry up and tell your people to stop. Your tribe is locked up in the formation. As long as I give the order, your tribe will all die. Ultimate God Meng Qi shouted. His body was slightly trembling, but he was more excited. If he could use the barbarian tribe to subdue the barbarian kid, he would have made a great contribution to the 3 primordial tribes and greatly increased the influence of the Beaming royal tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand stretched out with 5 fingers spread open and grabbed at ultimate god Meng Qi. A huge force struck and the majestic ultimate god Meng Qi turned into a pool of blood on the spot. Chapter 3272. The 3 clans besieged the barbarian kid, but the result was a crushing defeat. Lin No. 1 and the other 2 peak ultimate gods wiped out the experts from the 3 clans as soon as they made a move. The royal experts ran away as soon as they saw the situation. Originally, they had come in a threatening manner, but in the end, they ran away like stray dogs. After the tomb of the god of sin, there was a sudden silence. "Boss, should we go after them?" Lin No. 1 came back to report. "No need." Lin Fei was really reluctant to kill them. They were all major grain producers and it would be a pity to kill them all. Lin Fei would not blindly kill them now. He needed to kill them in the beginning, so it was better to keep them alive than to kill them. After all, they would contribute to his prestige. Now that this matter had spread, it was inevitable that his prestige would soar. For example, right now, the millions of berserkers had immediately contributed a great amount of prestige to Lin Fei. Millions of barbarian disciples were also dumbfounded by the killing. They had come at them menacingly, but they had suffered a crushing defeat without much fighting. It was a rather inconceivable thing. The current leader of the barbarians was extremely excited. He was pale just a moment ago, but now he knew that the barbarians were going to rise again. There was a powerful expert in the barbarians. They did not see the 3 peak ultimate gods being so vulnerable. They only dared to think about it in their minds. They were shocked from the beginning. Their lowly barbarian bloodline had never produced a powerful expert. However, he really believed it at that moment. Even if the leader of the barbarians did not know Lin Fei, the barbarian aura on him was genuine. He was a barbarian. "Kneel down and worship me. God has opened his eyes. The barbarians are going to soar." Millions of barbarians knelt down in front of Lin Fei and worshipped him sincerely. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the prestige he gained from his contribution. "Your Majesty Lin, thank you for bringing us out. We're leaving now." Zi Aotian came out of Senfu and said to Lin Fei, "I'm quite busy now. You're welcome to visit after I'm done." Lin Fei said with a smile, "No problem." Zi Aotian's parents left with a group of experts. Lin Fei didn't stop them. He believed that they would meet again soon. Moreover, he had something he had to do now. That was to consolidate the resources of the Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent. Lin Fei clearly remembered Zio Tian's words. The universe chip had also become one of Lin Fei's goals. This was related to whether or not he could return to Earth. Within the Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent, the news of the 3 god tribes and the royal tribe being scared away by a brat from the barbarian tribes spread like wildfire. To the humans, this was a piece of good news. For example, the human race that had escaped from the Divine Beast continent to the Saint Spirit continent were basically all elites. They had allied with the human race of the Saint Spirit continent. Within the Divine Beast continent, an expert had risen from the barbarian race. They did not dare to believe it. When had the barbarian race become so powerful? As this matter spread across the 2 continents, they could not help but believe it was true. This made them heave a sigh of relief. It was for the best that the Divine Beast continent was in chaos. At the very least, it gave them a chance to struggle at death's door. Ever since the 2 continents merged, the Saint Spirit continent had been suppressed by the Essence Beasts. If not for the incident at the Primordial God's tomb, the Saint Spirit continent would not have been able to hold on. The Divine Beast continent had produced an expert from the barbarian race. If the 3 god tribes had been defeated, they might be in chaos for a long time. This was what they wanted to see. It would be best if both sides suffered. Divine Beast continent, Lin Fei was warmly invited back by the barbarian race's leader. To the millions of barbarian race people, they felt like they were on a roller coaster. From the moment they were captured, they had never thought that they could survive. In the history of the Divine Beast continent, No one could survive the encirclement of the three god tribes. The millions of people contributed a lot of prestige. Lin Fei did not reject them and stayed in the barbarian race's tribe for a short period of time. The divine beast continent looked peaceful. However, everyone knew that there was a change. The expert from the barbarian race was too mysterious. Not only was he strong, but he also owned a senfu. The most frightening thing was that he brought a peak ultimate god from the primordial god's tomb. This was an unimaginable thing. After so many years, who could bring a living person out of the primordial god's tomb? This guy from the barbarian race had done something that no one could do. 3 peak ultimate gods. All of them were extremely powerful among the veteran experts. Boss, the 3 god tribes are now holding up. Lin number 1 and the other 2 had not been idle these days. Lin Fei was lying on a deck chair under a tree. Panjian was massaging him with moderate strength. Lin Fei, who was squinting his eyes, was enjoying the massage. Wrong. They are holding up, but they are actually discussing countermeasures. Lin Fei chuckled. The rise of a barbarian race isn't scary. What's scary is that they have the strength to crush them. With the defeat of the 3 god tribes, the 2 continents contributed more than 800 billion reputation points to Lin Fei in a short period of time. The huge increase in reputation points had put Lin Fei in a very good mood. Should we go to their door and capture all of them? There are no tigers in the mountains, so the monkeys call themselves kings. Who do they think they are? They are just ants in front of boss. Lin number 1 also knew how to flatter. The 3 of us will go to their door. The divine tribes and royal clans are all trash. They can't even withstand a single blow. Lin number 2 followed. Lin number 1 and the other 2 came out of the primordial god's tomb. It was like a dragon returning to the sea. They were quite disdainful of the experts from the divine beast continent and Shengling continent. Only Lin Fei could subdue them. After all, they had seen their boss' terrifying strength. Help me inform the 10 great royal clans and the 3 great god clans. Tell them that I will invite them to a banquet in the barbarian tribe 10 days later. I will also discuss an important matter. I hope that they will arrive on time. Lin Fei said lazily. Who would dare to not come when boss invites them? Fengyan, make a trip to Shengling continent and look for your people. For example, your father. Tell them that I want to meet them. After Lin number 1 and the other 2 left, Lin Fei said to Panjian, You want to meet my father? Panjian was delighted. Of course. Don't you think that the divine beast continent and Shengling continent are a little chaotic now? Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Panjian picked a piece of fruit for Lin Fei to eat. Thank you. Panjian was very smart. She knew that the divine beast continent and Shengling continent were going to become an empire-like existence under the control of this man. Since Lin Fei didn't go to destroy the 3 god tribes and the 10 royal clans, Panjian could more or less guess some things. She knew that this was an opportunity for the human race to gain some benefits. Chapter 3273. When the Beast Divine Continent merged with the Shengling Continent, everyone knew it would be a crushing defeat for the human clan with the Beast Divine Continent's ruling ability. However, an expert from the barbarian tribe emerged and brought out a top-notch expert from the Divine Tomb which changed the Beast Divine Continent's power structure. Lin number 1 and the other 2 visited one by one. The situation changed again. No royal clan dared to do anything when a top-notch ultimate god visited. They allowed the barbarian tribe to swagger in. Soon, a piece of news spread. The barbarian tribe expert wanted to see them 10 days later. This wasn't good news. For those royal clan ultimate gods who knew Lin Fei, the situation was within their expectations. Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe was the most powerful. The 3 divine clans were no longer capable. During the siege that day, the experts from the 3 divine clans were either killed or ran away. Even the top-notch ultimate gods ran away in the end. The 3 divine clans, Ancient Ape Divine Clan. It was very lively that day. The top-notch ultimate gods from the other 2 divine clans were there. Even now, they could not forget how they had run away in a sorry state that day. That Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe is too despicable. We are the 3 divine clans. Ancient Stone Divine Lord said angrily, Why should we go there? We must come up with a countermeasure for this matter. The three divine clans must not bow to that guy. Breaking Sun Divine Clan's top-notch ultimate god Mu Lai said coldly. Indeed, we must come up with a countermeasure. Immortal Divine Clan's ultimate god Zhao Hua said, but with our strength, I'm afraid we are no match for those three guys. They naturally knew they were no match for them. They were the best of the best. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe wants to be above us and rule over 2 continents. After all, the Shengling continent will not be able to do anything as long as he can suppress us. Therefore, we must seek outside help. Ancient Stone Divine Lord said. You mean those guys from Yuan-Ye world? Hierarch Mu Lai frowned slightly. Those guys aren't good people. We have been suppressing them. Once they open their mouths, Brother Mu, look at the situation now. If we don't fight back, then our 3 god clans will be nothing. Look at the 10 king clans. They were so obedient in the past, but now they have taken the initiative to court the barbarian race. The 3 ultimate gods fell silent. Soon he made his decision. That barbarian tribe's Lin Fei wants to suppress us. Let's draw those guys over and see how that guy deals with them. No one knew better than them that those fellows in Yuan-Ye world were not to be trifled with, especially the peak ultimate gods behind them who were much stronger than them. On the other side, Panjian also found her father, Feng Jiutian, who also had a very domineering name. In the past, the Beast Divine Continent was also an overlord and the leader of the human alliance. His strength was infinitely close to that of a peak ultimate god, but in the end, he could not stop the fierce encirclement of the Beast Divine Continent experts. Hierarch Feng Jiutian had always felt guilty for his daughter, especially when he knew that she had fallen into the hands of the giant royal tribe. Those guys were not easy to deal with, not to mention that it was the most difficult time for the human clan. Father, just trust me. This is our chance. Panjian was very clear about Lin Fei's strength. But he's from the barbarian race. Don't tell me he's fooling us. Hierarch Feng Jiutian frowned. Although he has suppressed the 3 god clans, the 3 god clans are not easy to deal with. This time, they have been suppressed. I believe they will soon fight back, such as finding allies. We will never know how terrifying the 3 god clans are if we don't fight them. Panjian sneered. Father, even if the 3 god clans find help, they won't be a match for the barbarian Lin Fei. Do you think the special life forms are strong? Hierarch Feng Jiutian felt that his daughter seemed to have changed a little. Of course, the strength of the special life forms is so strong that even peak ultimate gods have to step aside. Every special life form has a special ability. I was lucky enough to see it once in the past. It was really thrilling. Why are you mentioning this? If the barbarian Lin Fei killed the special life form with one move, what do you think will happen? Panjian dropped a bombshell. One move to kill? Hierarch Feng Jiutian was indifferent. That's nonsense. No, I saw it with my own eyes. He killed the special life form with one move. Do you think the 3 god clans can still turn the tables? At that moment, Hierarch Feng Jiutian was moved. He believed that his daughter would not lie. If that was the case, it would really be a big problem. Beast Divine Continent. The few ultimate gods who had seen Lin Fei's strength went to report the news as soon as they heard the news. It seemed like they wanted to cut ties with the 3 god clans. What were the 3 god clans to someone who could kill the special life form? No matter how strong they were, could they compete with the barbarian Lin Fei? Stop joking. Among the 10 royal clans, a total of 5 royal clans acted the fastest. They personally came to visit. Although it was said to be a visit, it was actually to report the situation. Not to mention that they were snobbish, they were actually very smart. As long as they followed Lin Fei closely, their influence would always be there in the future. As for those who were enemies with Lin Fei, they would all become history. They were the clearest about this. If they did not curry favor with him now, when would they wait? 10 days passed in a flash. The rise of the barbarian clan, Lin Fei, changed the situation of the Beast Divine Continent. Under normal circumstances, whoever dared to ignore the royal clans was destined to be surrounded and annihilated. This time, the royal clans bowed their heads and the divine clans did not say a word. The soul beasts of the Beast Divine continent felt as if there was a huge mountain above their heads. This mountain came from the barbarian Lin Fei. To the soul beasts of the Beast Divine continent, being stepped on by a lowly barbarian was something that no one wanted to see. They secretly hoped that the Divine Clan could suppress the barbarians again. In the Beast Divine continent, anyone could rise, but the barbarians could not. The barbarian tribe. Ever since Lin Fei stayed here, the surrounding area was the barbarian tribe's territory. The surrounding neighbors tactfully surrendered to the barbarians. In a short period of time, the barbarian strength had increased greatly. Although they could not compare to the royal clans, it was only a matter of time. On the 10th day, the Beast Divine Continent's tribes, big and small, were all watching the barbarian tribe. Everyone knew that if nothing happened today, it would be a big deal if something happened. In a courtyard of the tribe. Boss, the 3 god clans did not come. Lin No. 1 came in to report. The 10 royal clans are all here, and they even sent a generous gift. Lin Fei smiled. It would be strange if the 3 god clans bowed their heads. However, I believe that they will definitely come. Lin No. 1 and the rest did not understand why their boss did not let them attack the barbarians. No matter how strong the 3 god clans were, they were nothing in their eyes. Chapter 3274. The Barbarian Tribe. The ultimate gods from the 10 royal clans had all come obediently. They were all standing outside the yard. Even though they were unwilling, they understood one thing. Even though they were from the royal clans, they could not fight back. The Giant Clan, the Behemoth Royal Clan, the Lionman Clan, and the Tigerman Clan were the most unwilling, but they had also become obedient. In the tomb of the god of Yuanju, the divine venerable Lin Fei from the barbarian clan was the biggest winner. The 3 royal clans had been eliminated, and the royal clans had been driven out. Only the other 6 royal clans could benefit a little. They had collected a lot of good stuff on the 8th level of the Tianyuan Empire. This time, they came without hesitation. They had made their stand. Everyone knew who would rule the world in the future. Except for the divine venerable Lin Fei from the barbarian clan, there was no one else. The 3 royal clans had to step aside. Divine venerable Lin Fei is here. Lin Fei walked out of the yard unhurriedly. The divine venerables of the 10 royal clans all lowered their heads. They did not dare to look him in the eye, especially Lin 1 and the other 2. They were terrifying existences. Not bad, not bad. You are all here. Lin Fei glanced at them. It was expected that the 10 royal clans would come. They would not dare not come even if they were 100 times more courageous. The Behemoth Royal Clan, the Giant Clan, and the other royal clans felt as if they had been cut by a sharp knife when Lin Fei glanced at them. The Behemoth Royal Clan, the Giant Clan, and the other royal clans all knelt on the ground. Divine Venerable Lin, we were wrong. We will not dare to go against you from now on. The Divine Venerable of the Behemoth Royal Clan said loudly. We were blind in the beginning. We did not know how powerful Divine Venerable Lin was. Now, we would not dare to go against you even if we were 100 times more courageous. From now on, if Divine Venerable Lin needs anything, we will do our best. The 4 royal clans did not care about their reputation anymore. The other 6 royal families all heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that they had seen how powerful Lin Fei was. If they had offended him back then, they would probably be in the same situation as them now. Lin Fei laughed and said, You guys are too timid. If I were to kill you, would you still be standing here? The members of the beaming royal family kept wiping their sweat. Although it was just a few words, it was very stressful for ultimate gods like them. If anyone believed Lin Fei's words, they would have died many times over. At the very least, they were relieved this time. At least the divine Lord Lin Fei of the barbarian tribe would not harm them. However, not killing you doesn't mean I won't punish you. Lin Fei said. You don't have any objections, right? No, absolutely not. We accept the punishment. They all answered honestly. Isn't that Feng Jiutian? How dare he come? When the 10 royal families met with Lin Fei, Feng Jiutian came with his men. Ever since he heard his daughter's words, Feng Jiutian could not sit still and had to come. It was an opportunity for the human clan. especially when he knew that the barbarian Lin Fei did not hate humans. The barbarians did not have much hostility towards humans, especially when they saw Panjin. She was Lin Fei's maid, so they naturally did not dare to offend her. Feng Jiutian was actually quite worried when he landed in the barbarian tribe's territory until they took the initiative to greet him and put down a stone. Feng Jiutian, how dare you come here? The high-level ultimate god from the beaming royal family stared at Feng Jiutian with murderous intent. When he saw the 10 royal families, Feng Jiutian completely believed that the barbarian Lin Fei could suppress the royal families. In this period, whether it was the beaming royal family, the giant clan, or even the golden war god clan, none of them were to be trifled with. Feng Jiutian also noticed the 3 peak ultimate gods with terrifying auras standing behind the young man. Master, Panjin said to Lin Fei before glaring at the beaming royal family. If you can come, why can't my father? You're really arrogant. The ultimate god from the beaming royal family, ultimate god Meng Xian, was the strongest high-level ultimate god in the beaming royal family and was currently a grade 9 ultimate god. At the same time, he was one of the royal families that preferred war among the 10 royal families. The beaming royal family contributed a lot to the human alliance's quick defeat. Seeing his old enemy Feng Jiutian again made ultimate god Meng Xian want to kill him. Hence, he said those words. However, he did not expect to be rebutted by Panjin and immediately kept quiet. Everyone knew that there were 2 servants next to the barbarian ultimate god Lin Fei. One was Panjin and the other was Huofeng. But, you don't dare to say anything? Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. My father and I are standing here for you to kill. Panjin was full of confidence. The fact that the 10 noble families were standing here was the best proof. Ultimate god Meng Xian took a deep breath. Panjin, you've misunderstood. It was just a joke. You can't take it seriously. The giant royal family, golden war god clan, and other royal families were gloating. The beaming royal family was a big mouth and dared not say anything. They did not know what was going on. Feng Jiutian was under a lot of pressure facing any of the 10 imperial clans' high-level ultimate gods, but they kept quiet this time. He could even see the envy and jealousy in their eyes inadvertently. All right, this must be Brother Feng, Lin Fei said. Ultimate god Feng Jiutian said, you flatter me, ultimate god Lin. I'm just a stray dog. It seems like the divine clan hasn't arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Fei walked back to the courtyard and lay lazily on a chair. Panjin took the initiative to massage him. The 10 royal families hesitated for a moment and did not dare to enter the courtyard. Brother Feng, you've really given birth to a good daughter. I'm envious of her. Brother Feng, please take care of me in the future. Feng Jiutian had yet to digest what had happened that day. The royal family's ultimate god, who used to be his enemy, took the initiative to congratulate him. Well said. Only Lin Fei and Panjin were in the courtyard. Master, are you really going to wait for the divine clan to come? Panjin whispered. I have to finish what I started. After all, I've given the divine clan a chance. Lin Fei smiled. However, I'll only give them the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Panjin chuckled. Master is so mean. I'm afraid they won't be able to make it in time. Who's mean? Lin Fei closed his eyes to rest. The time it took to burn a stick of incense passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no trace of the divine clan. You can come in. I have something to discuss with you. The ultimate gods from the 10 royal families and Feng Jiutian walked into the courtyard. They felt great pressure and fear when they passed by the 3 pinnacle ultimate gods. The pinnacle ultimate gods were too terrifying. From now on, I'm in charge of the Beast Divine Continent and Shungling Continent. However, I won't care what you do as long as you follow my orders. If you have any objections, you can voice them out. The royal family's ultimate gods had expected such an outcome. Chapter 3275. No objections. We have no objections. Hierarch Lin wants to control the Divine Beast Continent and Saint Spirit Continent. We 100% agree. It's time for the 3 gods tribes to scram. Yes, the 3 gods tribes have no capabilities and only know how to oppress us. The hierarchs of the 10 great king tribes nodded their heads immediately, smearing the 3 gods' tribes. One of Lin Fei's words was exactly what they were thinking. If not for the 3 gods' tribes suppressing them, the 10 great king tribes would have long erupted into conflict. They wouldn't be acting so amiably now. Lin Fei said that he wanted to control the 2 continents and let them do whatever they wanted. This was a good thing. Why wouldn't they agree? At this moment, they were all feeling rather refreshed. Brother Feng, you formed the Human Race Alliance before. I'll leave the Saint Spirit Continent to you. Lin Fei said to Feng Jiutian. Leave the Saint Spirit Continent to me? Feng Jiutian suspected that he had heard wrongly. This was truly a meteoric rise. Lin Fei looked at Feng Jiutian. Are you afraid? Feng Jiutian had never expected that this barbarian race Lin Fei would entrust such an important task to him. As long as they don't come looking for trouble, I'm very confident in controlling the human race in the Saint Spirit Continent. As the leader of the Human Race Alliance, Feng Jiutian was still very confident. That's not good. Lin Fei said. I believe that they won't give you any trouble. Don't you think so? The 10 great king tribes nodded their heads, indicating that they wouldn't go looking for trouble in the Saint Spirit Continent. Within 5 years, I'll definitely unify the powers in the Saint Spirit Continent. As a human, Feng Jiutian had to consider for the human race. Ever since the 2 continents merged, the human race in the Saint Spirit Continent had been retreating. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. If not for the widespread use of enchanted equipment, they would have been defeated even faster. Feng Jiutian was confident in unifying the human race. With the news from his daughter and his personal experience, Hierarch Feng Jiutian believed Lin Fei's words. Perhaps, this was a good thing for the human race. At the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about being enslaved. Lin Fei gave a simple explanation of his future plans. Be it the Saint Spirit Continent or the Divine Beast Continent, Lin Fei wasn't prepared to care about them. However, there was one thing he had to do. That was to erect energy pagodas. With trillions of reputation in his hands, Lin Fei could finally purchase them in bulk. If he were to popularize them in the Beast God Continent and Saint Spirit Continent, the efficiency of earning reputation would be even faster. Lin Fei had been looking forward to this day for a long time. If it were not for the fact that the tomb of the god of sin could not be connected to the outside world, Lin Fei would have been willing to set up an energy tower. After all, a mosquito was still meat. Unfortunately, he could not contact that space after coming out. They're here. Lin Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sky outside. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Space fluctuated. Warships appeared in the sky above the barbarians. Each warship was very mighty, and at the same time, they exuded a fierce and domineering aura. There were a total of 20 such warships. On the deck of the warships stood Ultimate Gods experts who were level 6 Ultimate Gods and above. There were more than 1,000 Ultimate Gods experts from the 20 warships. Among them, 80% were high-level Ultimate Gods. In addition, there were more than 200 level 9 Ultimate Gods with each of them exuding an extremely strong aura. The young man in the yard is Lin Fei. Don't give him any chance. Attack now. Gu Shi Divine Lord stood on a warship and stared at the young man in the yard. A barbarian kid. Kill him first. This time, the 3 divine clans had put in a lot of effort in order to invite help. They had invited 20 top-level Ultimate Gods and more than 200 level 9 Ultimate Gods. Anyone who dared to challenge the rule of the 3 divine clans would have to face annihilation. The 3 top-level Ultimate Gods at the door are from the tomb of the god of sin. They have some good stuff with them. Kill them and we don't want anything. Ultimate God Mulai said. Thank you for your help. 20 peak Ultimate Gods. What kind of lineup was that? It was absolutely terrifying. Among the 10 great royal clans, the Beaming Royal Clan and the others were secretly laughing. Barbarian Lin Fei was definitely going to die this time. 20 Ultimate Gods stood together and their suppressive aura was like a tidal wave. Wave after wave of suppressive aura made people feel suffocated. They wanted to take action immediately if they could. However, they decided to hold back when they thought about the 3 top-level Ultimate Gods. Your problem is our problem. You're just a mere barbarian. Leave the 3 top-level ultimate gods to us. A black-armored ultimate god said with a cold gleam in his eyes. They're just 3 top-level ultimate gods. They'll be dead as soon as we take action. The 20 top-level ultimate gods looked indifferent. They would not have bothered to come if it was not for the price they had to pay. They really did not care about such a small fight. Kid, are you going to surrender or do you want us to kill you? A series of loud shouts came over the yard like a storm. The 10 royal clan's high-level ultimate gods snorted and vomited blood as they retreated. Lin Fei gently waved his hand and raised a protective shield in front of him. He applauded them. Not bad, not bad. You managed to find 20 top-level ultimate gods and more than 200 9th-class ultimate gods. It's just the right time to capture all of you. Ancient Stone Divine Lord was the most ruthless person. You're quite arrogant. With just 3 top-level ultimate gods? Number 1, they're looking down on you. Lin number 1 and the others were the most powerful existences in the Divine Tomb. Who would dare to say such things in front of them? Boss, leave the 20 top-level ultimate gods to us. Lin number 1 threw out a few words and charged towards the 20 warships. Lin number 2 and Lin number 3 followed closely behind, all of them summoning their treasures to attack. The 3 top-level ultimate gods took action with the 3 treasures and immediately gave the 20 top-level ultimate gods a show of strength. Leave the 3 of them to us. You can deal with that, kid. Ancient Stone Divine Lord and the others did not take action. Not taking action did not mean they did not have a target. That target was Lin Fei. They knew how powerful Senfu was. Now that the Senfu was gone, they were confident they could take down Lin Fei. The 3 top-level ultimate gods would have to behave themselves. Lin Fei, you're just a barbarian. How dare you bully the Beiming royal family? Divine Lord Meng Xian suddenly roared as he grabbed his warhammer with both hands and swung it at Lin Fei. As a proud member of the Beiming royal family, how could Divine Lord Meng Xian be willing to submit to a lowly barbarian? He had been waiting for an opportunity and it had finally come. As long as he could kill the guy in front of him, it would be equivalent to making a great contribution. Meng Xian, how dare you? This time, there was no need for Lin Fei to take action. Among the 10 royal clans, 5 jumped out. They were the royal clans from Senfu and stood in front of Divine Lord Meng Xian. Divine Lord Meng Xian could not figure out why they dared to stop him. You're from the royal clans. Why don't you kill him? Divine Lord Meng Xian said angrily. You're crazy. They all knew Lin Fei had killed special life forms. Were top-level ultimate gods very powerful? Could they be as powerful as special life forms? Brother Meng, we're here to help you.